Good morning and welcome, everybody, to Maryland International Raceway in Buzz Creek, Maryland. Brian Loans here with KJ Jones and David Freiberger. We are broadcasting to the racetrack, broadcasting to you from down the street and around the world. It is Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2025. You're watching the live stream presented by Mickey Thompson. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. We got a lot of racing to do. And you guys got a whole shot on me in this whole thing because you were both here yesterday when I was up in Maple Grove.
We did. We were. We saw some test and tune. The quickest that I saw, of course, was from Jeff Lutz, who is back. He rolled a 591 yesterday. What did you see, Cage?
Jeff Lutz lighting it up at 591, but I saw some cool cars. I was walking around the pits. I wasn't out on the tarmac too much, but there's a lot of cool vehicles, cars and trucks out there. So I'll be doing most of this stuff down on the tarmac in the staging lanes, talking to the people with those cool cars, and bringing it to you live.
Ned Dunphy and the Viper was out here also, rolled 610 yesterday.
And I believe 247 miles an hour as well.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so there were some just humongous numbers coming out of some of these cars. Participation-wise, we're hearing that this is the biggest drag week in history.
I think that's a fact that it is.
Yes.
Yeah, we are completely packed to the gills. Yesterday, I think there was 115 alternates here, and they all got in, which brought us right up to the limit. It is officially the largest hot rod drag week of all time.
And the cool part about that is it's effectively 10 times larger than the very first one of these things that had about 40 cars at it. We're at 400-some cars here. You know, KJ, when we talk about the stories you're going to be following this week, they change. Like today, we're going to be talking to people, and they're all going to be happy and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. By the time you're roaming those staging lanes Thursday, there's going to be a lot of fatigued racers.
Absolutely, Brian. As you know, I've done this 3 times as a participant, and this is one of the most grueling competitions and events that you can do in motorsports. I stand on that. And you're absolutely right. You're going to watch, if you stay with the live feed, you're going to watch this whole week transition. Everybody is really eager to get after it. They're going to probably come out here and just strike the tires real hard because they got the hot tune-ups in and all that kind of thing. But it's strategy. You have to keep in mind as you're watching this, and you'll watch people using strategy throughout the week. So when we get to pivot day on Wednesday, you'll know where the players are. They're going to make a move to the front, try to get to the front, content with where you are and stay where you are, or, you know, just be in the back basically. But this is a transitional week, and as you said, today's going to be very exciting because there are going to be some people really swinging for the fences, but that's also educational to see what the tune-up is, to see where their car is at. They had a test and tune yesterday, but this is really the decisive time to test your car.
Today's the day also where the pool begins, where you get to estimate when Cage will drop the first F-bomb.
Yes, yeah, we get to start the clock on that. I think you made it to day 3. I believe it was Indy last year. It was when the language arrived. So when we watch this day and we talk about how important all 5 of these days are, you have to finish the event to obviously win it. But you're really going to set the tone here today. So if you're somebody like a Jeff Lutz who has come right out and said the fact that he wants to be the first guy ever with a 5-second average. He went through that 591, and the thing to remember is that it was only at 222 miles an hour. So one can look at the speed and think to yourself, okay, if he drove it through the lights, that's probably a 580 run. So he is going to have competition. I think if you look at Dave Schroeder's down there, I mean, there are, in terms of a concentration of fast cars in the unlimited category, this may be as good as it gets we've ever seen.
And Bryant Goldstone is back, but he does not have his Javelin this time. It is a brand new Corvette-bodied car. Unfortunately, we did see it go into the sand at the top end of the track yesterday in testing, but it looked like that was not a huge issue that couldn't be solved with some duct tape. They'll probably disagree with me, but we hope to see that car up here as well. So we just talked 3 cars. We talked Lutz, we talked Ned Dunphy, we talked Goldstone.
And Schroeder's here, of course, with a big nitrous car, as always, a previous drag week champion. We should also talk about the schedule this week. If you're unfamiliar with where we're going and what we're doing, this is a very kind of northeastern quadrant, kind of mid-Atlantic drag week. So we're here at Maryland International Raceway here this morning. We're going to go to Numidia Dragway tomorrow. Then we're going to go right back to where I was yesterday, which is Maple Grove Raceway. Then we'll go to Cecil County Dragway, home of Jim Halsey and his John Deere tractor collection, which is when we get to Cecil, we'll send KJ down to look at the amount of equipment Jim has there. It's amazing. But these are really great racetracks. It's going to be interesting drives. Of course, we're in this Baltimore, Washington area. Today is going to I'm sure we're going to take the long way because we always do. But there's a lot of people that live in a fairly concentrated area, this part of the country, so the driving is going to be interesting.
And a lot of brand new cars out here, too. KJ, a lot of people fresh out of New York.
Fresh out of New York. You know, that's my home, man. So it's good to see home people down here giving it a try. And a lot of these people might be those that participate in street activity a little bit. So it's cool to see them come to the track and try to do something like this as well.
Yeah, a lot of local cars, a lot of brand new cars that have never done this before, but also some of your basic heroes who've been here many times.
So we got cars in the staging lanes. The traction compound is hitting the racetrack right now, and that is meaning that we're going to be hearing some race engines coming around the corner here in just a minute. So if you've just tuned in this morning, make sure you tell your friends to tune in, watch the live streaming action. As you well know, if you're a hardcore fan, we know you're going to watch all day to see every car go down the racetrack. But if you're somebody that's looking to see the low ET of the day, chances are it's going to happen within the next hour to hour and a half to 2 hours when the weather and the atmosphere is the best, but also we kind of unleash the beast first. Our run groups A and B are the ones that hit the racetrack, and they're the big horsepower cars.
We also encourage all of you watching the live feed to share it with your friends. That's how we get the numbers up, and we would appreciate that for Mickey Thompson and their sponsorship of this deal. Of course, we have not yet mentioned Gear Vendors Overdrives, who, of course, we thank for being the title sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week for so many years.
Yeah, Rick Johnson, Gear Vendors, they're here. They have been here. They always will be here. The Drag and Drive has been an integral part of their entire business, and it's been so awesome what Rick has done over the years and continues to do for a style of drag racing that has just blown up off the charts globally over the last few seasons.
Yeah. I got nothing else.
We'd also like to see you chatting in the live feed when there is some downtime, which there won't be this time.
Never. There's never any of that.
It does help us out if you throw some questions up
Sure.
on the live feed, and Brian and I will address those and throw them down to KJ down in the staging lanes and in the pits. You've got a longer cord on you this year, don't you?
I hope so. Last year we were kind of tethered to within the tower area, so hopefully we can expand on that and actually be in the pit. So if you do have questions, send them in to David and Brian. They'll relay them to me, and I can try to find out about a car or a racer or what's going on per your interest and give you that information. That's what this live feed, in a sense, and why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's what it's all about. So I'm looking forward to that.
And of course, you also want to see all the coverage that's going to be at hotrod.com and also the Hot Rod Magazine social media accounts.
Getting a little peek down there in the staging lanes a moment ago. You saw Ned Dunphy's Viper, a car that he has now had for a few years. Jamie Miller's a guy that works with Ned on the tuning of that thing. I believe Jamie is going to be here early in the week, and then he has to split off to a race commitment he has in Rockingham. But, yeah, that is a car that everybody's got their eyes fixed on, as so many others. And, David, you talked yesterday as we were texting back and forth that you're just watching the number of 849s and 851s we saw come up. That category, street race small block power adder, typically gives us a window of competition that unlike any other class has. Those are the cars that are all trying to run effectively 850 on the nose, and people typically by the end of the week come within a couple of thousandths of that average. It's wild.
I'm looking up the car counts per class here, so give me a moment. Here it is. Unlimited 10 cars, although there's a lot of cars that just don't fit in any other category and they end up in unlimited, but we know that we've got at least 5 heavy hitters there. Ultimate Iron, 7 cars. Pro Street Power Adder, 5. Pro Street Power Adder Pro Street NA, 5. Modified Power Adder, 9. Super Street Big Block Power Adder, 4. Super Street Big Block Small Block Power Adder, 18. Having a hard time reading small lettering here. All Motor Big Block, 6. All Motor Small Block, 11. Street Race Big Block Power Adder, 9. Street Race Big Block NA, 13. And by the way, I'm doing this largely for the racers down in the pits.
Yeah.
Because today is the day where they can switch classes if they are technically allowed to do so. And they may look at a class that has, say, 4 entries in them and think, I'm going to dive over there.
Well, also, this is a good way for us to have this information so when we come back tomorrow and give you the car counts again, you can see how many people did not make and complete the trip to Namibia.
But what triggered me on this is Brian mentioning Street Race Small Block Power Adder, 49 cars in that.
That class is a runaway hit.
And then Street Race Small Block NA, 39. The Gasser class has 5 in it. A Gas does. I know the question is also often, is Mike Finnegan here? Yes, he is. And there's a couple Novas here that are going to give him a run for his money. B Gas, 3 cars, and Street Machine Eliminator, our largest class, at 219.
So there you have it, a good layout, a good breakdown, and again, watching the streaming coverage here, depending on how hardcore a fan you are, and we hope you're just going to have us on all day long to tolerate the noises that the three of us will generate through the speakers of your computer and or earbuds. But, most of the fun of this event comes, yes, in the few big ETs, but it really comes in watching people with oddball or different combinations. We're even talking to the guy with the Lucid this morning at the hotel. That thing ran, what did you say it ran, a 980 yesterday?
980 yesterday, lifting with a 2-second 2 60-foot time.
Yeah.
So we know that's going to go quicker. We were talking about how quick that car can run, and because it is newer than 2018, he can get down to 9.0 with that thing.
Yeah, 9.0 to 150 miles an hour. And I believe those cars have run 8s before. I want to say that they in testing early in their development, somebody ran like an 890 or something with it.
Well, you might get conditions that are conducive, even though it's a battery, you know what I mean? It's not like a gas thing that needs air, but it's one of those deals where this thing could possibly see something that low.
Yeah, he cannot turn in a time slip quicker than 10.0 for his class. We talked to him about that, but the car is legal to run down to 9 seconds. So he may come out here and really kind of wick up the rheostat.
And, of course, Brian and I always watch for the battle to the bottom. There's always the slowest car that's out here, and I don't think that's going to be the slowest, but there's a Bradley GT with Subaru power.
Subaru power.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen one other Bradley GT on a racetrack, and it's a guy named Randy Vados from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and he runs it in super gas. He actually has a big block in the thing, and he still has the gull-wing doors on it. So
I was about to say, how do you possibly remember this? That's why.
Oh, yeah. I wrote a feature on the car 2 years ago, but it's like, and plus it's a Bradley GT. When I first thought, I'm like, And obviously it had the big tires in the back, so I'm like, okay, it doesn't have the little dinky Volkswagen motor in it. But, yeah, Randy Vados and his Bradley GT. The Subaru one is going to be interesting to watch.
A lot of cool combinations. We got cars coming up here, man, so I'm going to get ready to go downstairs.
Okay, do it. I see Mark Cicino out there.
Nice.
Yeah.
The Champagne Express will be coming around the corner here. KJ is going to be unleashed to the staging lanes, and we got Mo Sheens at the ready line. Jeff Sias, Frank Romano, Mark Cicino. These guys travel in packs, and apparently they're going to run down the racetrack in packs as well. Beautiful day here, and always thankful for a good forecast at Drag Week. Should be fairly comfortable drag racing weather and cruising weather, as it can be in some of these things, which are torture chambers on wheels. Last couple of touches of the racetrack by the staff here at MIR. They're parking the flat drag, and that means we're going to be wetting the water boxes down and officially kicking off the 21st running of Drag Week. Who'd have thunk it? All those years ago at Kansas City International Raceway on that very first day, as the first pair rolls in, Mark Cicino will be on the left-hand side of the racetrack.
Josh Norris on the right.
Well, Cicino making his way back, running in the street race small block power adder category. Guy out of the tri-state area, spends a lot of time running at Island Dragway, Cecil County, and other places on the East Coast. And Norris has that just really clean. I mean, this car's been out many times, but it really is very cool. The all-motor small block, Hillborn-style stack injection on the engine.
They're backing him out. Cicino rolled through the beams there. That's a car that's in that street race small block power adder, and I think I saw him lay down 856 in testing.
Yeah, it was weird. The thing kind of lurched a second time, and he went to stage it. So a quick reset of the old router computer up here will get us kicked off, and Norris going to back up. Cicino had listed this car for sale several months ago. People on the internet freaked out.
April Fools?
I don't think he was kidding. I think he was entertaining offers. So the lanes are open for our A and B groups. Lonnie Grimm has contacted us to let us know. A and B groups, staging lanes are open. Make sure you keep your ears on out there, because we are going to be, letting you guys and girls know when your particular groups are able to get in the lanes.
And for those of you here on site, you'll hear that we are broadcasting to the world on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. That's our constant gab up here. And for those of you who are watching the live stream, we are also calling here locally at the track. So you'll hear things like racers in need for parts and just general housekeeping.
Cicino on the left-hand side rolling up in that 1986 Pontiac Grand Prix. And Norris, the too slow license plate on his machine. Talk about the all-motor small block category.
Nice. Wheels up.
See how close Cicino can get to the 850 promised land down there. He goes 853 at 161.
Which shockingly is not close enough.
Right. And you're going to see other drivers get tighter than that. It'll be interesting if he decides to make this a one and done or if he's going to come back around for more. Norris goes down to 965 at 137 miles an hour. Remember, that is a naturally aspirated small block in that car.
Frank Romano on the right-hand side with his bang shifting 55 Chevy that's been out here at Drag Week so many times.
Yeah, big block Chevy in the nose just drives the wheels out this thing, and Jeff Sias has been testing relentlessly at Lebanon Valley Dragway and other places from western Massachusetts. Sias also a stick-shifted car. Both of these guys naturally aspirated and snicking through the gears over there. Jeff is going to get to the finish line first. He goes 911 at 151 miles an hour. Running in the street race small block power adder category is Sias. All motor big block, 969 for Frank.
And you saw the Frank red lit right there. That doesn't matter at all. This is just time trials. So keep that in mind. This isn't side-by-side drag racing. Red light's okay.
Andy Starr has put kind of a dog box style transmission in this thing, a G-Force. He's going to come off and shift it clutchlessly. We've seen a lot of stick shift cars here to get things kicked off. I don't hate it. Kevin Dunn, the 1978 Malibu left-hand side. Dunn's car kind of spastic looking as it staged over there, kind of jumped in, throwing some parts off it as well just before the 330. Andy Starr, the 56 Chevy, coming in just shy of 4,000 pounds. The thing goes 940 at 145 miles an hour. Dunn in the Super Street small block power adder category goes 933, 148.
Well, they're picking stuff up off the track. It's day one. I've already swallowed my tongue, Brian.
That's nice.
Yeah, Glenn Sheely on the left-hand side is running all motor small block in that deal, and he's got help from Ed Enzer, who you can see standing right in front of the car.
Enzer, one of the all-timers.
Yes. So this is going to be very good. Naturally aspirated car. You've also got all motor small block of Corey Pant on the right-hand side. I don't recognize that car from Pant.
I don't either.
Used to have the green one.
Yes, this is a new Pant-mobile on what would be the Napa side of the racetrack as the track official going down there, making sure we get everything off the left-hand side of the drag strip. Yeah, and so Pant, as you mentioned, running an all-motor small block. I mean, the Corvette is just that is a beautiful car, so well turned out. And if Enzer's got his hands on it, it should really fly. And neat to see, and it doesn't happen that often. We got two guys in the same category side by side, so you can kind of judge your abilities or performance off the other. And if I was a betting guy, the one that Enzer's touching is probably the one I'm going to put money on getting there first. Huge wheel stand. Look at that thing, all four off the ground momentarily. Oh, boy. It landed real hard over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Pant goes 966.7 at 137.
And he still goes 942 at 130.
150?
What?
126 with the back tires. And then at the 330-foot mark, it would have barely landed. If it had landed at all at that point, it was still 388.5. Corey Pant had the starting line reaction. What skewed that so much was that Pant had a light that was 0.6 of a second ahead of Sheely. So it looked like Pant's car was way quicker, but in the end, Sheely's car was 0.2 quicker, despite the fact that it legitimately threw all four tires off momentarily when it came up on the bumper. That didn't take long.
No, that was an absurd way to kick off early morning here on day one of Drag Week.
Man.
We actually haven't seen that in quite a while. There was a time in the early years of Drag Week where it was wheel stand fast.
Yes.
A lot of the very serious cars have gotten that under control, and of course the not serious cars don't tend to have that problem.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that is something. And listen, it shows how well the car is built, because that did not come down easily. I mean, that thing landed with a thud and didn't bust the headers off it or break the oil pan open, thankfully, as we now have the man, the myth, the legend himself, one of the guys who will be obsessive-compulsive about running 850, Rick Steinke.
Apparently watched too much Adam 12 for his new paint scheme here.
Yeah, he's gone with the Krylon Touch white top. It did class the joint up a little bit. It's like replacing the roof on a house with a crumbling foundation, but it's fine. Right side, you have the Mustang here, late model car running in modified power adder out of Florida. At least with Florida plates on it. So the turbocharged Coyote and the turbocharged small block over there for Steinke. Man, 11 light for the dude in the Mustang. He hit it. Steinke tried to get off on time, too. Got out a little early.
There
50 with a 6. Oh, baby. 161 miles an hour for Rick Steinke. That couldn't have gone any better.
It could have been 8500, Brian.
But listen, right out of the shot,
yes.
off of the he wasn't hitting off the ladies' tees either. That was nice. 850 with a 6. Dave Deal coming up now. Deal, the 01 Ford Mustang. A Spirit of Drag Week winner in the past is Deal. Drag and Drive heroes, the Deal boys, and guys that are like Captain Ahab and the White Whale. They are obsessed with trying to win.
That's what was crossing my mind.
Well, no, they're trying to win Roadkill Nights. They go out to Roadkill Nights every year, and either bad luck or the fates befall them. They lost like the closest final in the history of that event last year in 2023, or 2024 rather, and we had to go back and watch the tape like 6 times to even convince them that they had lost.
Someone's asking, are we running 1,000 feet? No, this is a quarter mile. That's the type of question we get on the live feed, Brian.
Yeah, no, that's high level. Yeah. We're actually running them 1,500 feet.
Yeah, in some cases.
Yeah.
Of altitude.
Now we're talking. Hooked up and rolling. Beautiful launch for Deal. 8th mile at 166. He goes 683 at 206 miles an hour. Deal ripping out the first 200-mile-an-hour shot of the week. In Super Street, small block power adder is listed, but that is not a Super Street small block power adder car. Yeah, that is one of the, if not the quickest run in the history of the category.
Well, considering that the record is actually a 7.0, that would have been the quickest.
Yeah, I mean, by him last year, we were actually, I mean, the fact that the thing's 2/10 quicker, it makes you double check on things. But yeah, that is the car, and he is now the quickest single run that's been made in the class.
Yeah, we do have records for Hot Rod Drag Week in each class, the overall record, and then also a single pass record. However, you do have to complete the week to qualify for that. And doesn't it actually say that you have to do the quickest pass after day 1? So you have to have actually made a drive and made a representative week?
I believe so,
yeah.
Dave Burke and Randy Bellahar, a couple of Pontiacs, the 79 Le Mans on one side, Bellahar, the 68 Bird on the other.
Both of these guys, veterans of this program.
And Bellahar is a true Pontiac-powered Pontiac, and that thing is ripping. Bellahar takes it to the house, 852.2 in street race big block power adder. Burke, running in the all-motor big block category, goes 10.6 at 133.
Thanks for working "ot" in.
Want to get in early.
Yeah.
follow me for more old-timey language. Brian Acton and Jeff Mole coming up. Saw Brian Acton at Roadkill Nights, was hanging out with his boys, saying, man, we wish we could have got into Roadkill Nights, but we're saving her up for Drag Week. Great to have him here. Accomplished land speed racer as well as drag racer. Another guy is going to try to hit an 850 on the square like we saw Steinke go dead on 6. He goes 852 1, 159, and Mole goes 909.3 at 148. The biggest thing on that Steinke run is, as we talked about in the lead into the show here, they got 49 cars in that class. So you basically put 48 guys on notice. With one run, you have ruined the day of 48 other people. And a guy like Acton he cannot leave here with a time slip that's 200ths off, because the only option you have at that point is to pray the other guy breaks. And Steinke showed us over the course of years that that's a reliable car.
Especially when you have... Oh, there he is. I was going to say, you haven't seen Dustin Trance run yet. There he is on the right-hand side.
And Bruce Woodward on the left-hand side. He has trouble coming off the starting line. Trance, 126 in the 8th, feeds at the power, goes down at 855, 156.
He'll be back guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
That is not going to hang. One of two people who actually ran a perfect 8500 in class is Jackie Steinke.
Yes. I just remember we saw Trance and I think it was he and his father racing together at Carolina Dragway a few years ago. Remember that? They were just hot lapping the thing and finally were able to do what they needed to do. Okay, if you need your an engine seal or hood seal, if you're going to run a sealed class, which we do offer, you're going to see Matt at the back of the staging lanes. Matt will seal your hood, will seal your engine.
We'll seal your doom, your fate.
We'll seal your... Ed Schwartz and Greg Weigert. Schwartz in the 1970 Mova, as listed here, 852-2, 152. Weigert goes 977-1 at 136.
Weigert also naturally aspirated. That one's a big block.
Man, the Grand National that's coming up here is a pretty serious-looking piece over there. And the pickup truck, too. The pickup truck of Neil Torbett. 65 Ford F100, turbocharged combination. Sam Cololilo coming up. We won't bring up the past. The past is the past with Sam.
That's right.
We won't bring it up.
You did kind of bring it up because it had slipped my mind.
We don't do that. We're just going to let the past be the past. We are happy. We're honored to see Sam here. That car is fantastic, and we know it's going to be fast and awesome this year.
You don't want to see a nice quarter-mile tribute to Forrest Lucas?
I don't.
Is that what you're saying?
Listen, there are other ways to do it. There are other ways to pay respects to the man. But no, look at that car. I love the way it sits. It tucks that front and rear tire just a little bit up into the wheel well. Just a neat-looking modern chassis car over there.
It is slick.
Jay Hollinger coming in off the top rope with some technical advice that I needed to finish plugging in the bottom of the microphone for it to work properly.
It's okay. You missed my bad joke. It helps out.
Well, okay, good.
Yeah, thank you, Jay.
Yes. Cololilo's in. Torbett has not staged yet. Now he's in.
Oh, Torbett! Sweet.
Man. He pedaled that thing down. You saw him ripping on the gas pedal. Cololilo goes down to 789 at 188 miles an hour, heaving the chutes out. In Super Street, big block power adder. Torbett's an ultimate iron guy, but that was a nice job of landing that thing.
Yeah, he did pedal it mid-wheelie. It was pretty great. But then I think he realized he was going towards the wall and did the panic lift.
So both machines making the turn at the top end of the racetrack. Mark Manor and Nick Mancini coming up. Mancini, the 1985 Olds Cutlass. And Manor, that gorgeous 1970 Chevelle. The fender exit exhaust on the Mancini Mobile, which is a very common occurrence here at Drag Week. Trying to get boost built up, and you can see the thing kind of smoking a little bit there in the starting line. Nothing doing for Mancini. Mark Manor finds himself at 861.7 at 157 miles an hour in Super Street, big block power adder. And it'll be just a moment to get the Mancini car fired up, either down the track or backing up here to the starting line. Rovic coming up here in the Oldsmobile.
And Jason Tabscott in the Camaro is going to be good.
KJ Jones update from the staging lanes. Dave Schroeder, new set of slicks on the car. Lutz, Schroeder, Goldstone, all in the staging lanes. So those of you tuned in on the live streaming broadcast here, brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Make sure you tell your friends to tune in and get that fired up, either in the background in the shop or in their earbuds at the office.
You heard Brian calling earlier about getting down there to have either your hood sealed or your engine sealed. We do trophies for that at the end of the week. It's not an actual class. You can be in any class and have your hood taped up, and if you don't break the seal over the course of the week, you get an award for being the quickest car with a sealed hood or sealed engine.
So trouble out here. It looks like Mancini's car actually left a puddle out there on the racetrack. So it all went bad for those guys.
It was going to be one G-body or the other.
It was it was bound to happen.
Now's the time when you get to throw a question at us in the live chat on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. And by the way, if you're here in the stands, you go home the rest of the week, you can watch all of the coverage. MotorTrend channel of YouTube.
And so that puddle was thankfully just concentrated to one area. Was not a like a extended deal, but it's going to take us just a moment to get that cleaned up.
One of the huge bummers here at Drag Week is there ends up being a lot of cars that do have coolant or antifreeze in the radiator.
Yeah, by the nature of the business being street cars and street driven, even though you can make the argument that you'd probably be okay either way, we do end up having to deal with that maybe more often than you would at a more traditional style of drag race.
This guy asks, what's the most memorable oil down? I think you just brought it up out of that Grand National that we weren't going to repeat.
The most recent memorable oil down, yeah. I think we've had a few over the years that have, I want to say, if I remember one from, I wish I could remember the racetrack, but I feel like we ran the better part of a whole day one time on singles because of one lane that just got absolutely greased beyond recognition.
Biggest advice to a new driver, I would say come out here and run the sort of spectator drive-along deal, drag pack. And what you want to do is just witness what's going on. You want to talk to a bunch of racers. You want to find out how everything actually goes. So you're not worrying about those kind of details the first time you show up. And you also have to remember this thing is about survival as much as it is about going fast.
Yeah, and you look at you look at the guys that have been successful at it and have done it very often and done it in various different forms. But you'll see the Cecinos and the Romanos and these guys. They're driving that thing to work back and forth for weeks and months before. They're going to testing tunes. They're putting the car through its paces, and that's the luxury of having some time. And we realized a lot of this stuff, as you like to say, gets finished 24 hours before the event or
I heard
5
it all
minutes
day
before
yesterday.
the events.
Heard it all day.
But yeah.
I always used to say at the drivers' meeting, welcome to the world's largest collection of cars that didn't run yesterday.
And so, thankfully, just one pass, it looks like, with the scrubber out there to get that cleaned up, turned around.
We got our camera down in the staging lanes there. You can see the 67 or 8. I missed the fastback Mustang, the FE power in that thing. Naturally aspirated class, I believe. 71 Dodge Dart. You got to check the side marker lights and the tail lights. Figure that out. Yeah.
Always a good variety of iron, and we're going to see some pretty heavy-duty looking stuff coming around the corner here in just a moment as well. Well, we have a moment. Big thanks to Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Let's talk about the name that's been dominating the track for decades, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. If you're serious about winning, you need to get a serious drag tire that's gone through real-world R&D and testing before it gets to you. The Mickey Thompson Pro Brand radial delivers undisputed consistency and quicker ETs pass after pass, while their ET drag tires deliver reliable performance and traction that racers demand. And let's not forget the truck and SUV products. Mickey Thompson offers a wide range of truck and SUV tires and wheels. Whether you're upfitting your rig to tackle the toughest trails or simply want to stand out from the crowd, Mickey has a premium tire and wheel that are sure to turn heads wherever you drive. Stop by your local authorized retailer or visit MickeyThompsonTires.com to find the perfect setup for your ride. Because legends aren't born, they're built. It's time for you to forge your own legacy with Mickey Thompson.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Is Brian.
What's that?
I forget my own name by the end of the week. What's the bad news?
The bad news is it might get a little dicey up here in the tower with some of the identification, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything is going to be fine. Ish. Like it always is.
They're running this VP ad on here. I saw Greg Anderson. Wow, did you see what went down with Greg Anderson at Reading last weekend? Unbelievably, he did 2 burnouts over the starting line and got the DQ.
Yeah, weird. We waive virtually every rule of organized drag racing at Drag Week.
Yeah, but
this is really a drag race in name only. But yeah, there are certain things that kind of weird things. But yeah, Anderson, he screwed up the burnout, rolled the car past the line, backed up, did another one, passed the line again, and got whacked yesterday. And the last guy we can remember that happening to, actually, ironically, is Jason Line.
Oh.
Like a decade ago.
Yeah.
So, tractor getting parked, Rovic firing up the Oldsmobile, the man from the Yukon in Western Canada.
He's been helping us out as a volunteer here for a couple of years. We haven't seen the big Oldsmobile out here.
Yeah, great dude. Runs a lot of drag and drive events across the country, and it's just fun to have him out here doing his thing. Got the BTR logos, Bill Travato Racing engines on the hood scoop of his race car.
And on the right-hand side, Jason Tabscott. A 7-time winner. Tabscott there, always.
Yeah, when it comes to the all-motor small block category, the guy is just a killer.
Yeah, I paused here for a minute because their data shows power adder, but that is 100% a naturally aspirated entry there on the right-hand side. We'll see here if he's still got the stick in it.
Thank you. Rove got the line first with a big Oldsmobile, but it is Tabscott. That screaming small block down the right side of the drag strip. 854 at 158.07 miles an hour. Very well done for Tabscott, running in the all-motor small block category. 869, the previous record. And the all-motor
869 average, a single run, 864 with a 7.
So in theory, if our notes are accurate, that is the quickest run in the category by 1/10 of a second ever. So far, so good. I think this mic's cutting out a little bit.
Microphone check. Microphone.
Chad Garut and Anthony Cruz. The Mustang.
Those of you on the live feed or in the grandstands, we are giving Loans a microphone upgrade here, so hopefully you're not hearing that scratchiness from him. All the bad noises will be coming from his throat instead of the mic.
Nissan GTR on the right side. One of the more modern machines we have seen thus far today. Running in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category, that is Mike Tellerico. Tellerico, it's a 2010 GTR.
Any feedback yet? Sorry about that, gentlemen.
Left-hand side, one of our big hitters over there. Man, and look at this. Coors Light side. How about a 628 at 224 miles an hour? Graham Hayes takes that Nova down 224.62, a 628.7. My goodness. Hayes running in the Ultimate Iron category. That is brutal. Brutally fast. 108.60 foot time, David. 183 to the 8th mile.
The thing was just hunkered, too.
Yeah, it was locked
kind of
in.
Aggressive.
981 across the racetrack at 140 miles an hour for Tellerico, who had a front row seat to that 628.
Let's have a backup coming here. Lynette Jankuski here on the right-hand side, a past winner in our Street Machine Eliminator category.
Opposite side of the racetrack, the generation Pontiac Firebird over the parachute pack hanging off the back of the machine. That is Doug Palmer, 1999 Trans Am, and Palmer competing in Street Race Small Block Power Adder.
You know, Lynette here is in Pro Street right now. I'm correct that she won that in Street Machine Eliminator, aren't I?
I'm virtually certain you are correct. She goes 10:14, 134, 10:41, 148 over for the Pontiac. Way off the pace of what I likely wanted to be at.
We are working on failing memory a little bit up here right now as we don't have any data in the computer system. Malibu.
Coming up here.
On the opposite side, Brian Goldfarb in the 93 Mustang.
So Lawrence has been on a bit of a tour. He was down at the Yellow Bullet Nationals not too long ago. Comes off the starting line of the Malibu. Goldfarb goes 864 at 154 miles an hour in Super Street Small Block Power Adder. Lawrence goes 992.4 at 134, running in the Street Race Small Block Naturally Aspirated category.
Brian,
Finally, we're getting a little weird, and I'm here for it.
the Eagle Wagon with turbo 4-liter inline 6-cylinder power.
It's a properly freak show.
And do we have Randy Seward there on the left-hand side?
Yes, it is. The Pony Express. Seward coming back off of hip surgery not too long ago. Ooh, and that thing's getting it.
It is.
That thing is getting it.
Did you hear it?
Seward's 125 in the 8th, but the wagon's 111. Seward goes 904. The wagon goes 971 at 136 miles an hour.
Approved.
Street Race Small Block Power Adder, AMC wagon with the buzz and a half dozen.
I think this is Armin Trout.
It is Armin Trout's car. Another of our players in the Ultimate Iron category. We saw the standard set right now at 628. Run out of the Nova just a little while ago. Armin Trout spooling the turbos.
Mitch Kaufman in the Ranger.
The Ranger leaves with more drama, but Armin Trout is locked down and gone. 165 in the 8th mile, and Armin Trout goes 699 at 204 miles an hour. So Armin Trout, 699, 204. You see a lot of smoke down there, but that's actually coming off the return road. So his crew guys spun around on their heels because it looks like somebody's got a jet car running down there, but apparently somebody's engine's unhappy in that end of the racetrack. But Armin Trout, 699. How about the pickup truck going 863? The truck left perfectly.
Well, in that other Nova, didn't it run a lower 6 than Armin Trout just did?
It did, yeah.
It did, like a 27,
yes,
right?
Yeah, that was in the 620s. Chevy Nova going down the left-hand side of the racetrack, and a bunch of smoke piling out of the right side of the Javelin, 951.7. Kenny down there at 115 miles an hour in that car, and unfortunately for Kenny, that is not looking too good whatsoever. 842 for the Nova, 164. The Nova running in Super Street Small Block Power Adder. And, Kenny, those guys, 260 guys, Indiana. And he is a guy who's been here a ton. Obviously, it's kind of shocking to find out that it's LS powered, of course, but
racer in need. We need a probably 8,800 RPM MSD pill. When was the last time you saw one of those, Brian? We need an actual pill. The little white thing with 2 little prongs on it that you stick in the side of a box. Find Tony Angelo in his 55 Chevy.
Okay. Well,
and
I thought we were going to be looking for a guy with white hair to bring the white pill to. But no, it's Angelo. And that was actually Owen driving that Javelin. Owen Rogers in the Javelin. And so, yeah, you notice there's a lot of smoke down there. Some of it came from Owen's Javelin. A lot of it was actually coming out of the pit. Somebody's car, it's like the Uncle Buck movie down there. And, oh, boy, that is, the smoke is coming, unfortunately, from the Nova. It looks like it's coming out of the Nova. They're in the 628. Man, look at this thing, Freiburgers. We got video of this car going through the pits. That is Graham Hayes' Nova that set low ET and Ultimate Iron. If you're watching the live feed at home, it is not a good-looking unit.
His piston dome sent low ET to the oil pan? Is that what I'm seeing here? Wow. That's a smoker.
What was once a dome is now a dish.
Brian, I have your 2X pink honk shirt.
Perfect. Nothing I've ever wanted more.
I'll have you all know that wearing that shirt will be like camouflage for you when you go to the beach, because Brian's got no fear of just stripping his shirt off up in the booth.
Well, what am I going to do? I have, what am I supposed to be hiding? I got nothing.
It's gruesome.
Well, there you go.
On the live Fox show, it's particularly offensive.
It's like Quasimodo. He had to change his shirt at some point in his life, and you suck it up and do it. You get used to the screams and the people reviling in horror.
Well, the
and
sucking it up's another problem now that you bring that up.
So it's going to be just a moment, and once we get the Javelin clear of the top end, we'll pick it right back up again. So I believe we got a pusher quad down there, giving Owen a push off the top end. Once that car is clear, we'll pick it right back up again. Huge thank you to presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, Gear Vendors Overdrive. Rick Johnson is here, and Rick Johnson is a guy who has not only incredible love for the drag and drive community, but he has incredible technical knowledge about transmission. So if you're having a driveline issue of any type, this is a guy who can answer questions, next-level questions regarding transmission engineering, construction, and what may be going on. And certainly if you're not using the product, you should be looking into it. If you're not a person who has any sort of overdrive in your car and you're making these drives at 3,800, 4,000 RPM, kind of poking along the highway, you're not doing it right, and Rick Johnson can help you do that. So check out Rick. Talk to him, ask him questions. He loves to talk about the product. He knows it backwards, forwards, upside down, and sideways, and he can tell you what the best applications are for what you're doing and how it can improve your program.
4,500 people watching worldwide right now. It's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
4,500.
Good kickoff on a Monday morning. Pontiac Firebird right-hand side. Pontiac Firebird being driven by Jeff Butland, also a Massachusetts guy. Butland rolling up. In the Ford Ranger. The Ranger being piloted by none other than Cameron McConchie. It's a 2000 Ranger. The Ranger running in the street race small block power adder category. Locked in, flashing the beam there. McConchie's in now. All right. Nice, clean, 132.60. What's he going to do 8th mile speed? 124. Not sure if he's getting there on time. He goes an 881, 154. Nice, solid run, depending on his level of competitive spirit. Not sure if he's going to want to back that up again or pick it up, or if that's going to be good enough for him.
You know, even the people who don't run right on an 850 in class, there ends up being more 8-second cars here than there have been at any time. Yesterday, I'm walking around and I'm concerned there's too many slow cars here. It's like, well, wait a minute. See this thing right here? It goes 860s.
Right.
It just looks like nothing.
Ron Rhodes coming up on the left-hand side. Rhodes, the 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. If you are familiar with small-tire drag racing of any stripe and style, this guy is a legend. What Ron Rhodes has done in the X275 and other categories with his nitrous combinations that he has never deviated from is fantastic. The fact that he's out here running his first drag and drive is even cooler. But when we talk about dudes that have like a spot in the small tire, even the overall kind of Hall of Fame level competitor, Rhodes is one of those guys.
And was on the very first Hot Rod Power Tour.
How cool is that? Yeah, so he's completing some loops here in this thing, and it's great to see him out. Insane high-quality equipment, brilliant and hardcore racer. And next to him is Paul Bigelow in a 1986 Chevy C10. Rhodes is in. Bigelow got a bumper in there. There goes Rhodes. Rhodes is running in the street race big block NA category. And he will go 979 at 138 miles per hour. 991.5 at 134 miles an hour across the racetrack for Bigelow in the truck. Mean-looking Corvette. And that Corvette is actually running in unlimited over there. As you mentioned, David, there's cars that don't fit anywhere else, and it is unlimited. Matt Tracy is in that car. It's a 71 Vet. The Derek Toady-driven 06 Chevy Trailblazer SS. Man, bouncing the Corvette into fully stage. The Trailblazers finding gears that didn't know it had going down the right-hand side of the racetrack, and the Vet's going to go 950 at 135. The Trailblazer goes 1014 at 134. In a nice little rhythm here. Mike Javanis coming up from New York. Javanis left-hand side, this Ford Mustang, a strong 7-second player. Javanis, a guy who did a lot of damage in the height of the True Street days where you'd show up, make your 3 back-to-back runs, and then or make your street cruise and back-to-back-to-back runs.
That was really arguably the first sort of endurance drag racing.
Absolutely, yeah. And then the Corvette on the right side being driven by Rocco DiRigio.
Man, look at the Mustang.
Yeah, Javanis going to try to run this thing down the mid-7-second bracket, and he goes down through a 768 at 180 miles an hour. Beautiful car.
He's running that in Super Street small block power adder. The difference in Super Street versus street race is basically Super Street is allowed to have a chassis that will take to 750 or 6.0 or whatever, whereas in street race, they cannot have a funny car cage, which effectively turns them into an 850 index class.
That's going to be a one-shot deal for Javanis. I'd be willing to guarantee that. Mike Ward coming up left side, the 63 Chevy Nova. Opposite side of the racetrack. In the Fox Mustang,
Smoker
Scott Triolo. Triolo goes 10.05, 141, and Ward, as he said, is smoking his way through the shutdown at 797, 178. So once again, we're going to take a peek down there. He's going to be able to make the turnoff, which is good, and it does appear to have dissipated once he got off the throttle. So hung in the air long enough. I don't think it was steam. I do think it was smoke. Let's just hope nothing hit the racetrack. Can see Ned Dunphy a few cars back in the Viper. If you're looking for big numbers, looking for something for your friends to be impressed with, make sure you tell them to tune in to the live streaming action as Dunphy's around the corner, which means likely Jeff Lutz and others are not far to follow.
Swing your attention back to the burnout box here, and you can see Ray Boadell in the 69 Dart. I got news from Galimi. This thing has a Lenko with a clutch in it.
That is good.
And it's a small block NA deal.
It was already pretty good, and then Lenko clutch small block, even better.
Sold. What was the first Lenkos? Was that circa 72, 73?
I think it was Abbott. Leonard Abbott.
Right. That's why it's a Len.
That's why, yeah, Lenko, Leonard Abbott. And his first product was a reverser. He invented the reverser that they put on dragsters. So without Leonard Abbott, we would not be able to back up top fuel dragsters or funny cars. But then out came the Lenko, and that I think it was 70. I think it was 72 to 74 time frame, and they started showing up in pro stock cars around 74. They were obviously very strong, and what's funny is it seemed like for a time that, especially in pro mod racing, it seemed like a time that, okay, well, everything's going to switch over to the traditional automatic transmissions, guys like, Mark Mickey and Rossler and these guys building these indestructible things. But all of a sudden, the Lenko is back.
Lenko or Jeffco? Is Jeffco still?
B&J.
B&J.
Yeah, B&J and Lenko are the two big of that ultra high horsepower, multi-thousand horsepower handling transmissions. But the planetary style transmission is in a bit of a renaissance right now in door slammer racing.
Yeah, if you're unaware of what this transmission is we're talking about, it's a series of planetary gear sets that you pull with big levers. You can actually pull the levers in any order,
yeah,
to do any kind of gear split that you're looking for. And they sell them in segments. I've seen guys with 5 speeds.
Stack them up.
Yeah.
ST1200.
You see
snapping through him. You can watch the thing kind of bounce up and down as he pulls the levers. Meanwhile, the F-150 manages a 948 at 144 miles an hour. 1014, $137 for the small block, Mopar. Scott Miller coming up right-hand side. Miller, the Pro Street naturally aspirated Mustang. Really, really awesome car. The Miller family, great heritage competing in these events.
That Mustang, a Pro Street naturally aspirated Ford FE.
And Mitch Culp, the 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, car we saw in the staging lanes just a few minutes ago. The Belvedere running in the Street Race Big Block Nationally Aspirated category.
126.60 foot out of the Mustang. Quarter mile 794 with a 5. 174 miles an hour with that naturally aspirated fastback Mustang.
Single run quickest of this category ever was Doc McIntyre at 789. So he is
knocking on the door,
within spitting distance of him there. Very nice run.
And the left-hand side, 996 with an 8, 132.27.
Good to see Scott. Good to see Jack down there too, Mr. Miller.
Oh, there he is.
Way to kick it off. Jack, of course, came with the twin McCulloch supercharged Mustang back in the Pump Gas Drags days.
Paxton, I would say.
Oh, Paxton, that's right. Paxton's,
yeah.
Yes. Ford Falcon left-hand side in silver goes 933, 142. Running in unlimited over there, again, because of likely chassis setup on that car. It fell into unlimited. 1041, 141 right-hand side for the Street Race Small Block Power Adder entry. Now let's go to the deep end of the swimming pool.
With Ned Dunphy and the Viper, they have been putting a lot of years and a lot of laps and a lot of miles on this thing to make sure that they complete their drag week.
He was in shape not too long ago, a year or two ago anyway, to kind of be the guy, and then he suffered basically cruising down the highway, and things went completely south with the motor one night out of almost nowhere, which sunk him at that point. This car also has set the all-time height record for an intake manifold lid, which at Carolina Dragway, if you remember that, he shot this thing a couple hundred feet in the air. We had to send Warren Evans into the woods with a chainsaw and a taser to stop bears. He had to go so deep in there to get it, but he did. He succeeded in recovering the top lid of the intake manifold. We should be looking for a run somewhere around 250 miles an hour and potentially in the 5s here. The all-time in-competition drag and drive run, the one you called, the only one that's ever happened during an event, was Tom Bailey's 599 at Bowling Green, Kentucky. That is the single quickest in-competition drag and drive run ever made.
And my single most competent call of all time.
I would agree with everything you've just said.
Now and into the future.
Yeah.
I have no hope.
Yeah. Ned Dunphy's got plenty of hope. It's day one on a beautiful racetrack on a beautiful morning. He went 247 yesterday. Can he run 250 miles an hour today?
Dips in shallow.
No, he cannot. Tire shake off the starting line. Decided to dip his toe back into it at mid-course, and Dunphy, with a bad trail of weird smoke out of the back of it, it's dissipated pretty quickly.
He stayed in that tire shake quite a ways.
Yeah, it was shaking out past the Christmas tree, and then he was kind of idling and leaned into it mid-course where it broke the tires loose again, but Dunphy's going to take it around the corner as our scooter. Give it a look-see. So tough break there for Dunphy. Obviously, this racetrack has got plenty of teeth in it. Very tight out there, and slicks wrapped up as he came off the starting line. Clear bill of health at the top end, so we're going to fire up the next pair. Phil Tobin, the 1993 Corvette with the lightning bolt down the side of it. And Bill Fair, the 1956 Chevrolet, coming up here. Fair running in the Ultimate Iron category. So interesting that we saw that tire shake out of Dunphy's car. Certainly some of the bigger, higher horsepower players have yet to run, so a little bit of an indicator to them how tight it could be out there with manage and launch RPM and all the stuff you got to do to get one of these cars down the racetrack and through that all-critical low-gear area. So the Ultimate Iron 56 Chevrolet in red, the 56 Chevy 210 model. Oh, man, broke the tires loose. Almost like it ran out of shock travel out there. He's going to pedal it and still run 764 at 200. Yowza. 003 and 004 lights, maybe the most impressive thing I've ever seen at Drag Week, by the way.
It just doesn't happen.
840 at 158 miles an hour on the right side. But, man, the 56 is very fast. I mean, it looked like a reasonably fast car, but, man, once it got working out there, it is real fast.
Unlike you, this is lucid.
It is. It is lucid. Like me, it is wide and round.
And very slow to 60 feet. At least last night it was. So this is an all-electric car that they're now backing out of the lights. And we saw it go 980 yesterday, but apparently it's been down 920.
Brutal.
He is in the Street Machine Eliminator class. Oh, as the Chevelle hikes the front end, bounces a couple times, makes his way down. The Lucid is in Street Machine Eliminator, so he can't hand in a time slip quicker than 10.0, but it is legal to run stuff like that 989 at 148 that it just ran. The Chevelle, 969, 140.
Keith Seaman driving the Chevelle over there, that 140-mile-an-hour piece. He was bound and determined not to be passed by the electric car, and he did stave him off to the stripe. Diesel action on the right side. First diesel we've seen running in the unlimited category. This is the one and only Dave Workman.
12 valve in that thing? I only know that because KJ told me, just so you know.
Kenny Sellner left-hand side. I wonder if it's got a P-pump on it, old school. Sellner in the 4th generation Chevrolet Camaro. Oh, man, that thing's working.
Getting down.
Sellner hits the tree for 007. Workman for 41. We got some drivers out here this year. 876, 154. A nice run for the truck.
That has to run an unlimited because of the configuration.
864, 160 for the 4th gen Chevrolet. One of the cars people truly love, the rusty old Nova. Randy's going to be coming up here in a few minutes, or a few pair, I should say.
Nick Delano in the Challenger. Jody Ames in the Mustang.
Mustangs seem to have actually come out of gear out there. You heard the thing just rev to the moon. The Challenger with the Gen 3 Hemi in it is going to go 1076, 123. The Mustang has gone southward in the driveline of that car because it is just going to coast very slowly through at 55 miles an hour. It's odd. It launched kind of okay, and then all of a sudden the revs just went to the moon. But yes, the 1966 Chevelle on the left-hand side of the racetrack coming up next, as that is the Altitude Award winner in terms of induction system. Gunmetal gray car running in street race, small block power adder. And if you're wondering what the power adder is, you're watching the wrong show. So that is Kyle Moss in the Chevelle. And the Blueprint powered Malibu.
I haven't looked at that program yet. I wonder if it's the 1,000 horsepower Blueprint engine in that thing as it goes 975 at 136. The Chevelle 1161 at 101. That thing is powered obviously by Blueprint and also Gearstar transmissions.
Chris Boyce driving the Blueprint machine. And Galimi told me it was some kind of a new, he didn't specify what type of engine it was, but it's a new Blueprint motor that they are kind of sussing out here and doing some testing on.
The 1,000 horse big block, I presume, 632 deal.
Beautiful black Nova leaving the starting line.
The Nova on the right-hand side gets there 1070 with a 628 miles an hour, and the left-hand lane 1012 at 130. And here on the starting line is the car that is a threat to Mike Finnegan in the A-gas category. Yeah, you can see Finnegan there watching him. That's not going to be a representative run. But we'll look at the mile an hour and we'll see how much Finnegan puckers on that thing. As you see his video crew down there shooting his YouTube. 153 miles an hour, 911 for the Nova. 1146 at 129 left-hand side as we get Jeff Lutz in the burnout box.
So Lutz rolling up here into the Camaro has publicly stated the intention here is to run fives every day, heating the Goodyear slicks on the back of the turbocharged entry.
And keep in mind, Jeff Lutz right here, way back in 2016, set the quickest average ever at Drag Week. Over 5 days, he averaged a 6:19.
Jeff, his son Jeffrey, behind the race car. It's an incredible story. The fact that he's even here. Jeff and Jeffrey, along with his wife Christine, they were driving to the Pacific Northwest to race in Spokane, Washington. They were hit head-on by a drunk driver. Their toter home burned to the ground. I mean, legitimately nothing left. The trailer, thankfully, was as torched and smoked out as it looked. The contents of the trailer, okay, he didn't have this car with him. He had his no-prep-style car with him, but it was such a catastrophe and calamity. We wondered behind the scenes if he was still going to come. He told us very short time ago he was, and that announcement was made the other day to great fanfare.
Yeah, he kept it real quiet for a long time, which I don't blame him, because anything can happen at the last minute. You don't show up, and then you've created a drama for absolutely no reason. And Lutz is, no stranger to internet drama.
No, he is not. No, he is not. Well seasoned in the art. So right now, low ET of the morning is 628. If we look at that as an overall picture, we can look at his individual performance, but in terms of the event itself, 628 is the quickest pass we've seen all morning. How many attempts will Jeff make to go fives? He hopes 1. The run he made yesterday at just 222 miles an hour, indicative of the fact he lifted early. This car capable of going in the 580s. Low gear is going to tell us the story.
Nope.
And it's going to tell us a story of very high-frequency tire shake that he is going to shut the car off and bring it back around into the lanes. They didn't miss it by much. I would argue that they were closer than Dunphy's setup on that first pass, only in the fact that the tire shake, the car tried to drive out and then it went into shake versus just wadding the tire up immediately. He stepped on the gas.
So you'll see that faster tire shake when they've got enough wheel speed to keep it from really wadding up.
So he was out of it quickly, didn't even have to pull the parachutes out of it, and he will be back around the corner. Another of our gasser competitors here, an A-gasser that, again, Finnegan's paying close attention to.
It's got a 555 big block Chevy blower shop supercharger. He's run it on E85. He's got those injectors in the side of the case, and it did go 889 yesterday.
Twice off.
Wheel stand, and he's out of it. He went for the quadruple bouncer, and he's back in it inexplicably. And out.
Mustang on the left-hand side is going to run around, and that is Greg Black over there. Goes 1048, 119. The tale of two tires, what we just saw out there. We saw a set of drag radials on the back of that Nova that just dug in, bit, and drove the car into a wheel stand versus the big slicks that are having more of a trouble with the racetrack because of how tight it is. You saw the radials love it. I mean, the thing dead hooked and tried to drive itself up over backward. Keith Baker, the 1979 Malibu. Baker in the Malibu, and on the opposite side, Joe Ocone.
Oh, Joe Ocone. All right. He's the guy who makes the Ocone intake manifold for the Gen 3 Hemi.
Oh, cool. Okay. So he's got an LS in this thing.
Right. Yeah, he's running all motor small block with the silver dart. And, of course, the Malibu on the right-hand side is one of those cars hunting for a perfect 850.
Lonnie Grimm says, well, he said this a while ago, if you're not an A or B group car and have not made a run yet, the lanes will close in 15 minutes. So that is going to be closing quicker than that. So if you're an A or B group car that has not made a lap yet, get in there, as Ocone is going to leave the starting line well behind the Malibu. And the Malibu is going to run quicker at 8:56 at 156 miles an hour as part of the street race small block power adder category.
That looks like fresh news, actually, from Lonnie. So you got 15 minutes if you're in Alpha or Bravo, A or B.
So the big, heavy Chevelle coming up on the right-hand side. The Chevelle running in Pro Street, naturally aspirated. And Brandon Shee for the 1983 S10 truck. Very, very clean S10. Well done over there. Paintwork is perfect. We see all sides of it out here. You see the perfect paintwork, and then we saw the Ranger with the Sanford & Son logo painted on the door earlier. Nothing doing for the S10. Really had to pedal it before he even got to the Christmas tree. Chevelle on big tires. 788-2, 166 miles per hour in Pro Street. Naturally aspirated. Nice run. As a single run and Pro Street naturally aspirated, that 788-2 is 8 thousandths quicker than the single run of 789-0 made by Doc McIntyre in 2019. So if, again, a record keeping is accurate, which I have no reason to believe it isn't, that by 8 thousandths of a second would be the quickest Pro Street naturally aspirated run made at the event ever. We'll find out if it translates into long-term performance this week. Chris Engel, 1965 Nova. Mustang on the right side of Kyle Raposa. And I misspoke earlier. The 599 run for Tom Baylor was at VMP. I said Bowling Green.
Oh, yeah. Virginia.
Good working race car over there. Nova's 129 in the 8th mile. 837.1 in the unlimited iron category. Not a top of the charts type of run, but a serviceable run at that. Likely one that'll put that racer on the road. The G category of Super Street Small Block Power Adder, an 852.7, 161. Getting there, just depending on how serious you want to get with it.
I have called in for the official ruling about the records. I do believe that the record has to be any day except for the first day. So we will get the word about
we're
that.
just square body pickup truck rolling in, drag radials on the back, absolutely flawless paint. Bob Perry in that 1987 C10. Over on the opposite side, it is fully whited out map of Dan Dinan. Dinan's got the big chin spoiler on the front of that thing. Set of Mickeys on the back of it. Bumping and bouncing his way into the fully staged position. Dinan giving free lessons on how to leave the starting line there. 43 light to the 374 opposite. 859, 161 miles an hour. A runner in the modified power adder category. The pickup truck goes 892.9, 150.45. Takes some power to push one of those things through at 150 miles an hour. The street race small block power adder truck on the Napa side.
Grabiak is back.
Yeah, you got to love the Grabiak family.
I like the new candy stripe on the top.
I do. I like it too. Everybody does red and white. I get it, but the blue and white's nice. Sleepy little Mustang across the racetrack over there. It's looks pretty comic of pose, but it's got a parachute hanging off the back of it,
which typically means 150 miles an hour.
It's Dave Straley over there. Straley at 134 in the 8th. He's getting there. 868 at almost 170.
That's a big mile an hour for an 868. Look at this, 60 foot's only 149.
Man, that car is the sleeper of the meet so far for me. That thing is great. And he's running in the street race big block power adder class.
874 at the 8th also doesn't add up, does it? Isn't that a little
577 to the 8th, 868 out the back.
Yeah, the 577 not a little bit slow for that?
Well, the back half of it may be a little bit slow, but needless to say that I think this guy's playing the game in a smart fashion.
I think there's that.
The Sinbad 55 Chevy, B-gasser rolling up right side.
You know what makes this genius is that it's got like that slab serif font that looks like the Bad Man.
Oh, yeah, I gotcha. The famous model kit.
Nice wheelie, heading over to the left-hand side. Seeing some sparks coming out from under that car. As the twin turbo, I think big block Dart goes through at 892, 155. And the 943, 152 on the right-hand side. Look at this Model A.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that thing. And look, the kidney bean style slot mags on the front of it, blown motor in the front of it, and that is a cool car. Unchopped too, right?
Yep, appears to be. It's actually pretty similar to my garbage, except blown. Oh, look, wheels up in that A-gas Model A. Will he go down at 850? You know, you can have a funny car cage in this category. You can go quicker than that. 995, 131.
That is Jesse Helger. And the Helger family out of Rhode Island. Of course, they ran the 55 Chevy kind of two-lane blacktop style looking car for a while. But nice run there for Jesse Helger and another period perfect car for the boy. Hey, okay. The old man's here. We got the whole crowd here. Ray Helger walking off the starting line with his sunglasses on. Looks like he's gotten younger since I first met him 20 years ago. He used to own Ohio Georgia's Cammer funny car.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They got all kinds of stuff.
Well, and also that 55 that went down that I mentioned had the slab serif on it. That was also a Helger car.
Scott Glassbrook right side, Jeff Oppenheim on the left. Glassbrook goes 846.5 at 156 miles an hour in modified power adder. 886 with a deuce at 153 for Oppenheim on the street race small block power adder category list. Good rhythm. We're hitting a little good rhythm right now. Sending a lot of vehicles down the racetrack. You got to love it. One of them's going to be Cannon Hall, the 1977 C10. In the Corvette of Scott Mandel. The Z06. There's another serious-looking unlimited car on the way up. The coupe with the Gigundo wing coming off the back of it. That's in. Truck's in.
Truck was deep.
$938, $145 for the C10, $981, $134 on the Napa side for the Corvette. Pretty even matchup there, actually. The Vet was off the starting line first by a tenth of a second.
Deep stage is not really the right move in drag week.
Super shallow is always the win here. You want as much absolute elapsed time as possible. The Challenger rolling up on the right side has a Holly Hiram style intake manifold on it, which leads me to believe
they make one for a Hemi.
But still. I like the fact that the luggage rack is still in the trunk of the Mustang over there. It's a nice, classy touch. Mike Mayon. 89 Mustang.
Challenger's moving all around.
And the Challenger's going to go through at a kind of a coasting speed. 865, 160 for Mayon in the Mustang Street Race Small Block Power Adder entry. 1092 at only 93 miles an hour for the Challenger. 34 Ford Coupe. Twin turbo LS motor in it.
Look how he's got the turbo set up so they look like the headlights on the thing. They've actually got some LED rings that are on the filters for the street driving. Yeah. They just got this together. I think he told me that it's been in the high 7s, but it definitely needs some shakedown.
And what are we backing him off here for a moment?
People in the chat are complaining, Brian, about your fake corporate laugh. apparently not realizing that I'm just not funny.
A fake corporate laugh.
That's what they said.
Listen, if I had a fake corporate laugh, I'd be making real corporate money. And that ain't happening.
Not at this joint.
No. How about you, person, at your fake corporate job, complaining, yeah, How about I'm going to attack you back now.
How's your cube?
Yeah, how's the accounting office today, Peggy? Yeah. Get those TPS reports in yet on Monday morning? Flat drag's out there. So no cleanup or anything out here, folks. Just doing a little track maintenance, as we always do from time to time here, sending a lot of traffic down the racetrack. Just want to keep the surface as even as we can for all of our competitors.
Here's a fair question from the chat. Is 1320 Video here? Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
The 20th anniversary of them beginning to cover Hot Rod Drag Week.
Not only that,
yeah.
You mentioned 1320 Video. 1320 Video guy is on his computer. His eyes shot over here.
That's right.
He's like, what is this? What's going to happen next?
Uh-oh. What's he going to say? What's he going to do?
So I met you at the very first drag week. I met Kyle at the very first drag week, and it was just it's a cool thing. But, yeah, it's great to have those guys out here this week, and lots of folks kind of running around with the whole tour.
Well, in the early years, that was always a big drama because the corporate guys they're like, why would you have another media outlet out here? And this is before the days where
it was literally before YouTube.
It was before YouTube. It was before social media was really a thing. And that whole, let's collab, let's rise all ships. Yeah. That whole deal just wasn't a thing. And they were very competitive. And they're like, why would we give another media outlet? And there was this big drama about it. A couple times I told Kyle, just show up.
Yeah, just show up. Yeah.
The corporate guys are not going to notice this.
That was my job. My first drag week, I was also one of those outside media outlets. I was there for Competition Plus to follow around and just write a story about the event. And like the 05 version of like trying to find a hotel that actually had internet that you would plug into the wall. You would bring your cable thing with you. It's like, oh, these guys have T1 internet hookups. Try to get your stuff filed every night. Is the 34 Ford going to roll in? A 4-link style rear suspension in it. And the wagon, look at the intake manifold on the wagon. The billet, kind of 2.5 looking deal.
Yeah, I can't tell what's going on there.
It looks like a Mike Janis Pro Mod style injector hat.
It's the Snuffleupagus is what that is.
You can see the turbochargers kind of peeking out through the top of the hood on that thing. And this high sign given to heat the tires.
This is an appropriately roomy announcer's booth here, isn't it great?
It really is. It really is. It's nice.
There's no big pole down the middle of it?
Nope.
You can see through the glass.
Can't even think of a place like that.
There's no fog on the inside of it?
No.
There's no bullet holes?
No bullet holes. Yeah, if we go through the list of the check boxes of Drag Week announcing booths that we have rolled through, the opaque glass, that one was my favorite.
Yeah, or it's got the film on it with all the little holes on it. That's like the tint that's not tint.
Yes, it's all bubbling up. We've
it's
had
the eye
of those.
teaser.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like playing one of those optical illusion games.
I will say this, though. Getting an entry list put into a computer system at a racetrack at this event is impossible.
Yes.
Has been for
some
21 years.
Wait till you see me on Friday without Brian when I'm up here looking up numbers on the sheets by myself trying to make it happen.
Nick Cryer is in that Ford coupe.
Nick Cryer of Milk Truck fame.
And Nick Turner is in the wagon. Nice. Cryer's on a nice lick here. 121 short.
He's out of it.
Still coast to 104 the 8th mile, but that thing was getting with the program.
Yeah, it was. Could have been a shakedown for him. Planned shut off.
13-11 at just 85 for the wagon, so neither the wagon or the coupe able to make it to the finish line. Old school NMRA True Street stickers on the quarter windows of the Mustang convertible rolling up.
C, Charlie, lanes are open. C group, your lanes are open.
Chris Welch in the Mustang convertible. And that emerald green car over there, that is Sean Cooper. Oh, and Finnegan's coming through the water box.
Live feed, folks. If you're into Finnegan, you want to spread the word that he's up here making another attempt. But first, pair of Fox Mustangs.
And if you love 426 Hemis, avert your eyes.
Yeah, look away. It's gruesome.
Cooking. But, man, the convertible, 141 in the 8 is going to drive around him down there. 793 at 173 miles an hour. 866 at 158. Man, convertible getting it. I mean, the thing was 127 early, and then it really poured the power on.
It's a little bit of Puff the Magic Dragon down there. What do you think that was all about?
Could just be fuel.
A and B lanes are closed, but C is on the
open.
way up. C, make it happen.
So Mike Finnegan rolling up the Blasphemy 426 blown Hemi. You can see the injector on top of the supercharger. He made a couple of test shots yesterday, or at least one you saw?
One, it did not go down. Sounded like the rev limiter never let go when the clutch came out. He does hold the record in class for a single pass at 8:52 with a 9. He also has the weekly average record, and that was 2019 when we were right here in Maryland.
Jim Wyant, right side in the Chevrolet Camaro.
Oh, he gets the tires way up. He's staying in.
Get out of here.
Pedal job, Finnegan. Look at that. Did you see him drive
That
it out?
was a multiple gear shifts in the air deal, 953, 148. Finnegan to about roughly almost exactly 330 feet on the rear tires. It landed with a bit of a thud. He shifts the thing twice, I believe, with the car in the air.
And then the door pops open on the landing.
Yowza.
Okay, well, that was decorative, and it's going to make for a good YouTube thumbnail.
Yeah.
But it's not going to help him out in his competition here.
1043, 133 after he tripped the 60-foot clocks at 140 with the rear tires, and he might have got the 330 clocks with the rear tires as well. He definitely shifted that thing twice before it landed. And it was tracking dead straight.
It was. That's what was cool about it.
That was Stubby Bob levels of goodness out there.
Oh, no, that was way better than Stubby Bob. I wonder if he still has the dry sump on that thing. He had a dry sump on it.
Okay.
To keep that from destroying stuff.
I hope he did, because it was up there long enough and high enough that if he doesn't, that would maybe an issue.
Bryant Goldstone up here with his brand new car. You can see the tape on the front end here. This thing, parachute did not come out yesterday. They parked it up in the beach. Obviously got the car back together.
227 mile an hour terminal speed yesterday. That precipitated his trip into the sand trap. So Goldstone is going to try to avert the tire shake issues that have stricken the other real high horsepower cars out here. Definitely neat to see that he has brought the car out. There was some question as to whether or not he would bring the Javelin back or bring this car out, which has been, as they all are, a Thrash. But he's evolved his program. This 53 Corvette body style and Pro Mod had a bit of a run, and then they don't see too many of them anymore. So it's neat to see this one in now street-driven ragged edge trim. Brian Goldstone, a dominating force in drag and drive across the country. The Javelin's been his signature, but the Corvette is the new weapon of choice. And man alive, okay. Rattled the tire just past 60 feet. 666 at 229 miles an hour at the finish line stripe with the parachutes out. Chernobyl called. They said, man, the converter's getting warm in that car. He was on that thing for a hot second, and the temperature rises very, very quickly in those things, so there was definitely a lot of heat in it.
Brian Anders in the Chevette. John Mankia in the 71 Camaro.
The Chevette finds itself, as it usually does, in unlimited. Modified power adder for Mankia in the Camaro, 861 140, and the Chevette at 1073 at 125 miles per hour.
We've always dug this 70 fastback Mustang here, tooting a little bit of nitrous.
Yeah, Jason Nesheim in that car, or Nesheim. And then on the opposite side of the racetrack, that is going to be Jason Willis in the 07 Corvette. Willis has, looks like Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson out there getting a peek at things. So that Mustang just doing what it does. Good size tire on it, planted hard, goes 869 154, a 999.6 at 133 for the Corvette. Dave Schroeder coming up right now. 872 cubic inches.
And our only nitrous winner in the history of Drag Week. Oh, wait. Eddie Miller.
Yes, Eddie Miller, who somewhere has just burst out into tears of happy memories upon hearing his name mentioned. So for Schroeder, you know, circumstantially, we look at the tire shake issues that the other cars we've seen have, and they've used turbochargers, which in theory are, you know, a more gentle way to introduce power, right? You can ramp it in. Every time he hits this thing with a kit, it's going to spike, and you can manage it to a degree, but it's going to be interesting to see if he and John Enns have come up with a tune-up that will work. And it does seem as though Schroeder has a slightly smaller tire on this thing than maybe he did run in the past.
Maybe they're trying to get the shake out of it? No.
That was a quick stage and a quicker tree, so Schroeder will definitely be back for another attempt at it. It spun the tire upon the mere thought of hitting the gas.
Schroeder, of course, got in Keith and Tanya Turk's Camaro at Bonneville this year.
Yes.
And set a record and got into the Bonneville 200-mile-an-hour club. Which, by the way, you do have to set a record to do that. It's not just a joyride at 200.
Nick Reinhardt coming up, 1967 Nova. And a really nice looking Fox going to roll up here on the left-hand side. That car was actually staying at the same locale.
And the Nova is Pro Street power adder. Pro Street is basically a back half car. When you get into Unlimited Iron and Unlimited, the two classes that are right above them, those are full tube chassis cars. So this thing is a back half.
Anthony Leone will be coming up in that Mustang when it will be apparently part of the next pair. So it's going to be all Reinhardt all the time on this right side. He's running in Pro Street power adder, so we should see a pretty significant number out of this car if it is a player. And if memory serves correct, Nick Reinhardt is a player. Gone. 117 down low, 461 in the 8th mile. Reinhardt goes 712 at 195 miles an hour. Within a tenth of a second, if you will, of Glenn Hunter's 7 flat from last year, the single run record for the category. So a very nice lick to open the weekend for Nick Reinhardt.
And we heard that Glenn himself was out here but scuffed a piston on.
And you can hear Leone now. He's manually shifting that thing, blowing the carbon out of the exhaust at high RPM. The competition running over in the street race small block power adder category, 936, 159. And Leone goes 1076 at 126 miles per hour.
And the Nova. This thing is powered by a Boss 429 style Ford.
Steve Speece out of Illinois, backing his way up, former Mountain Motor Pro Stock racer, among other categories. I want to believe that this car podiumed last year, right? Remember, he was, yeah, he was. It was took a couple of years to get it to where they could finish the week, but it's a really neat piece. The guy's kind of directing him in there as his co-driver, and a guy who did a lot of work on this car. He is I would be underselling him to tell you that this guy is effectively a rocket scientist, because that's really what the guy is, and a hot rodder.
And, you know, if we had a Best Appearing or a Best Engineered award, I would lean towards this.
Yeah, it really is amazing.
The shotgun motor.
Flickering the top ball. He was in relatively deep, but he's going to take the pass anyway. Hooked up and gone is Steve Spiess. 163 in the 8th mile, and Spiess goes 684 with a 2 at 209 miles an hour. And you can tell by the crew guys' adulation, that is exactly what they were trying to accomplish. Over 200 miles per hour for Spiess across the finish line. Shoots out. They'll make the corner, and that is going to be a good way for them to pack up and move on. For a guy who's won a lot of events, he won national events at this race, the old President's Cup Nationals that took place here every year in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. He was a part of it. Off goes the 5-liter Mustang, running in street race small block power adder with slightly more than 5 liters now. 834, 767 miles an hour for Dustin Safford in that 87 Ford Mustang.
I'm getting news out here that Dunphy is looking at fixing his ring and pinion on that Viper.
And yes, Jeff Stacy coming in off the top rope. Carl Scott, the winner of the very first drag week, was in fact a nitrous car. So a small handful of our 21 winners at this race.
I think the factoid I was looking for is fastest nitrous car, not sole.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, like the overall quickest guy who's ever done it on the juice. Monte Carlo Super Sport over there, left-hand side, trouble. He's going to lift early. Meanwhile, the modified power adder truck goes 961, 345.56. Jim Tracy was the guy in that 89 Chevrolet truck. Nice primered up, half-ton Chevy pickup rolling up on the left side.
The Dirty Diamond.
And that Dirty Diamond being driven by Chris Conlon.
It's a 67. How do I know, Brian?
Let's see. Is that one of the wayward vehicles you've recently acquired?
Small rear window.
What year's the one you just got?
Which one?
The one that looks like that.
I got a 69 with a 71 or 2 grill on it.
I thought you got some green one that was all...
That's that one.
Oh, okay.
Look at the wheel stand on the S10. He let off, went for a couple bounces.
Devin Madison clearancing the bottom of that thing. Madison's going to go 1038 at 139 miles an hour, 903, 149 left side. That is effing awesome. That is absolutely fantastic. That is Phil Gutledge on the left-hand side. You can see the roots blown motor. You can see the carbon fiber injector hat and what is a full-on extended cab S10 truck Pro Mod chassis.
That's not leftover Pro Stock truck?
Not with the
the bed height,
not with the Frenched-in Cadillac Escalade taillights in it.
Okay,
yeah.
That could have happened after the fact.
Yeah.
But
no, bed height's way high.
right, the bed height is the tell.
And I just think, and it may, I mean, the nose and stuff may be that way, but I think the actual chassis structure itself is more robust than we would have seen in one of the small block powered
I
Pro
thought
stock
it
trucks.
might have just been the body, but clearly not. I'll shut up now. I'll practice my shut up.
Matt Caramano, 1972 Nova, right side. If things go right for this truck, we should see something pretty good here. Clean. 143 in the 8th mile, and the blown pickup goes 772, 177.
We got some racers from New Zealand out here on the left-hand side.
They have come with their Corvette. I'm not sure if they shipped the Corvette over here, if they bought it stateside, the 1973 Stingray. Got the Super Pro ET designation on the side like they're running a points meet at the local drag strip, which you got to like.
And a blower on that deal.
And apparently nitrous, right? It's got hard nitrous lines plumbed in underneath it.
Not fuel injection?
Would those be FI? Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't see any solenoids or anything. Yeah, those would be. But it's got a plate under the hat.
Yeah, that could be injectors.
Yeah, injectors, yeah. Would have been cooler if it was spray.
Spray on top of a Roots blower is actually really good. So's the parachute on the back of this thing. That holds some promise.
Jesse Harris on the right side. Harris, the longtime diesel runner over here, the Duramax-powered half-ton truck. He is gone, and the Kiwis will make a nice opening shot in their Corvette. 880 at 156 miles an hour from Mike Carlton. And a 918 at 145 miles an hour for the pickup truck. Lynette Jankuski coming back up in her Malibu Monte Carlo, I should say, for the second time. And the Nova on the left-hand side, what, a 74, 75-ish?
Disco.
Yeah.
Generically, Disco Nova. 75 to 79.
That is Robert Williams out of Florida in that Nova over there. And Williams very lazy off the starting line, then pours in the power late in the run, goes 935.5 at 168 miles an hour, running in Super Street small block power adder. Jankuski goes 943, 143. She's a Pro Street naturally aspirated entry. Ah, yes, who can forget? The color that haunts my dreams and eyeballs every year at Drag Week.
Wintergreen?
Something of that nature. Bob Ruppel is back. And he has stalwartly stayed with this color from bumper to bumper. Anthony Cruciata right side in the SN95 Mustang.
Can stalwart become an adjective? I mean,
it just did.
Yeah.
And, man, you could hear Ruppel's car jump out of gear at the top end. 852.9, 157. Cruciata, 990 with a 4 at 129 for Ruppel as that thing hit the chip when he was trying to shift it into high gear. Got the Corvette, the Cadillac CTSV. Steve Corson is over there in the Cadillac, and Corson's car stumbled off the starting line. 990 at 137 miles an hour for Mike Matchnick in that 14 model year Ford Mustang. So the Caddy's going to back its way off the starting line.
$6,500 viewers now Our daily uniques is going to be pretty high based on our average. That's great.
Yes. Thanks, Peggy, from accounting. Bob Nimzik coming up on the left-hand side, the Backyard Bandit. Jackie Steinke's dad in the Backyard Bandit over there. And the Molly Milk truck, right-hand side. Being piloted by Mark Cryer. 63 Divco. Yes, Detroit Industrial Vehicle Company. We'll just get that out of the way right now.
I didn't know you knew that.
I just figured it's like listening to your grandfather tell a story at Thanksgiving. You want to hear it every year. Sometimes you just want to get it done before the appetizers show up. So the Backyard Bandit rolls in left side. Divcolicious off the starting line, carrying the front end about 60 feet. And Nimzik goes 10:39 ahead of the Divcos, 10:75 at 123, avoiding the ignominious fate of losing to a milk truck.
It was a serviceable wheelie.
It
wasn't everything that they could have given us.
It was classy. It was nice. Right. It's like, hey, I can do it. I'm not going to overdo it. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to show you I can. Don't make me do more of this. It's what I do. It's class. Malibu rolling up left-hand side. That is a fresh paint job on that baby. Adam Burnley in the 79 Malibu. And on the right side, it is the little Dodge Dart. Mike Turner. Jeff Lutz, you have a package in the office. Jeff Lutz, you have a package in the office. KB, you have a package in the office, too. The office. As we'd say up at home, the Dodge Dot goes down the right side, 1093, 123. 1180, 112, left-hand side for the Malibu. El Camino left-hand side, the El Camino running. With that centerline set of mags on it, the right-hand side of the racetrack, the stack-injected Nova, running in the street race small block naturally aspirated category. The Nova goes down the right side, 1019, 128 miles an hour, and 1126.5, 115 miles an hour for the El Camino. KJ Jones coming in off the top rope, letting us know that Josie Kirker in that 57 Chevy Bel Air, 17 years old.
In the Angry Prune.
The angry Prune. Is there any other kind?
I was waiting for you to think that was me.
No. I just know that your odd levels of consumption of the prune juice leads you to this thing. Rick Callahan, the 2020 Challenger. A car that you once owned, not that particular car, but a late model Challenger. You gave it away on the internets. Josie goes 10:05, 133. The Challenger goes 10:07, 135. Little nitrous being whipped out of the 1974 Pontiac GTO. Carol Barhorst in that car over there, which she has run successfully for several years. 74 GTO was the last of the line before the revival of the GTO in the 2000s. And the Charger Scat Pack 392 car on the right side. Barhorst 102 in the 8th. Little puff of smoke down there, but nothing big. Goes 1060, 126. 1232 Ford, 109 miles an hour out of the Charger. Were you sad at all to see your Charger go? Or was it a moment of joy when it departed your company?
Challenger, neither yes nor no.
You had no feelings on the matter.
The 50 other cars in the driveway sort of vaporized my concern over one of them leaving.
Ironically, the only one that wasn't leaking of those 50 is the one that was sent packing.
What I do is go to the most reliable, comfortable one that's functional with the best mileage, and that's what I typically get rid of.
When you want to weed them out.
It's a pattern.
Dodge truck on the left side. And the S10 in that bright orange color on the right. That is Justin Kinsler, and the truck goes 1031, 129. 1397 out of 82 miles an hour. And on behalf of Trees, I'd like to just apologize. You're just eating them up in here. We got a lot of paper going on in here. It's flying everywhere.
If you folks in the chat have anything that you need to know from KJ Jones down in the staging lanes, post that up there. We can relay the message. Right now, we don't have him on live, but he has recorded a bunch of interviews with drivers that will be playing throughout the day.
$996.4, 132 down the right side. A 1093.3, 117 down the left-hand side of the drag strip. Duramax Power GMC rolling up on 4 slick tires. Aaron Green in the half-ton truck, but the big crew cab job on the left-hand side set down with a diesel motor in it.
Are you sure?
It's Dante Delaney. I'm not positive. I am now. Man, that thing cleans up nice once he gets up into the boost. 107 to the 8th mile, and he is just going to freight train that thing through. 10:08, 135.
Someone call Gail Banks and get him on the feed, please. Gail?
No, Gail just shut it off in disgust.
Let me give him a call.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Gail, you can smell the particulate through my phone.
Look at the Monza Coupe.
Mike Delaney in the Pontiac and the Monza Coupe, Dave Dissinger.
He used to be with Pep Boys back when Pep Boys was.
That's right, too. Yes.
He said he's got a little 383 in that thing. And it goes.
Works good.
1053, 127.
That R-class cars are the Street Machine Eliminator entries. So that's when you see an R on there, it's a Street Machine Eliminator driver. And as far as that class goes, the quickest 32 cars go into a bracket-style eliminator at the end of the week.
And they cannot hand in a time slip quicker than 10:0. That's designed to encourage anything with a roll bar to go run in the faster categories, or theoretically faster categories.
And, of course, a first reminder of the week, if you're going to leave, make sure you hand in your time slip. Tanya Turk is set up there with the entire humongous staff that staffs the time slip collection area. We have dozens of people, like Time Life operators, waiting to take your time slips.
It's like a Jerry Lewis telethon over there.
It is, and they're rocking the 06 or 2005 Drag Week T-shirt in the room. It's like a shrine to the shirt. 1047, 124 one side, 1181, 111 on the other. Couple of Street Machine Eliminator runners coming up right now. The Corvette, driven by Zach Moji. And on the opposite side, Tony Benea. Benea in the Nova. And Jim Forbes coming up next in a car, or I should say a truck, that I'm assuming Freiberger enjoys. And Benea did lurched off the start line, then kind of went nowhere. He refired the car. Corvette goes 1199, 113. Stick shifts, a 17-second 60-foot time, because the car did break the beams and then shut off. So he just ran 26 seconds at 127 miles an hour. That's a time slip to keep.
Jim Forbes on the right-hand side out of Arizona, probably the longest distance guy. I mean, some of the guys from New Zealand, no, but he's got a Turbo LS in that thing.
Turbo LS-powered two-door Jeep Cherokee.
You've seen him in past years driving little early Corvette, like a C1, and then after that, or before that, he had the altered wheelbase Nova, the red one with the blown 396 in it. Jim's been doing this a long, long time.
And Timmy Baptista, left side out of Massachusetts in the 1967 Chevelle. And the Forbes cheap, as he calls it, goes 1098, 124. Baptista goes 1045, 127. Baptista running in the street race small block NA category. And as for Jim, Street Machine Eliminator.
And knowing Jim, I'm suspecting he will drive that thing home, and I'll see him at Duct Tape Drags in Tucson about a month from today.
3 Series Beamer coming up right side. Purging the nitrous. The license plate is brilliant. No, it's a GMW.
That's vaping. That was vaping.
That was vaping. It was vaping. We got something powered by a Subaru engine. I was assuming that was going to be the vaping situation. Steve Calloway and the Mustang. Ooh.
Oh, that's a rev limiter.
Oh, third gear, no, fourth gear.
Nah.
F out of here. The GMW goes 1206, 413, and Callaway will coast to a 15 flat at 65.
Ooh, look at the Astro van.
Yes.
On the live feed, we're looking at the Corvette, but we got to be looking. There it is. The Astro. These things are on a Chevy S10 chassis.
I never realized that.
Yeah, so it's pretty easy to. Oh, seriously, you didn't?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know
they
were giving me the Freiburger. Thank
no,
you for
honestly,
telling me.
No,
what
I never knew they shared a chassis with the S10 trucks.
Yes, they do, which makes them easy to hop up, modify, and the front suspension on the S10 is extremely similar to one on a G body.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so
I think you told me that part before. And there goes the AMC wagon with its turbocharged inliner off. American flag proudly in the wind as the Astrovan
goes off with one wheel up, I think. 145 short time. The Astrovan 1087 with a 9, 107. Coasting that junk. Right-hand side, 1112 at 125.
Jason Pollard in the van and looking over in a horrified fashion at the van. That would have been Chris Nelson in his car. Quick check on the Harley Davidson over there. We're going to make sure the track surface is good. That'll bring up Todd Toman. I believe we're still in C group, right? We're still in C grouping. Has Lonnie said we're in C grouping still?
I have not seen any news other than C group. While we're killing time, Brian, this place used to be sanctioned by NASCAR.
So this track, when it switches to NHRA next year, which has been announced, it's going to host the NHRA Potomac Nationals for the first time next year, will become, I believe, the only racetrack that has been sanctioned. I don't, if they were ever AHRA, the only sanction they may not have had is AHRA. They had NASCAR. They're a WDRA track right now. Of course, for years, they're an IHRA national event track with the President's Cup Nationals to be an NHRA track. And so, yeah, they've had them all, and we got to ask Royce if there was any, even for a 6 months period. Otherwise, they'd have every one of them, and I'm not sure anybody else has had that.
Probably a lot of people didn't realize that NASCAR had a drag racing division.
Yeah, up until '69, and it was a full deal. I mean, they had national events, they had a top fuel category, they had all the stuff. Todd Mack, who was one of the owners of this track previously, before Royce Miller was involved in it, many years before Royce was involved in it, I believe, but ran the NASCAR drag racing division in kind of that back half of the late '60s. That is the famed start of the season for Connie Coletta in '67. One of the AHRA winners, the NHRA winners, and the NASCAR winners in a row. Only guy who ever pulled that trifecta off. Big Chevelle goes 10.016, 130 miles an hour. That is Mike Higgins.
Where would the AHRA winners have been in 64? Beeline?
I think it was Beeline. Yeah, it was Beeline.
How about NASCAR?
NASCAR's was in Florida.
So he actually hauled from Florida out to
he won 4 races in a row. He won the actual NASCAR Winter Nationals, and he won a NASCAR sanctioned race the week before that. That was kind of a warm-up event at West Palm Beach.
Okay, that's a hustle.
Yes, it is. They always built the NASCAR. Obviously, the NASCAR Winter Nationals are always built around the Daytona 500 as they ran the whole thing as part of Speed Weeks.
Brian Doyle here on the left. And Clinton Taylor in the 83 Malibu wagon. What's our favorite fun fact on these things, Brian?
On Malibu wagons?
Yeah, it's one that we've also beaten to a fine
The rear
powder.
windows don't roll down?
That's right.
Yes. The Malibu wagon goes 10.89, 124. 11.09, 4, 135 across the racetrack. I mean, there was some kind of sadistic guy that was sitting in engineering going like, I got one for us.
Yeah. We're going to put the rear wheel wells right here, but you know what that does? You can't roll down the rear window.
But at least the air conditioner will blow at a solid 81 degrees at max cool. Fine.
How does your dog drool down the side of your car when the window won't go down?
Yeah, how do you get that to happen? Hellcat powered Charger right side, the quarter horse Customs Mustang opposite that machine. The Mustang driven by Kyle Dennis. Dennis goes to 12.14, 117 running in Street Machine Eliminator, as is the Hellcat of John Sally.
Another drag week veteran.
Seeing the step side S10 rolling up on the right and the Malibu and Hugger Orange on the left.
You know what's interesting, Brian, is the S10 is actually on an Astrovan chassis.
Dave Studley on the left side making notes. Oh man, I think the S10/Astro chassis truck hit the chip out there. You saw a bunch of carbon out of the exhaust. 1026, 133. Truck goes 1166 at 106. Say it, you want to.
On the starting line, we have Mustangs a pair. Was that it?
Oh, that was absolutely it. You delivered the goods. You delivered the goods. Left side's going to be the quicker of the two. 1057 outrunning the 1203. That 1057 belongs in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category. The car driven by Chris Mustachio. More of the F-150 goodness over there. The short bed single cab F-150s, there was a dealer. I think the guy was in Kansas last year selling those things.
Great. Yeah.
So it was like, what is it, 750 horse package, I think, out the door for like 40 grand.
Yeah, it was a 5-liter that had the Ford Performance or Ford Racing or whatever they called it that week supercharger on it. It was basically, I think it was a Whipple.
Whipple, yeah.
Yeah. That was a great deal.
And so Tim Hessen on the right side in the Chevelle. The F-150 goes 1172, 117. Hessen goes 1118, 117 in the Chevelle.
Hessen went 442 red. I don't know if you'll recall, Brian, how many people at Drag Week leave before the tree is activated.
Oh, man. Yeah.
It happens
it's tremendous.
all the time.
It is tremendous.
I don't know what happens. On screen, you see this car, which is actually an EV.
Home-built EV of Paul Mangelsdorf. We met Paul, I believe it was 2 drag weeks ago. And, he built this whole thing himself. It has parts. I think it's a Tesla motor, GM battery, but he did this whole thing himself. It's a neat project.
It's a 40 Chevy and a conglomeration of all kinds of other junkyard trash.
I think at one point he was pedaling this thing, charging it off an exercise bike on the last drag week.
Oh, this time something didn't look good. Okay, he's going to roll down. I thought it was a little locked up.
10:27, 129. And Magelsdorf will go down the right side in the bulbous Chevrolet. We'll stop the clocks over there. 21:05 at 78. He was looking for a lot more than that, and he will find it when he comes back up. I think we saw go 12s before. Memory serves correct.
Unsure.
Yeah. The Steve Speed Service Nova that we have seen tons of over the years. And a really nice and clean little Chevy Nova here on the right side.
Steve Eden in the tan one over there. Lucas Bolts in the red Chevy 2.
More AMC action coming up here in the water box, too. I think you put a 4-speed back in that car.
That's what I was looking for. I think maybe he did.
Because it had a 4-speed for years, and I think he went to an automatic, and he has been converted back. 1077, 128 for the Steve Speed Shop car. 1109, 119 right side as the Hornet comes up on the left.
I'll remind you that the cars that are in Street Machine Eliminator are trying to get on a 32-car field for a bracket race that is back here at MIR on Friday. And our bump spot on that the last 3 years has been in the 10s. I believe it was a 1095 last year. So these cars with the R on the window are in that class, and they're going to be wanting to run there in at least the high 10s in order to get on that ladder. I want to know what's powering the Hornet.
These were great-looking Pro Stock cars. If you go find the Maskin and Canners car and some of the other ones, the Wally Booth's car from the 70s, like these things look killer with a big tire on them.
Of course, those were also the fastbacks, not the coupes. But they were cool. Wally Booth. Whoops. Yep. 4 doors, just a little too much.
Hey, man, no, don't wait. Don't, but wait.
Hey, As I was saying, oh no, he's actually going to get a time.
Just when I thought the 17-second 60-foot time was the worst one we'd see today. 24 seconds at 102 miles an hour.
And the quadruport with no number. Steve Mikeley, he's got that 86 GMC.
That thing looks like it's got a 10-foot bed on it, let alone an 8-foot. That thing just looks. Maybe we've seen so many short beds. This one just looks longer than long.
I don't think they had the square body Longhorn. Vince Keys is in the 88 Mustang. Both of these are those Street Machine Eliminator cars.
You can see the braced up roof on the Mustang there. Clearly there'll be some sort of a carrier, usually slicks and gas cans mounted up on the roof.
Brian's beer kegs.
Hey, man. Gravity fed. Rusty old truck gets off the blocks first by 0.3 of a second and is motoring on 111 to the 8th. I think that thing's going to dip into the 10 somewhere. Goes to, nice. 10:07, 138 in the truck. Nice.
That wasn't a dip. That was a full high dive.
That was the full belly flop in there. That's good. You can run 07. You're definitely going to be in top 32. Another of the F-150 trucks.
Terrence Hurley.
Man, the GTO is beautiful.
Steve Lemieux, another drag week veteran, spinning the tires a little bit out of the hole.
Lemieux's car is a 4-speed, hammering through. David said make a little extra wheel speed early. Goes 11:51, 122. 1150, 121 miles an hour for the F-150 on the right-hand side.
You'll often see a lot of 1150 cars also because that's the cutoff at which a roll bar is required if you're quicker than 1150. So you'll see some sandbagging in that 1150 range out of some of these cars.
Got the ZL1 Camaro right side, the factory supercharged entry. And the ZL1 will go 1034, 531, 1074, 4, 124 across the racetrack. Riley Grabiak on the left-hand side. Grabiak, of course, 1937 Chevrolet, just one of the nicest cars out here. Got the tunnel ram, dual quad equipped small block Chevy making the power.
And look, it does have a fire shield above the carburetor.
Oh yeah, a little piece of tin up there.
Required.
That's perfect.
We were noticing that it had no air filters on it, and there is required to be a fire shield above a carburetor per NHRA rules, and she's got it.
Scott Franks on the right side in that clean little third-gen Camaro, an early third-gen. .1020, 128 miles an hour, 1046 for Grabiak on the left-hand side of the racetrack.
Jack Loans, paging Jack Loans.
Yeah, that's going to take a video. Zach. So it is Zach Zerba on the left-hand side of the racetrack, Zerba in the Mercury Marauder. Now, my son Jack has one of these things. Getting ready to pilot down into the 13-second zone at the drag strip this fall. But Zerba's car has got a nice blower on it. Still got the dual overhead cam Ford motor in it.
Yep, it's got a Whipple on there. It's a 4-valve, of course. Mike Sullivan on the right-hand side in the 68 Mustang. But, man, the Marauder's going to show him the tail.
Marauder is absolutely getting it, and Zerba will go down the left side. 1048, $129. That's moving. That thing's it's a 4,000-pound car on a good day.
Aleem Sheik on the left-hand side, and Gary Mankia.
Mustang's got the 93 Cobra style wing on the back. Little black smoke like it's fattened up on the Napa Auto Parts side, but the Mustang nicely shifted through the gears. 1020, 134, 1181, 114 down the right-hand side for that machine. How about the Plymouth GTX coming up on the right side? A Sox and Martin tribute car here. Even says the boss on the front fenders, as they would often call those cars that Ronnie Sox drove. Buddy Martin ran the team, and neat piece.
And interestingly, they just bought back the original Sox and Martin building.
Jeffrey Crescenzi is driving that car, just kind of halfway skating its way down the racetrack.
Yeah, Mike McCandless bought that building back.
It is Killer, and Eric Hurt is on the opposite side. 11-14 for the GTX at 117 miles an hour as Hurt goes 14-11 at 98.
I had the pleasure of finally meeting Buddy Martin at Indy.
At Indy, yeah.
Not.
Great guy, class act.
Wow, this crew cab over here on the left-hand side, the Chevelle, looks exactly like one that I used to have. You remember at
you took it to
Car
Mexico.
Junkie? Yeah, I took it down to Mexico with Turk and Chad.
To the Baja race, right, or something, or just to watch
No, Baja Thao. And when Car Junkie went out of business, I sold it to Air Ride because they had given me an air suspension for it that was worth roughly the entire car. And so I just I sold it back to them for like whatever I had in tires and wheels. And the plum crazy late model Charger on the right.
Todd Reinhardt, the 1965 Chevelle. And the plum crazy car, that is Dave Lips. And the 8-speed torque flight is getting put through its paces over there as Lips will go to the stripe at 10:02, 138. Nice run in Street Machine Eliminator. That is where you want to be. And the Chevelle not only looks like the one you had, runs like it too.
Yeah. That's not a pass as much as a trudge.
Oh, look, you first run down the racetrack at a new location. You want to take your time. You want to find out where the imperfections are on the surface so you can really hammer it the next time through. OBS style Chevrolet left-hand side.
Brandon Harniger on the right-hand side in the 69 Nova.
And in the pickup truck, Chad Fellebaum, 93 C1500. 10-0s, man. There's going to be a lot of cars piled up in that 10-0 bracket at the bottom edge of Street Machine Eliminator. We're going to take only the quickest 32 after the averages are set on Friday for that 5-round Eliminator run. And Fellabomb is going to go 10.77, 124. The Nova is going to go 11.53.7 at 118. Matt Thierett, 93 Camaro left side. And the third-gen Jobby on the right side. Charlie Liepert on the right side of the third-gen car. Liepert running in street race small block power adder goes 10.73, 108. 10.20 at 139 miles an hour for Thierett, as I mentioned, in the street race small block power adder category.
Brian, the quickest bump we've ever had in that category is 10.73 in 2022.
Really?
Yeah.
That is going to get annihilated just by what we've seen so far.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that is going to get decimated. But again, it looks like that now, and this is the reason why it goes to 73, because by the time you get to Friday, these guys are running 10-0 are the ones that may run into problems. It looks Jeff Dugopolsky looks like left side. And the right side, it's Joe Ferrer. Ferrer goes 989.3, 139. Dugopolsky goes 1021.8, 129. Jeff is a very good bracket racer, so he works the whole week to make sure he has a spot in the quick 32. So on the right-hand side of the S10 truck, goes through 1032, 129, 1155 at 119 across the racetrack. Tony Angelo coming to the water box. The NASCAR small block powered 55. Roger Levesque on the starting line in his Corvette.
Joseph Maroli in the 67 Camaro. The Camaro there's actually in street race small block naturally aspirated. Not an enormous class.
The trunk lid being sucked open by the low pressure area behind the rear glass goes 1096, 123. So here comes Tony Angelo, the Stay Tuned channel on YouTube. You know him, you love him, and this car, this thing, it sounds maybe one of the best sounding 55 Chevys ever with that NASCAR small block in it.
Although I called for him earlier for an MSD chip, he wanted the 8800 and he got the 89, and that extra 100, that might be the death of him.
It usually is. It's never the big things that get you. It's always that extra 100 RPM.
100 RPM makes a difference in a launch, that's for sure.
Man, he is throwing rocks and sand, and
yeah.
I think a chewed up teddy bear just fell out of the back of that. I don't know what the heck that was.
It dumped a bunch of sand last night too, but he does go 1063 at 134. Left-hand side, 1105, 119.
Somebody might have hauled mulch in that thing at one point. Chunks, 1105.3, 119 miles an hour. Devin Madison, we have a racer in need. He is pitted at the end of the stands along the racetrack. He's got the S10 that has the kind of flip-flop paint on it. He is looking for radiator stop leak. If you have some or know somebody locally that has some radiator stop leak, he would appreciate your assistance because obviously he's having a problem. That truck had a big wheel stand, a hard launch. I'm not sure I might have jarred something loose.
Go to the cafe, get some pepper. That's what you need for that radiator. Left-hand side, 1045 with a 2, 129. And on the right, 982, 137.
Chris Doring on the left. Doring coming up. Really nice little dart over there. And the LTD wagon. The LTD wagon driven by Doug Johnson with its roof rack on. And unfortunately, not the launch he was looking for. It's got a stick shift in it, though. That's good.
That's kind of a weird move. Did you see the thing sort of squirm on, on the shift? That's a bit of a meander. 1257. 120, though.
The Viper powered pickup truck, the SRT10 Dodge Ram. Andy,
Savinicus.
say it.
It is.
Savakinas. Close enough. We'll give you close enough on that one.
I said it to his face yesterday. You had to ask. That's the problem.
You were thinking of Leviticus, which you were likely reading this morning to prepare for your day.
This is an actual SRT10. Savakinas.
Andrew Dwarshus on the left-hand side in the Camaro. And Andy goes 1104, 121 on the truck. 1170, 120. How about the flaky flyer? Did you see the wheels on this thing?
No.
They're proper.
Oh, the Americans, yeah. Daisies. You know, I want Andy to just come up here and give me the $100 again. That's what my game is.
That's it. You're just trying to get paid.
Yeah.
Savvy. A savvy businessman. The G8 GT with the 6-speed in it. $1070, 124. Nice. The wagon moves out pretty well. 10099, 132 for the Pontiac.
We also have a B-gas category, which is for the unblown cars, sort of a lower buck deal, and that's what this Henry J is running in. He's got a big block Chevy in it.
The Calamity J out of Massachusetts. Testing up in New England Dragway recently, was living life on the bumper. We'll see if this thing can maintain some composure on its launch. And the there you go, nice.
Yeah.
Oh man, and the pickup truck might have chucked the drive shaft out of it or something. They threw chunks out of the bottom of it. The Calamity J goes 1024 forward, 129, and the pickup truck launched hard and then shuttered and came to a quick stop. Doesn't look like anything leaking out of the bottom of it. That's the good news.
It's a good news here in the booth too, Brian.
Well, it's only Monday.
That's true.
Yes, we have. You've really attacked me more on that front than I've maintained a pretty dignified approach to various matters that have occurred in our workplace, but you have not. So Warren Evans, using a high-level television term called "Hey," has gotten our attention and notified us that KJ Jones was in the pits doing some interviews, and he caught up with Rick Steinke, who came off the trailer and out of the pits for an 850 this morning, and here it is.
KJ Jones here in the pits at Hot Rod Track Week 2025, Maryland International Raceway. This live feed and me in the pits is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I'm with Rick Steinke.
Yes, sir.
850 Index, Super Street, small block power adder. One and done, huh?
One and done, man. 850 with a 6. I already turned the time slip in, and we're going to pack up and get on the road. Hopefully get to the hotel in the daylight.
Get in the daylight and able to eat, able to get some good rest.
Man.
Hopefully nothing mechanically wrong with the car. Are you traveling with a pack? Are you waiting for somebody else to go one and done, or are you just going to get on the road?
I think we might just get on the road and then catch up as people catch us at stops and stuff. So pretty excited to be able to leave early.
Absolutely. Real quick, for people that are watching this feed, as far as strategy goes now, you're an 850 veteran, let's just say. One and done is the way to go. And what would you accept if you took a 50 with a 6? What's acceptable in this index for you to take and then get moving?
50 with a 9.
So anything in the 50 range?
50 with a 9 or better, and we'll get on the road. If it's not better than that, we're going to stay until they throw us out.
Stay until they throw you out. That's how it is at Drag Week. You go, and especially in an index class like this, you're trying to get within the thousandths even of that ET so that you can either be a leader or be among the leaders. So by the time this averages out at the end of the week, you're on top of the leaderboard.
Exactly. And there's a lot of tough competitors in this class. You have Randy and you have Dustin. Like, it's no joke. You could have a 50 average for the week and not win this thing.
And not be there. You heard it from this man, and he's a vet. He knows how to do it. So stay tuned. Super Street Small Block Power Hour is one of the coolest classes here. There are 49 cars in the class. We'll see who's there on Friday. Thanks a lot, Rick.
Thanks, man. Hi, Mom.
feeling of a car working is different than a feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET drag, and when we got it, we ran our best pass ever. But it's a shoebox 55 Chevy running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
Hey, everybody. We are back. Thanks to KJ for roaming around. You're going to be getting that type of In the Pits coverage all week long on this Mickey Thompson-sponsored live feed here at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2025, presented by Gear Vendors. David, we got free stuff already. We got free stuff. Check that baby out.
Look at that thing. It is a Drag and Drive Johnny Lightning toy with a trailer on the back. It's David Armentrout's car, and I understand from KJ that Goldstone also has one.
Yeah, really cool. He and Paul brought each of us up one of those things. Just a really neat thing. And you want to talk about how popular this style of racing has gotten. When they start making die-cast toys about something, it's hit the big time.
Yeah, I know. The bobbleheads, that doesn't mean quite as much.
Not as much.
Although I do have yours on the dining room table.
Yeah, well, that's how you've lost so much weight. Yeah, no, listen, thanks very much for that, but it's a fantastic environment out here this morning. A little bit of a headwind. We've been watching a bunch of cars already loading up and leaving. Now, if you're just tuning in, none of the big players in Unlimited made it down the racetrack. It was Tire Shake City, so if you're just tuning in and you're looking for big numbers, you still have the opportunity to catch those, and you have the opportunity to share this feed so everybody else can be there and watch them when those cars make their way back up again. You did miss one of the most epic wheel stands in the history of the event when Mike Finnegan drove his car to the 330 with the wheels in the air.
That was top 5, gotta say. Maybe even top 3. Let's go back to action on the track, though, because I love this Oldsmobile convertible.
Yeah, really nice car. Has a kind of a bigger, more aggressive version of what that would have been a W30 option hood on the car. The nostrils flared out a little bit more on that one.
And what looks like a Holden on the right-hand side.
Yes, I'm guessing it's a Chevy SS with some like the Holden swap over parts on it.
Okay.
But still cool, especially since it's left-hand drive. Pat Baker. It is listed as a 16 Chevy SS, but he has gone on Australian eBay and got himself some badges and stuff to
sort of cultivate that down-under image.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He eats at the Outback a lot.
Oh, and it also launched exactly like a car with the stock IRS in it. As the Oldsmobile goes down, 692 to the 8th, 1092 to the quarter, 122 miles an hour, and 1328 at 118 for the SS.
So I just got a text from Bill Moss. Moss, a guy who's a killer gremlin race car, but his son has the Eagle Wagon with the turbo straight 6 in it. So this guy's living right. A Street Machine Eliminator Nova, left-hand side.
Brian Clark. And Brian Price on the right.
Camaro came out. You heard it backfire as the engine kind of free revved its way up into the rev limiter. Goes 1058, 5127. Price goes 1333 at 103 miles an hour in the Camaro.
Is there anywhere else on earth where 2 Henry J's are racing at the same track on the same day?
Not today.
Not today.
Not today. That one looks pretty cool with the steel wheels in the front of it. A little lower slung stance. He has the factory hood ornament on it.
Man, the Chevelle just sounded like it was eating the converter or something, didn't it?
Yeah, that converter is hating its life. Not quite as much as I'm hating mine, but it's hate. I mean, 1061 at 131 miles per hour on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Sometimes the thoughts escape. 1241, 106 miles an hour, left-hand side of the racetrack.
I like that it's a Hank J that isn't a gasser.
The Hank J.
You know?
Yeah, Hank J. You know what's funny? I've never actually seen. You've seen every other, twist on the like. No one's ever named their car the Hank J. That would actually be a good name.
Yeah, Hank.
Yeah. Huh.
Henry J, of course, referring to Henry J. Kaiser. We can go into excruciating detail about him later on.
Liberty Ships.
Liberty Ships. Kaiser Permanente. Kaiser Aluminum. Kaiser Steel.
Weird cars no one wanted to buy. Named
Kaiser
after
Frasers.
himself.
Yeah. Well, he actually didn't want to call it the Henry J.
Of course he didn't. I couldn't possibly.
I think he was gone from the company by then.
Oh, well.
Who else sold the Henry J, Brian?
Sears as an Allstate.
There was a lot of Allstate vehicles, a lot of motorcycles.
Motorcycles especially. SN95 Mustang, right-hand side, is going to get down first ahead of the Firebird, 998, 134, as the Pontiac rolls to a 15.51.2 at 58. I feel like it's been a hot minute since we've had a good old-fashioned
Omni
happening here at Drag Week.
You know what's interesting? You've seen a million times how the line lock will lock up and sort of drag the tires.
Yes.
That thing dragged the rear.
As the GLH Omni. Meanwhile, you have the Nissan rocking down the right side, 1040, 137 miles an hour. Yeah. And trouble for what was likely, a 2.5-liter turbocharged banger in that thing, 1930 at 60 miles an hour. So trouble somewhere along the line for the little Omni.
Almost looked like Bogart wheels on the front of that thing.
It kind of did, yeah. More Ford Ranger action coming up now. The Ranger left-hand side is driven by John Welch, running in Street Machine Eliminator.
And Brian Dolly in the Cadillac.
Can't say I was ever a huge fan of the CTS-V Coupe. The back of the car to me is just odd. I mean, they're fast, and of course, they're a great platform. A lot of people love them.
Well, when you make the Seville, what do you follow it up with?
990, 127. This guy be able to run a super gas in this thing. 1160, 3.2, 160. Now, that's actually going to be a problem for him on the right side, being in Street Machine. Can't hand in a slip quicker than 10 seconds flat, so he will have to go back and slow her down. Yeah, you get past the Cimarron, and I'm out on Cadillac.
Brian Ward in the 66 Mustang.
Oh, man, the little Fox came off, popped the front tire up, and then just went literally right back down on its nose, and Ward is on the brakes at the 8th mile.
That's Mike Cavallaro.
Cavallaro goes 11.62. Ward on and off the throttle multiple times goes 11.39. And there goes Andy Starr and a bunch of folks out the door. Randy Bellahar, Andy Starr. Josh going out the gate as well. Another of the EFI store machine rolling out the gate. So a lot of those competitors that were had success in their first attempts are hitting the dusty trail. Numidia Dragway is our stop tomorrow.
Here's a note from Lonnie. Don't forget, all laptops must be out of the vehicle or securely mounted before making a run. We've got loose laptops out there, just similar to loose lips sink ships. Loose laptops get underneath your throttle and brake. 1137 left-hand side, 1232 at 107 in the Napa lane.
More Mustang fun coming up on the left-hand side. Anne-Marie Papa, left-hand side in that Mustang. And then opposite the Mustang will be Grayson Weiser. Another of the Omni set rolling up into the water box. So Grayson Weiser comes off gently off the start line, but that car is actually starting to make some tracks in the middle part of the course. Maybe just saving some driveline parts early with a gentle launch, but it still runs down at 12:36, 113. 12:14, 113 for the Mustang. That's going to bring up John Gemelli on the left side and the turbocharged Omni here on the right side. That is Adam Lengel. He's getting it. Big set of tires on that thing. Perfect launch. Made some wheel speed. Didn't pull the motor down too far. Pulls it into high gear. The Omni goes 1077, 133, doing it to it.
I like it. Did you see it had beadlocks on the front?
It's great. 1186, 120 for the mustard yellow Mustang across the racetrack. Really clean Mustang coming up on the left side. Again, a kind of that powder blue we saw earlier. Looks like Bill Toomas. It's actually a 1980 Mercury Capri. The Capri people get very angry when you call them Mustangs. So, Bill, my sincerest apologies. Apparently, that was before they put that kind of heinous-looking rear window on the Capris.
Is it heinous on the Capri? Not
yeah,
Capris?
It has that weird bubble, like the Mercury Capri rear window had
it's
a weird,
pretty subtle bubble.
Ugh.
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 No, I think it's okay.
Subtle bubble is you. Subtle bubble is you in a sweatshirt. That back window is obnoxious.
But also more aerodynamic. Like
you were the sweatshirt.
You got a lot of frontal area, but the teardrop shape
I'm
is
like
working.
a gremlin. I'm more aerodynamic backward than forward. Yeah.
That's Pinto.
Finish line stripe, 1173, 118 for Toomas over there in the Mercury, 1135, 115 opposite Toomas.
Is this competition orange? Is that the color of that Mustang?
I believe that's what they called it back in the day. I don't know if that's what they still classify it as, but it certainly looks close to me. Scott Lear is in that 2021 Mustang, and he is not messing around. GT500 car over there. It's a 760 factory horsepower package. Goes 1036, 134 miles per hour.
And John Richard, 1231, 112.
So, Josh, actually, this is going to be Mr. Rami coming up here. Safin and Rahami coming up. It's a 2006 Saab 92X Aero. Now, this was the era when, like, this is one of the weirdest cars probably ever because it is a Subaru wagon that was badged as a Saab at a time when General Motors owned Saab. This was the end of Saab.
But it is all-wheel drive, and the license plate says corn-fed, so
yes.
I'm presuming that means it's an E85 deal.
And the Pontiac Le Mans across the racetrack.
Which sells that is the Landau top.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot happening in that Le Mans. The front wheels especially. Those things are about, what are those, 92 AutoZone specials on that bad boy.
Come on.
So that thing sounds like it actually, so it would have had a Saab side of four-banger in, at least by the sounds of it. It's a wild little car. It's a unique and very strange little car. 1244 120.
It's not a Subaru motor?
That did not sound like a flat six to me.
Huh.
It didn't have that,
It sounded like a Saab.
It sounded like a yeah. A real Saab story.
It's Monday, folks.
Hey, man, I'm just working on this corporate laugh of mine. Oh, man. Chris Deka on the left-hand side. Deka comes off stick-shifted Challenger. $13.06, 146 for Deka. An 11:15, 120 across the racetrack on our side. That 11:15 was brought to you by Mike Baker.
Tomorrow, can we call the whole race in corporate speak? We could be like, oh, we're going to get our Tiger team together.
David, we have the synergy
right.
to match it up.
We're going to have some dovetail marketing that'll move it to the next level. We're going to go viral with it, ratchet it up, factor it down. All right, chat group, post the worst corporate speak.
Yes,
the worst corporate speak.
So the sickness license plate here on the right-hand side. Todd Hoffman.
Todd with a TOD, just like, right, the guy who ran this place for NASCAR.
Yes, just like Todd Mack. Single D. 1166, 115 for Todd.
Synergy's a good one. Oh, the ask. What's the ask?
What's the
Brian?
ask? What's the ask?
What's the ask on this? Yeah.
How about the BMW wagon rolling up in here?
I'll be activating you at that time. That's a good one. Oh, deliverables. Let's take this offline. Upward mobility. Reimagine. Mission critical. That's a good one. Low-hanging fruit's awesome.
Ian Rafferty in the BMW wagon.
Circle back is good. Reach out. I never liked reach out. Brian, I'm going to need you to go ahead and reach out to him. How about, does anyone call anymore?
Whenever somebody's asking you to reach out to somebody, it's because the person you're reaching out to is pissed. That's never, hey, give this guy a call. Reach out to him. You're about to get your neck chewed off. Pull the lever.
Is that a good one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pull those levers.
Laser focused. Yeah, circle back to that.
Leverage is always a good one.
Let's process this. Oh, the metrics just aren't there. That's a good one. We could probably use that one. Well, he just ran a 10:52. The metrics just aren't there for a win. Yeah, it's a good one. Let's put a pin in that. At the end of the day, yes, that's a horrible one. Well, Brian, at the end of the day, he's going to need to pull the front wheels on that Chevelle and get down to the stripe with a number that's representative of our cohort. Let's see. He goes 1046 with a 5 at 124. Those are the type of metrics we like to see out here.
1166, 119 left side, 1046, 124 right. And John McGann coming in from the top rope on the Subaru Saab situation. Turbocharged flat 4 from the WRX. Thank you, John McGann.
Let's drill down on that. That's a good one.
Nate Bender. Third gen GTA Pontiac pushing its front tires through the beams. Alan Bishop in the Mustang of 2012 model year construction.
7,000 people listening to us with our office space routine in here.
1337.2 for the Poncho, 1285, 112 for the Mustang.
One guy here says these announcers are amateur. No, in fact, we're now both professional announcers.
Both professional announcers.
Not that I'm good at it, but I am collecting a paycheck for it. There is a difference.
Rich Woodward. Nope, not Rich Woodward. Top end 1046, and that is Chris Johnson at 128 miles per hour.
And Ryan Palmer in the Grand National, 10.50 with a 9, 127.
Well, David, another question for the ages. Ruffles or lays?
No, lays. I don't do the ruffle. Let's just go ahead and pump the brakes on the ruffles, Brian.
Tyler Bennett, right side, 72 Plymouth.
Over there.
Mustang on the left-hand side. We'll be finishing a couple of train lengths behind. Bennett goes 1162, 115, then a 1266, 109. Man, look at this thing. It's like Big Al. It's like the Big Al coupe from the 1960s with an Allison engine. At that level, the chop on this thing is insane.
We're going to have an all-hands meeting here for a second. C-class cars, lanes are closed. C, lanes are closed. We're moving to Delta Group.
Gary Brown is actually shifting that thing. Man, it's a 1933 Ford Tudor, and it is neat. 1087, 124, just absolutely interesting and fascinating to look at. 1126, 125.
It's a Vortec blown LS deal there. Reminds me of Big Al, kind of, with the chop.
It's tough, Dave. It's tough. It's tough to watch somebody devolve in this way in front of you.
What did I do?
You repeated something I said 30 seconds ago.
I was talking to Lonnie or whatever his name is.
I said the literal same thing.
Did you?
The actual, legitimately, even with the same phrasing and tonality.
Really?
Yes.
10-14. I pay no attention to you ever.
1014, 131. Stu Hill in that 57 Chevy Street Machine Eliminator entry. 1058.5, 132. Ted Munsell in the 92 Chevy S10.
See, I was wrapped up calling that C lanes, Charlie lanes are closed, and we're moving to D Delta.
You were looking at those bag of chips like a 1994 Kathy Ireland poster.
Brian, I'm looking at this bag of chips like a 1992 Kathy Ireland poster here.
1121, 128 miles an hour on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That is Steve Sparger doing that, the 1984 C10 truck. Grabber Blue Mustang on the left side. That didn't take long, did it? Justin Roby was the guy who was on the left-hand side for that previous run. Now on the left side of the racetrack is Kerry Nisheim. That is a Swedish flag, I believe, on the back of the car on the right side, or a scuba diving flag. I am unaware. I think it's Swedish.
Yeah. I know this because of the Van Halen album cover that does not look like that.
Christian Damgaard, of course, it is the Swedish flag. It is the Viking himself, Christian Damgaard.
Is there an umlaut in there anywhere?
Doing his business. Well, not on our paperwork, but of course, why would there be? 1077, 123, as the Mustang goes 1237, 110. We have mentioned that the staging lanes are closed for C Group competitors. They are open for D.
Denmark, what I'm hearing here. Yeah.
Denmark. It is my legitimate apologies. Denmark flag.
Yeah.
.1051, 125 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. 1041, 8, 135. Opposite side, that 1041 from Brian Decker. Nope, that 1041 from 336, Sean Smith, 2018 Challenger. Back in the 60s, a kid would meet a teen idol and say, I'm never gonna wash that spot on my hand that person touched. But nowadays, it's a guy with a greasy, oil-covered Chevette with Freiberger's name on the door that's never washing it off.
It'll be coming up in a minute. Right now, we've got that yellow S10 and a Camaro that is not leaving very strong.
Gear changes being made. Always impressed every year with the number of stick shift cars we have. I just love watching them go down a racetrack. It's fun. 1179, 128. S10 goes 1231, 106.
And we will have the stick shift showdown right here on Friday. Don't miss it. Come on back, whether it's on the live feed brought to you by Mickey Thompson or whether it's here in person. And now we're actually looking at the 66 or 7 fair lane in the right-hand side. But if you cast your eyes over to the far lane, you do see that diesel Chevette that has my name scrawled in soot.
Joseph Harris. It is a Mercedes diesel power plant. It smokes as though it's running on whale oil.
And he thought it
runs pretty good.
And he thought it would run better with my name on it.
Right. It did lose 2/10 when you signed the door.
Oh, he's got this thing working better than it did the first time we saw it.
And the smoke has really kind of dissipated. Now, it is not necessarily pulling like he wants on the top end, maybe, or not. 1055.
Stout.
123.
I like it.
1008.4 or 1009.4, 135 on the opposite side of the racetrack. That was great.
Brian, we had you at Mercedes Diesel.
Listen, diesel engines, you got a guy who works on it in bib overalls. How are you going to lose? You're not losing. That's fantastic. Oh, these guys are back at that giant Dodge. 1085, 126, 1159, 119 across the racetrack. Michelle Turzin has taken down more trees than Paul Bunyan today. She really has. She has. We have more. We got more paper. And the starting line crew is being smoked out of existence. They're going to have black lung. Guy worked one drag race. He has black lung out of the exhaust pipes of the Cummins-powered Ram that, unlike the previous Chevette, is going to fog bank the entire racetrack. The Nova goes down. Can't even see it. 12:24, 110. And the mystery of the Dodge is we can't see the scoreboard. Runs 12:53 at 112 miles an hour. If you are sitting in the grandstands and you have lied to a family member telling them that you have gone to work today and you come home, you will now smell as though you've been in a coal mine all day. Come up with a new excuse. The smoke is so thick it was actually triggering the timing blocks down the racetrack still. It hung the beam up. That is nice. Oh, good, man. Let's lay out another list. Let's do it. Yeah, please, by all means. Yes. Yes. When David takes shots at my physique.
You know you've reached peak drag week.
No, I know that you're the most delusional man that's ever lived.
I'm Adonis.
It is a glass house with thin panels.
There's nothing about thin panels that has to do with you. That corporate laugh again.
The man who beat Ozempic. One Oreo at a time. All right, so we're going to back these two out of the water box real quick. Just a quick kind of mop job over their left-hand side with some lacquer.
Little port and polish.
The truck left. Whatever unburned diesel wasn't shot at high velocity out of the exhaust pipe may have sweat itself onto the racetrack out of the bottom of the truck. A reminder from Lonnie, as David said a few minutes ago, I will reiterate, all laptops must be secured if it's going to be in the race car going down the racetrack. Lanes are open for D group. D group lanes are open. And thank you. We got another message on the Subaru. That is a 2.5-liter turbo EJ series engine in there, backing up McGann's statement.
As one would expect, people are asking why we can't do this program at NHRA.
Well, yeah, I mean.
Because paycheck.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we have a moment of getting the track touched up again. We need to thank NOS. For decades, NOS has set the standard for nitrous power. From weekend warriors to all-out racers, NOS continues to be trusted by racers everywhere. When you want instant horsepower, when you want throttle in a bottle, there's only one name, NOS, the official nitrous sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and performance you need. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or driving your daily commuter, VP Racing fuels have victory at every turn. Find VP Racing's championship-winning products at your local retailer or online at vpracingfuels.com. Win every race with VP Racing. And before your next pass, be sure to stop by the Summit Racing trailer for on-site inventory of performance parts and safety equipment from leading manufacturers, all on display and ready to purchase. A Summit Racing rep is there to get you the parts you need and get you back on the road or help you place your order at summitracing.com. Hot Rod Drag Week drivers and co-pilots are eligible to win a $500 Summit Racing prize pack. Just drop off your entry form at the Summit Racing trailer and don't wait. Entries must be submitted by 10 a.m. on Friday, September 19th, and then stick around to shop for the performance parts you need from your friends at Summit Racing.
They're advising that a camera on a tripod would be less agonizing than what we got going on up in here.
Well, yeah.
We can work that out.
Especially if we put a wig on it. I don't know. Oh, I thought it meant replacing one of us as a person. I mean, they have a mute button. That's the thing. If you think that would be better, then turn the freaking sound off.
That's a good
I
idea.
mean, I maybe this guy didn't make it out of the 5th grade. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Some people can't be helped. Lanes open for D Group as the trucks, cars, and trailers continue to cruise out of the gate. Well, the thrash is going on down there in the pits. We know some of the high-level competitors that did have the tire shake are kind of dealing with the effects of that. We'll have more information on that as KJ Jones working the beat down there in the pits. We get some stuff to drop in production-wise for you next time we get a little downtime.
This demon looks like I built it.
It does in so many ways. And the demon also looks like you built it because it left a puddle. It was sitting there idling, left a puddle underneath it, and I'm just going to openly pray that our starting line officials don't let this guy go down the racetrack. Please help us. Help me help you. It is definitely a puddle of oil or transmission fluid that is now being inspected, and we're just going to go ahead and just do that.
Oh,
there
the
we
hood
go.
goes.
And there goes the hood. Well, the hood made a nice landing on the return road. 1234 at 85 miles an hour. 1087, 123. So they're going to clean up the puddle here. We'll check the racetrack, and the hood will be for the collection of the racer. That is 57H driving that baby. That is Chad Whittam in that 72 Demon. Let's go down to KJ Jones, who has an update on Ned Dunphy.
Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. KJ Jones in the pits with Ned Dunphy. Ned Dunphy, you're one of the ultimate players out here, unlimited players out here. It's on the jack stands. You just put a new chunk down there to drop in there. Take us through what happened in that lap.
Yeah, man, we're in it to win it. So we had a decision to make, right? Big field, we're going to get one lick today. And if we don't want to put up a low one that we have to chase our average number for the whole week, we wanted to get that 5-second pass. Knowing the air was going to be better, we put up in a hot tune-up. Big leave, big mid-track, and big end. And unfortunately, we tire shook and shattered the gear. So we lost the ring and pinion. We've got a spare, thank goodness. But now we got to sit around and fix it and decide, do we turn in our slip, which we rolled to an 854. That's not terrible, but we want to try to get that average in a 5. So we think right now we're going to fix it and go out in the all-run this afternoon and go again, and then just do a late drive instead of an early drive.
Well, average in the 5s, Ned. Your guy called his shot and said he wanted 5s all week. Jeff Lutz slated out there and said he wanted to run 5s all week. Not an average, run the number. You're shooting for that average, which is good, but based on the number of cars here and who these players are, this really isn't a bad thing or a horrendous thing at all.
No, Jeff and I share the same goal. It takes a lot to get to that goal. And what I'm really worried about is this drive from here to the next track. I feel like this, if we get on the bottom 6, 601, 605, we can later on this week get after it, but survival between the tracks. So I don't know if anyone's going to do it. It's such a lofty goal. I hope that Jeff does it. I hope that Bryant does it, or Schroeder, any of those guys. But I know what it takes. It takes everything you got and every part in your trailer.
Well, I know you're built for it, man. Good luck. We'll let you get to work. Thanks very much, Ned.
Take Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
That's Summit Racing Equipment commercial. Voice of an angel on that thing. Voice of an angel. Am I right or am I right?
Satan was an angel at one point.
I guess you're true about that. And so we have touched up the racetrack. We have gotten an update on Ned Dunphy. It's great to hear that they're going to try to fix that thing. And that is the violence of tire shake. We talk about it so often, but man, you know, you saw the center section of that rear end. That is no weak piece, and to fracture the parts like that, it just shows you how nasty that can be. And of course, on dragsters or hardtail cars with no suspension, sometimes it'll even just split brackets, even split uprights, and break welds.
Here comes the electric 40 Chevy.
Mr. Mangelsdorf coming up here again.
So weird, I didn't hear it. I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's like, wait a second. Paul Mangelsdorf, home-built hot rod, had a problem on the launch last time. No problem this time. Hellcat guy begins to get mildly worried at 330 feet. The worry now, oh, it's just it was the EV charging door that flew off the side of it. We don't need that where we come from. 1162 at 111 for Mangelsdorf. 1132 at 121 for the Hellcat.
This guy keeps putting up on the chat, thumbs down for roadkill, thumbs down for roadkill. It's like, okay. No idea what you're talking about.
The Vermont-based A-body Mopar on the right side. Gear jamming. Little smoke coming out of the back of the Chevrolet on the Coors Light side of the drag strip. 1032, 131 on the right-hand side. That would be Devin Noyes in that 1970 Duster in blue. So 1032, 131, the 1151 at 116 on the left. Little GT500 style Mustang coming up here on the right. That would have been the modular motor with a blower on it from the factory. Yes, the 5.4 liter version. And I believe an LS swapped Fox on the left-hand side.
You actually have no idea, but it's a fair guess.
Joe Bartholomew, just look at the hood and where the motor's sitting and the intake manifold on it. Those are my three tells. Bartholomew, the 88 Mustang. GT500's got a clutch in it. You can hear him feathering that thing as he brings it up.
I saw as many as 2 Ford-powered Foxes yesterday.
As many as 2.
Up to 2.
But no more than.
Up to and including 2.
Well, this has not gone the way either of these two guys planned it. As the 88 is silently coasting across the finish line, even quieter than the Mangelsdorf-driven EV. He goes 2016 at 43 miles an hour. And back toward the starting line goes the GT500. So lanes are open for D Group cars, those 1150 plus machines. D Group is open.
And after that, we will go back to an all
Yes.
run, and that's where you're going to see the heavy hitters come back and try and lay down a number. It's not going to be as cool as it was this morning, but they all have the same thing to deal with. And really, it's all of the cars in Unlimited. I think every one of them shook. Did we see one go down with a representative number?
The fastest run we've seen all day so far is a 628. And that was actually an ultimate.
Nova.
That was an ultimate iron car.
Yeah, and that came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we've seen it before.
Well, and then he went back to the pits, and the thing was absolutely smoking like a freight train.
That's
that was
right.
Graham Hayes in that 66 Nova. So hopefully, whatever's ailing it, they can repair, because it was looking pretty nasty when they drove it back.
This would appear to be a Pontiac Ventura on the left-hand side.
Yes, indeedy. With a Yenko-style stripe down the side. What was the biggest motor they ever put in Ventura? Get a 400 in it, or 350 only?
Well, if it was a GTO,
Right, that
I
was
think
a
you could get it,
350.
but an actual Ventura was a 350.
And even the GTO was a 350 as well.
Was it? You
Yeah.
couldn't do a 400 in a goat?
Nope. 10-17-7-1-32.
Josh Felix. Carol Barhorst is out here with the GTO of the X-Body Persuasion.
Flat drag is going to come out and do its work as we fire hose a little traction compound onto the starting line. To all of you that are turning in time slips and hitting the highway, good luck on your first drive of the week. Certainly always a part of the week where we reduce the field by hook or by crook. And KJ's been out there in the pits, and you said that you have seen some reduction.
There's been some reduction for sure. There are a couple of players that are out of here, and there are a couple of just participants out of here, but a few players are done.
You know anything about Graham Hayes? We saw him run the 628. We were just talking about it. Came back with all that smoke coming out of it. Any update there?
Graham Hayes' engine dropped a valve. Cylinder head dropped a valve, tagged a piston, the usual that comes with dropping a valve. So they're out there getting it fixed and getting ready to hit the road.
Okay, so they're working on it.
Yep.
And we are back here in the booth as the racetrack's getting touched up. So, we've gotten a couple of your taped updates, but now we can talk to you live. So give us some updates of what you've just been looking at down there in the pits.
We did some walking around, and as we've talked about going into this, attrition, man, it starts on day one. And cars are, there's some thrash going on, and there unfortunately is some going home going on as well, just when track week gets going. But Graham Hayes with 67 Chevy 2 Nova, they dropped a valve. That engine dropped a valve. Tagged a piston. They're going to replace a rod and a piston in the engine, get the head fixed, and the head is kind of munched up, but they're going to get it out there and get it fixed and get back on the road.
So they didn't get cylinder wall on that thing?
No cylinder wall. I asked them if they were going to knock a sleeve down in there. That was my first question, and Graham said, no, I think the sleeve is all right. We're just going to put a rod and a piston in it.
Anybody else you know of who's out?
Out, Jeff Lutz. I mean, you got to start at the top. Jeff Lutz is in the trailer now. He's packed up. I don't know if he's going to go home or anything like that, but I spoke with Jeffrey Lutz. I didn't talk to Jeff. I spoke with Jeffrey Lutz, and he said, it's broke. We don't know what's broken. The engine isn't happy. We did not bring like an extra set of cylinder heads or anything like that to possibly continue. So, in a sense, why take that kind of chance in patching with it? You know what I mean? They're just going to not continue. But the encouraging thing was that Jeffrey Lutz said we'll be back next year.
Wow, that is dropping a bomb. We were unaware that it had gone that far on the Lutz program. That's a big one.
Yeah, we didn't know. We knew obviously that the run didn't go as they planned, but we didn't. There was no indication that there was some sort of major failure. So that's tough news. Dunphy's back there working on the ring and pinion. We talked about Dave Schroeder and John Enns came up. That car smoked the tires. Didn't even have time to shake. It didn't look like. And then of course we also saw the tire shake out of the Corvette as well.
Also, it was tire shaking from the car. I don't get to see too many runs.
Super tight. I mean, the track was super tight. I mean, we saw some radial equipped cars make really good runs, hook and go. The big tire, the real high horsepower big tire cars were struggling on the surface this morning.
Well, one of the things about Schroeder that I noticed when we were coming up just in the morning, those were sticker tires. Those are brand new slicks that he had on that car too. Not that it makes that much of a difference, but it does have impact on that lap.
Absolutely, it does. Tractor's getting parked, and we're going to be bringing our next set of race cars up here to the water box, continuing on day one of Drag Week as we, again, continue to watch the outflow of competitors heading on Tune to Media Dragway tomorrow.
And we're back with a Plymouth Valiant, maybe a 67. I don't see side marker lights from here.
That is a Signet, right? Valiant Signet.
Yeah, that's a trim level of the Violent.
It's got a DF sticker on it, too. That's how you know it's good.
As you do.
The good thing about me is I can see things. David, on the other hand, I tell him a lot of stuff. You couldn't even see your own sticker over there. There's irony in that.
Wasn't looking.
Yeah, I'm a human
assume
braille.
They all have it,
I am
Brian.
human braille for David.
It's not breaking news. Everybody's got one.
Everybody's got one. Really digging the color on this. Really, he doesn't have one. Yeah, see? He just said, I don't got one. Yeah. Steve Shuck is the man in the 68 Firebird. Really digging the color on that thing. It has that early Trans Am wing on the trunk lid as well. Goes $11.99, $114.
And the Valiant, $12.38, $108.
Man, we knew that, we had heard that Jeff Lutz was upset that it wasn't happy with how it went early. We didn't realize that it was because that the car had been apparently mortally wounded for the week.
Yeah, that's no good. That was like a big victory to have him back.
Yeah.
Happy to see it. Kind of expected him to be here all week.
Paul Tholey coming up, 86 Buick Regal. Has the GN wheels on it. And the Mustang Coupe
is Charles Dibley.
Old school Lakewood slapper bars on it.
Traction action. Are they Lakewoods or Mr. Gasket?
They're bright yellow, so I'm going Lakewoods.
I thought Lakewoods were red and the traction action was yellow.
Is that what the deal is?
Do I have it crossed up? Maybe.
Either way, slapper bar equipped.
Actually, wouldn't it have been in competitioneering engineering?
Oh, competition engineering.
Yeah, that's it.
$13.91 at 96 for the Buford. $14.69 at 94 for the Mustang. Moving into the part of the show, this is the D-Class cars, so we're looking at 1150 and slower. Going to have a lot of variety in here and a lot of clean stuff. Nice, really nice fourth generation Pontiac Firebird over there, WS6 car. Yeah, Curtis Furkel right side in the pickup truck. 6-speed equipped Pontiac. Mike Serrano. Serrano goes to 1252, 101.13. Fickerel goes 1180 at 114. How about the Volkswagen Rabbit on the right side? It's a round eye Rabbit, so you're talking about a pre-81. It's got a swapped-in Volkswagen VR6 motor in the front of it. This is what we road raced in college. I road raced one of these with a bunch of guys in the SCCA in the 64 Tempest wagon. How good is that thing?
Both of these things are fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the Rabbit. Uh-oh. Stop looking at the Rabbit. Look at the wagon.
Then look at the Rabbit again. He kind of messed him. You can hear that VR6. Yeah, 1355 with a bunch of gear change trouble. That thing's going in the 12s.
The Rabbit and the Tortoise here. 1355 in the Rabbit. 1447 for the Tempest or Le Mans.
Ron Rhodes is loving day one. Rhodes is down there loving day one, man. It's good to have you here. And that was the car he took on the very first Power Tour back in the day. Drag Week is so much better than being at work. Ain't that the truth?
They bracket raced this little Blazer. I think he actually made it into the bracket race where he could have run it at Reading.
Really?
He decided
Get
to
out
be
of
here
here
instead.
Rob Stazak driving that baby. Good-looking little S10 Blazer. And Rob Leffridge in the Mustang. Leffridge going to make it happen. 15 light goes 1220 as Stazak in the Blazer goes 1296.6 at 106.
If only somebody else I know could have turned down the NHRA national event to be here instead.
Brian Decker, 83 Chevy Silverado, two-tone. Really nice, clean example of a Silverado. Mustang Coupe, Rod Klaus, 65 Mustang Coupe. Scream a little small block in there, get the job done. 1325 at 101. The square-bodied short bed truck goes 1555 at 83. Are you in love with this thing or what? Your eyes landed on the Duster and just you would not break your gaze.
It's a pretty clean late model Duster. By late model, I mean 73 to 70 or 72, 3, 4. No, 72 has the old grill. 73 has this grill, and 74. I'm going to place this one at a 73 340 car. It's cool.
And that 4th gen Chevrolet Camaro doing it to it. 1164, 113 miles an hour. The Duster goes 1317 at 98. How about a 392 Gen 3 Hemi swapped extended cab Dakota pickup?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It is pretty good. And the Super B. You, of course, own one of these cars. You still own the thing. You've had it for the majority of your life.
I have two 1970 Super Bs.
Randy Giuliani in that Super B. I like preferentially, I like the early Super Bs. I love that era of Coronet.
They're
Super Bs.
less controversial, that's for sure.
1150, 116 for the B. 1197, 114 for the Dakota with the 392 Hemi in it. Neil Roberts launching his pickup truck, that kind of chalky white paint on his truck. The Mustang. Mike Denyes. Mike goes 1306 at 105, 1228 at 110. Dave, are you familiar with the Savannah Bananas? It's a baseball team that's been traveling. It's like an exhibition baseball team. A guy on the team plays baseball on stilts. He plays hits.
That's what this is.
Yes, this is the Savannah Bananas of drag racing. Has just happened.
Yep, this is Ryan Johnson in the GMC Jimmy.
The fact that it's two basically S10 Blazers side by side and one
the stilts one is outrunning the black one.
He could drive over it and not touch it. And it will be the Extreme Blazer going 1260, but 1363 for that thing. Both triumphant and terrifying at the same time.
Isn't there a rule somewhere about the center line of the crankshaft?
Hey, let's not ruin a guy's fun. that thing is great.
West Kawaja, the left-hand side, the yellow one.
And Steve Abel on the right-hand side in the Mustang. Abel really gently took it off the starting line. Kawaja goes 1245. Abel goes 1392 at 116. Rarely seen body style, rarely seen car.
John Reed in the 71 Plymouth Satellite Wagon. I actually had one of those. Dulcich and I had, in the very end of Roadkill Garage, we had the sedan version of this. We called it the Enforcer because it's just like a car in Dirty Harry.
Yeah, that thing was cool.
Yeah, still is. Dulcich uses it.
Have you seen the new car that Alana and Tom have purchased?
Yes, I had a 67 Imperial like that.
Dude, that thing is unreal.
It's nice. And the wagon, 1310 at 104.
And Big Trouble on the right side, just very slowly rolling along at 20 seconds, 37 miles per hour, Napa side. So Dodge Dart going to be rolling up on the left, and it's like, why would you paint it up like a road racing car? Well, these cars were very successful in the early days of Trans Am. Bob Tullius drove one of these things. These early Darts actually had a pretty good run of road racing success.
Plymouth Valiant.
Okay. Well, Plymouth Valiant, same kind of story can be told here. I mean, it's the same chassis and the same car, effectively.
Scott Harvey would have been the engineer at Plymouth that actually rally and road race
the rally guy.
Yeah, exactly. And this one started out as slant 6.3 on the tree car. He's now got a 360 in it. It's a stick. And, you know, when you think Gulf Porsche, you think Plymouth Valiant. And so you go ahead and paint it in those colors.
Rob McCall, the man behind the wheel there, and we got some photos shared of the Nova engine damage, and yeah, it beat the piston up pretty bad. You can see the cylinder head got it bad, but
the cylinder head can be fixed with a die grinder or even a piece of sandpaper. It's fine.
They're thrashing on it down there.
You could run worse than that. I mean, come on.
Yes.
I've met me.
Yeah. In fact, I'm doing it right now. But listen, the Gulf livery's been everything. Porsche's obviously been on the Ford GTs back at the GT40 back in the day. It's never failed. I got a pair of sneakers with the Gulf livery on them.
That's great.
Yeah. Can't miss. Doesn't miss.
He actually built this little one for just local autocross.
Okay.
And decided he might as well come do this. And he was right.
Top end is clearing here momentarily. Thank you once again to Mickey Thompson for sponsoring the live streaming coverage of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2025 presented by Gear Vendors. Whether it is for your drag race car, whether it is for your truck, your SUV, a wide range of tires and options. Certainly the wheel range is growing exponentially as well, so they have you covered on pretty much every front. Jason from Mickey Thompson is here, and I'm sure if you have tire questions, fitment questions, or even application questions, these are the guys to talk to. You want to make the right decision so your stuff works the right way when you get out either on the racetrack or for your daily driver, your off-roader, or whatever you got.
I just got some Baja Boss MTs for my 72 F100. They're really good.
Those things are cool looking, too. Yeah.
They're good. People are wanting to dive deeper into the Dirty Harry reference on the 71 Satellite.
They don't know who Dirty Harry is?
They do. They said, what movie did he drive a Mopar? And they are correct. They were typically Fords. But in The Enforcer, if you'll just cast your mind back to when the guys are robbing the liquor store, and he goes in and talks to him, and he comes back out, and his partner says, what do they want? They want a car. What are you going to do? I'm going to give it to him. And he drives the thing through the front window of the liquor store. That is actually, that one's like a 73 or 4, but it is the Plymouth Satellite 4-door.
I believe one of the coolest cop cars, TV cop cars, the Hunter. Fred, the guy who Fred Dreyer, and it was he was a Dodge Magnum, 70s Dodge Magnum.
I knew it was Fred Dreyer because football.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your massive fandom. I always thought those things are great. And I think Alana and Tom had one of those along the way too. But to me, those cars with steel wheels on them are just cool.
The '69 Monaco. Yeah. Is that what you said? The 440.
Well, no, it was the I believe it was a Dodge Magnum he drove. Because that was later 70s.
Oh, was it later?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go with Dirty Mary Crazy Larry.
Infinite unlimited top end.
Is unlimited.
Unlimited top end.
That's gonna have to be my pick. Although Buford T. Justice,
the Catalina.
Yeah. Is it a cat? I guess it is.
It's Catalina, yeah.
I like in that movie how they took Pontiac shaker hoods and taped them onto the Mopar cop cars.
Yes.
So you thought they were a Pontiac? Yeah. That's peak Hollywood, back when they did not care. Now that you can watch old shows on DVD or on streaming and watch them consecutively, you realize how much those old TV shows reused footage.
Oh, man.
Over and over. Like Adam 12, brutal. Emergency, relentless with that.
If you need VP Racing fuel, get a Numidia because the truck just left.
Yeah, be there. All right, 360 Valiant guy.
Greg Hall in the 97 Mustang Cobra. And Scott in the Valiant.
You're being advised it wasn't a Monaco. Yeah. Huh. No?
I'm probably wrong, but I'm going to check.
No, this guy says you're right. It's a Monaco.
I was saying it was a Magnum.
Magnum. Oh. Well, a Magnum would have been a 2-door. Lots of tire smolder from the Mustang. The Valiant gets out with a 2:29 60-foot time, actually beating the Mustang.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. And the Valiant, 1470 at 95 miles an hour. And the Mustang, 1423 at 99. '54 Chevy Coupe out here.
I think sitting pretty good on the steel wheels, looking nice. The Pontiac GTO with LS power on the left-hand side. I think it's a 6-liter car.
Do you like the 53 or 54?
I like the 55s.
Okay.
No, I mean, look, Scott Brown, to me, his 53 was one of the coolest drag week cars of all time. Fairly subtle styling differences between the two of them, but the 53, I think, is I like the 53 a little better.
Yeah, the 53's got the two sort of Dagmars in the grill. 54 is a little different. Taillight's a little different.
1327, 105, those guys will take it. They are pumped. They are happy. They're likely going to load up their 13-second Chevrolet and head down the road. The SRT4 Neon left side, 2.5-liter turbo motor there, and the OG early Fox Mustang on the right. 1280 at just 86 miles an hour for the SRT4 Neon. 1539 at 96 for the Mustang.
This wagon out here on the line, part of the anti-LS consortium, which I always thought was kind of a big word to use for guys who don't like LS engines.
Right.
And on the other side, a V6 convertible Mustang.
It's exclusionary with intellectualism and mechanically. They want to get you on both fronts. The G-Body wagon just shy of 90 in the 8th mile. And the wagon will go 1211, 108 miles an hour. The Mustang 1428 at 98.
By the way, that was Ben Brown in the Pontiac wagon. He's been here a zillion times. We kid because we love. Except for me and Brian. There's no love lost.
Truth. Yeah.
Right-hand side, Sean Proctor. And Doug, looking all this stuff up by hand, Wayne Dunphy on the left. Left-hand lane, 1385 at only 74 miles an hour. Napa side, 1422 at 93.
Underappreciated cop cars in movies. McHugh, John Wayne, in the Brewster Green Trans Am.
Okay.
That was a good car. You don't necessarily pin John Wayne as a Firebird wheeling, crime-fighting dude, but
that's
here we
Rockford
are.
territory right there.
Yeah.
That's some Jim Garner action.
Oh, listen, McHugh would have taken Jim Garner, and he would have never seen the guy again.
Oh, yeah.
350 or 1351, 105, a 1330 at 100 miles an hour.
Underappreciated cop car. Nick Nolte in what's the movie with him and Eddie Murphy?
Oh,
48 hours. Thank you, Warren. 48
yeah.
hours. Yep. His completely clapped out Cadillac convertible that he cruises around.
How about Frank Poncherello from Chips Patrol
with the Firebird?
Ponch had the Firebird that his girlfriend set on fire one episode. She was very angry at him. The Monte Carlo SS and the classic, what about a 1940 Chevrolet over there on the opposite side? And the Monte Carlo, going to look at the backside of that round fender Chevy, 1303-106. The Monte goes 1455 at 89.
So there's a guy I insta-know who's a car flipper, kind of friends with some of my friends. He recently came up with an old Corvette drag car and started digging deeper on this thing. Found pictures of the thing running at like Fremont and all kinds of stuff, and then digs into the fact that it was one that Ponch drove in an episode of Chips.
Yeah, they had some broke up some crime ring for drag racing or something,
yeah,
right?
Something like that, as they, as the California Highway Patrol would do. Charles Wrightson is in the Silverado. And Austin Walsh in the left-hand side. The truck, 1219, 116. Austin in the left, 1480 at 93.
So Dave Hurt, Dave and Angie running this truck out here this weekend. They are awesome people. They help us out so much, whether it's with Power Tour, whether it's with Drag Week. A&D Speed Shop, great to have a truck out here having some fun. They built a rig for it, and the Galaxy on the opposite side of the racetrack, killer car over there.
Craig Carlo actually hustling down in that monster.
And the Galaxy goes 1222, 110. And the A&D Speed Shop truck, 1410 at 97 miles an hour. Great to have him out here having some fun.
Jesse Martin, left-hand side in the Fox Coupe. And then look at this guy with number 7, Michael Franks in the S10. Is he Tom Frank's son?
I believe he is. Yeah, Tom Frank's a long-time successful competitor drag week. Tom, I believe, ran a Mustang, Fox Mustang for years. Pickup truck kind of jumps out a little bit sideways off the starting line. The Mustang LX blowing soot out the tailpipes. Truck after a pedal job goes 12:11.107. The Mustang goes 13:31 at 103. The beautiful Biscayne rolling up on the left-hand side. That thing is nice. The Biscayne of Jeff Miller be coming up.
66 Biscayne. Like Key Biscayne, Florida.
Column shifter in the thing still, too.
Maybe it's a 3 on the tree.
It looked like an automatic by the way he was pulling it down. I did not see any back and forth motion, just to rip it on down. And the Comet, right-hand side.
That was a really cool thing, and sort of the second generation of the whole fastest street car thing is when everybody started building cars with stock interiors and hidden roll cages and stock appearance with big meats. It was a good look, and column shifters were key to that. Comet's also shifting gears, I think.
Yeah, Comet's moving out. Trying to tickle the lower 12-second bracket. Or maybe the upper 12-second
bracket. 1289 at 105. And the Biscayne, 1318 at 101.
Okay. So Mike Javanis, we saw him earlier running in the 7-second bracket. One of his friends, left-hand side, Tom Van Tassel. Beautiful car. The cool wheels on that car, Mike Galimi confirming they're the Celine Mustang wheels of that era. Really good looking. And Thomas goes 1183.7, 118 miles an hour. The pickup truck, 1301 at 102. Off goes Randy in the gasser. I figured he might have stuck around for another one. The Wildfire entry. Running in the B-Gas class. Street Machine Eliminator Camaro opposite the gasser. And the B-Gasser goes 1199.111 as the Camaro goes 1282.105. I don't know how this happened, but vintage Volvos side by side. One, a Pennsylvania-based wagon. The other, the Massachusetts-based.
What country are these from,
sedan.
Brian?
They're Swedish.
There you go. See?
They're Swedish.
Maybe you just ticked a little notch
I
back.
got one. I'm trying to get one back. I'm trying to get one back. I'm going to get one on the right side of the Swedes. Well, the earlier Swedish model will get down to a 1211.105. Oh, wow. They both ran within 4 thousandths of each other.
That's cool.
Speed was spread by 16 miles an hour, though. That's kind of wild. But, yes, the sedan beat the wagon down by just a shade.
They both ran 1211.
5.9 powered, 360 RT Dakota. And the Nova on the other side of the racetrack. A little bit quicker, a little bit faster through the first half and now the back half of the racetrack. 13:34 as the left-hand side at 13:67. Big ups to Lonnie Grimm giving us a little logistical update. For those of you wondering when some of the big heavy hitters may be rolling back out on the racetrack, the lanes will be opening up at around that 1 p.m. time frame to allow the all-run session, and that's when the big cars that did not make full passes will be back in. So if you're waiting on the big heavy-duty fast stuff, about 1 p.m. will be that time block.
And that is United States 1 Eastern time, about an hour from right now. But, man, hang in there. Keep the screen open in the background while you're sitting in your cube at work, or whatever you happen to be doing today. You can go ahead also, roll out in the chat, tell us where you're watching from, which is why I clarified that we are in United States Eastern Time, because we should have people watching from all over the world. The little pickup, 1226 at 110, and the Napa Lane, 1248 at 110. Here comes a really neat bump side. This guy's a painter, so he did all of that himself. Reportedly from a buddy of his that I was talking to out in Tech Lanes yesterday, he has driven this thing everywhere. It's got a lot of miles on it. And unfortunately, it also has a gack in the roof where his bed cover came open, but he's a painter. He can fix that. $13.74, and the truck goes $13.51 at only 89 miles an hour. Howard Bailey is up here in his square body. And then we've also got Kyle Wimmer in the 02 Corvette. And the Corvette, another gear jammer. The Corvette runs 11,500, right at the limit of what you can do. Well, with an older car with no roll bar. Actually, 02 doesn't fall under those new standards. So, yeah, he's limited to that 11,500. And the pickup truck, 1444 with a 2. Brian, what is that in your hand?
Say Chick-fil-A sandwich.
It looks much worse than that.
Let us remind the world that you eat everything but chicken.
Yeah, that's right.
What is the affinity you have for the noble chicken, David? Why will you not consume a chicken? You will eat a cow. You will likely eat a pigeon, but you will not eat a chicken.
I don't eat turkeys either. I don't know. They taste really dead to me. And I know they are, but they taste gamey.
Chicken is gamey.
Yes.
Chicken is gamey. Whoever made the chicken that you ate did it very wrong.
I ate my first chicken in a decade at an NHRA race when they brought us Chick-fil-A. I'm going to have plenty of time for this story, apparently. I actually ate one.
This is not going well.
It wasn't too bad. I think, is it deep fried? That's probably why it's okay.
So the Mustang is broken, and the RAV4 apparently is broken. There was a bunch of water came pouring out of the tailpipe. It does appear to be an absolutely stock RAV4, but even one of those, I believe, should generate a more robust than 30-second elapsed time.
I've seen you run faster for a donut.
Twice as fast.
Or a Chick-fil-A sandwich. The thing that really scares me is because they know I won't eat the chicken, she brought me a Chick-fil-A veggie wrap. So let's go ahead and investigate this particular recipe. Let's see. Oh, wow. Does it smell like the chicken that was next to it on the counter, though? That's going to be a problem for me.
So Russell Lowe coming up, the 1975 Holden Monaro. Of course, right-hand drive, Australian import car. I believe the factory engine in this thing would have been a 304 cubic inch small block, maybe an optional 350 in there somewhere. And one of our myriad of F-150's rolling up on the right side. The man will eat the things a chicken eats, but he will not eat the chicken. One of life's grand mysteries. F-150 is going to outpull the Holden Monaro. 11:33 at 125 miles an hour. The Monaro goes 12:84.5 at 104. Really nice Chevrolet rolling up on the right side. I believe a 1960 model year car. Pete Koppenhofer, or Koppenhofer, I should say, right side. And then on the other side, it is Seth Showalter in the Mustang.
Apparently, Chick-fil-A corporate has taken the side of the waffle potato chip.
Horrible decision.
11:17 at 119, and the 60 Biscayne 1364 at 98.
Waffle potato chips are my chicken. Can't do it, won't do it.
Yeah, those dead gamey potatoes.
Right, they taste gamey to me. $12.91, 103.66 Napa side. And the truck that had a massively delayed launch does still work down to a 12.15 at 115. And the Fox Mustangs roll up side by side. Left-hand side with the Celine wing on the back of it. That is Tyler Clough. Big tire smoking launch over here on the right side. That for Matt Warner. And Warner came off the starting line just blazing the tires. Goes 13-16 at 71. But there's a lot of power in that thing. 13-13, 103 across the racetrack. Nitrous being purged out of the C10 pickup truck right side. Of course, that's 68, 69 front end on it. It's got the OBS-style step side bed on it. And a Mustang across the racetrack. Nitrous sprayed truck is going to be right on that 1150 we talked about for this session of cars. Maybe a little over. 12:08, 109. Nice running truck. 14:10 at 98 miles an hour for the Ford. Man, this is the cleanest Grand National here, like of the factory style. Convo Pro wheels on it. Looks like obviously a factory sunroof car. Maybe a little replacement body panel, the bumper filler in the rear, but other than that, it is looking as delivered from Buick. And the General Lee rolling up on the left-hand side.
You think it's an original one?
I think it is. I think Tom Reitler bought it from Tom Wopat himself or John Schneider.
I saw Schneider the other day.
Yeah, Schneider sung God Bless America at the U.S. Nationals.
Yeah.
The General Lee did have the starting line advantage over the turbocharged V6 powered Grand National, and that's the way it's going to stay. 13:03 at 101 as the GN goes 13:67 at 99.
The journalistic mind of Matt King, former Hot Rod Magazine Detroit editor, he wants to know, what do I eat at Thanksgiving if not turkey? Ham. Ham can also be a Thanksgiving thing.
Well, so you will take down a pig without a second thought.
Oh no, a pork chop is just premium unit.
Well, how about the Intimidator themed Mercedes on the right side?
I noticed that. I was like, wait a minute, is this an Impala? Because
doing it for Dale. The thing just ripped to 1277, 105.
Monte Carlo, I think, was the Intimidator trim, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I was confused by it for a moment, which I know you find hard to believe.
Another of the Cummins-powered Dodge Brigade. One of the longer-lasting body styles. They built these trucks of this style with a couple of small evolutionary changes, 72 to 93.
Yeah, they were a little bit different in there, but go over to the G-body.
Oh, man.
Regal on the other side. I recently discovered that was the last.
That is a Cutlass.
Sorry, Cutlass.
Yeah.
The Ultimate Cutlass was the last V8 available rear-wheel drive passenger car that was the #1 selling passenger car in the United States.
The last one.
1983.
1142, 113 for the big Dodge. Nice running truck there with a Cummins in it. 1157 at 94 for the 442, which would have come from the factory with a 307 Oldsmobile in it and a Quadrajet on it.
And it was the best seller in the United States.
Yeah.
Bleak times.
Bleak times. That wasn't even the lightning rods era.
What's square body guy doing?
He should have waited. He's going to get no time slip. He'll be making another run in the big yellow truck that is painted like John Deere industrial tractor yellow. 1250 at 108 for the Corvette. This GTO has made a lot of drag weeks. It's made a lot of different events. It's LS swapped and a very clean little LX Mustang next to it.
Ryan Machkowski. And Liam Cannon in the Mustang.
And the GTO Judge powers away from the LX, goes 1229, 120. The LX goes 1349 at 105. Now I like the idea of what's going on here on the right side of the racetrack. That is Allison Jenks. And Allison is being very open by the fact that she would accept a free supercharger. A lot of people aren't going to tell you that up front. She's saying it. She says, I'll take the free supercharger. That's good. And across the racetrack, killer Dodge Viper. Really neat car. I love these things. That's Andrew DePietro in that Viper.
You're a blowhard. Maybe she could take you home.
Maybe there is that. 1222, 117 miles an hour. 1413 with a 9 at 99 miles an hour for the currently supercharger-less Charger.
And Neil Jenks now in the right-hand side in their little Dart that's gone through so many changes here at Drag Week from 360 V8. And before that, he had a 318 before Drag Week. And then he put a 5.7 Hemi in it. And right now, it's got his own hand-built 600 horsepower Gen 3 Hemi. He's obviously going to have to stay out of it or coast through the top end and not exceed his 1150 limit because of no roll bar. 1325, 104. I think maybe he was going a little bit too easy on it. 1390 at 103 in the opposite side. There's another little front-wheel drive turbo Mopar. I assume it's turbo. Might not be.
Yeah, the Shelby version would have had a turbo on it from the factory.
Oh, I see that it does at least have that sticker on it. Wow, it's getting after it, too.
It is.
Yeah. Good wheel speed out of the hole. 178 short time.
Trying to hang in there with Sean Finn's 1969 Super Beat. He's going to hang on the rear quarter panel of it. 1163 one side, 1197 on the other. Two very different ways to run within 0.3 and 1 mile an hour of each other at the drag strip.
With your Mopar.
Fourth gen Chevrolet Camaro convertible in the Fairmont, easing its way off the starting line.
Kyle Sears Fairmont.
And the Fairmont will go 1377 103. Meanwhile, the Camaro convertible goes 1285 108. This might be the first time in Drag Week history we've had two SRT10 trucks at the same place at the same time.
Yeah, and this guy's actually a customer of Savakinas with the other red one.
Nice. Oh, and it's a six-speed.
Right. And, of course, I prefer the regular cab version to the crew cab. But, yeah, genuine Viper-powered SRT 10 truck. But he's going to go down.
1153, 119 if the Oldsmobile, 1262 for the truck. And here comes the Subaru-powered Bradley GT. Originally built to be a Volkswagen kit car back in the 70s. This one has the flat Volkswagen power plant.
No, it's a Subaru.
I'm sorry, Subaru. The rear camber end of the rear tires when he puts the power to it.
Well, when he puts the Subaru to it. He said it's a $300 junkyard motor, and it goes down 1365 at 94. Left-hand side, 1456 at just 75 lazy miles an hour.
They only start getting good after the 12th set of head gaskets.
Yeah.
Man, that thing's nice across the racetrack from us here.
Both of them.
Yeah. 446 pack machine of David Hart, the Satellite, with an 812 style hood on the front of it.
I believe the also 6-pack 71 Charger. That thing's been here a bunch of times, and unfortunately I can't remember what kind of stroker he might have in that thing. It's Dallas Shelton. Excuse me, Dallas Shelton in the gunmetal Charger.
What was that? What was the actual factory name of that shade of orange?
It could have been Charger Orange or Barracuda Orange.
Okay.
Yeah, in 1969.
On the brakes and slowing that car down, 1190 at just 69 miles per hour. And an 1179 114 on the Napa side.
You know what? I said that there was Charger Orange or Barracuda Orange, but it's confusing because one of them's red. It's like Charger Orange and Barracuda Red, even though it's the exact same color. Or I may have that transposed. I'm sure the Mopar Strokes on the chat will solve that problem for me.
They will. Yeah, like piranhas.
Yeah.
RX-7 left-hand side, and the second 360 powered Dakota RT. On the right.
Freiberger, that was in fact a mid-year launch.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen. The Coors Light Lane, 1147, 125. The right-hand side, 1374 at 96.
Impala SS right side would have been a factory LT1 engine in there, about factory rated like 260 horsepower, I think.
That's Glenn Koenig. I thought that was a really cool package. I liked them. Not fast by modern muscle car standards, but still pretty good. Bob Helm in the left-hand side's got the 66 Plymouth Satellite that's going to get there first as he runs 1298 at 107. And the Impala, 1762 at 63.
Ran into trouble early. ZL1 Camaro left side, another Dodge pickup truck. That being David Haggard on the right side.
And Jacob Martinez.
Again, about 1 p.m., we're looking at basically having the lanes open for the all-run session where anybody that didn't get satisfaction out of their first run can jump in the line again. ZL1 Camaro is doing exactly what it's supposed to do here. Left first. Going to outrun the truck. Just over 90 at half course. Goes 12:18, 115 as the truck goes 14:26 at 92. New Edge style Mustang right-hand side. The trailer hitch, so common in the drag and drive world. And the nice-looking Mercury Cougar popping up on those rear springs as the driver loads it up on the torque converter and drives off. And big smoke starting to roll off the back of the Mustang. And start to clear up a little bit, thankfully. 1268, 108 for the Mercury. 1490 flat at 103 for the Ford. Super clean little 3 Series BMW going to be coming up next in that kind of gunmetal or battleship gray color. And, man, nice-looking Chevrolet Deluxe will be on the other side.
4950-ish. I like the tire tuck on that thing. I was busy looking up Cougar trivia because I couldn't remember what year a Cougar was the MotorTrend car of the year. Logically, it was 1967, the first year of the car. And I couldn't remember which one was the Dan Gurney edition. And I think they sold that 67 and 8. If not, it was just 1968.
All right, we have a racer in need. Aaron Gerke. He's got a red Ford Ranger. It is car 229. Small block Ford lifters. Center cup or 180 offset intake is what he's looking for. He is pitted all the way to the far end. Solid roller camshaft these are going on. Small block Ford lifters for a solid roller cam. Center cup or 180 offset intake all the way at the far end. Gerke, 229. It's a red Ford Ranger. Go help him out.
All right, I know you were on needles and pins here. The XR7G for Gurney was apparently 1968.
Okay. Think about the era we live in now as opposed to then. You had Gurney edition cars. You had Mark Donahue edition cars.
You had Pierre Cardin edition cars.
Yeah, but I mean the race car drivers, like when's
oh yeah,
It's amazing nobody did an Andretti anything, and I mean that sincerely, and I'm guessing because the price tag was probably pretty high.
Is there any OE car named for a drag racer? There was the John Force Camaro, but I think that was a dealer-built deal.
Well, there was the Force. You could have got the Force Edition Copos. Those are Copos that had the JFR when they were with Chevrolet. They still are with Chevrolet.
Right. No, they had a Camaro, too.
Really?
They had a Force Camaro. I remember seeing them at the SEMA show.
The Dale Earnhardt Edition Monte Carlos we mentioned. That's that's one of the only modern things. And that's obviously not a drag racer, but yeah. So that 3 Series BMW is going to run down to $1,243 at 85, and that really nice little late 40s, early 50s Chevrolet goes $1,190 at 115. Camper shell, first camper shell we have seen of the day. This one equipped with the ladder rack as well, a deluxe camper shell, as David has once again consulted the internet.
There was actually a Blue Ranger that had a camper shell earlier. I think you must have been feasting on the Chick-fil-A.
The chicken has begun to rot my brain.
The 2020 Copo John Force Edition.
Yeah, I remember being informed of that happening. Ranger stick shifted right side. 1346, 101 miles per hour for the Ranger as the Monte Carlo. Thankfully, and again, thanks to the driver here, he knew he had a problem. He had that thing off out of the groove and stopped within 50 feet. Some of the best looking cars Chevrolet ever built. Fastback roofed Impala, and as you'd be quick to tell us, it was what? The best-selling car in the nation?
Yeah. 65 Impala. It was a best-selling American car ever? Is that the trivia tip?
I think that was the one you had, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think we decided it got smoked by the VW Bug.
Yeah.
Here's a Ford-powered Fox. And notice that it has the Capri quarter panels and fenders on it that have a little bit of an extra bulge to them. You're talking about the pregnant rear glass on the Capri. This one's got the Capri bulgy fender.
That is Matt Hum in the Capri fendered Mustang, 1349-109.
Herm, I believe.
Herm, I'm sorry. And in the Impala, that was Charlie Townsend, 65 Impala fastback. Beautiful looking car. Monte Carlo time, left-hand side of the racetrack. Another Fox Mustang here on the right.
That would be Bob Stover. There's another stick. That's a Monte Carlo with a stick.
Who even does that?
Yeah, that
guy. Who does.
That
guy does.
That guy. Let's find out who that guy is.
And that guy just went 1337, 100 miles an hour.
Nicholas Onion.
Nick Onion.
Nick Onion.
I bet he makes him cry sometimes. Yes. 1405 at 96 miles an hour.
I'm not going to peel that one back.
Yes. Man, nice looking Suburban. That's a big unit to move down the racetrack, too. Brian Cope in that 1966 Suburban goes 1496 at 86, 1341 at 98.
And on the topic of my poultry habits, this guy says, do you eat eggs? And yeah, I do. Up until now, because he called them liquid chicken. Do you eat liquid chicken? Formerly.
This is either a Starion or what was the other version of this?
Mitsubishi Starion or a Dodge Conquest.
The Conquest, yes. The TSI. I still think these are cool cars. I remember seeing them as a kid thinking, man, that's the neatest thing I've looked at. It's good shape. That sounds like an LS swap in Joseph Ichanowski's third-gen Camaro, 1173 at 115. And Joshua Patchen, it's an 87 Chrysler Conquest. 16 seconds at 87 miles an hour.
Oh, Chrysler Conquest.
Yeah.
I guess Dodge and Chrysler had them. I mean, when you come up with a name like Conquest, you can't waste that on one car.
You need to spread the love around. Speaking of large and in charge, here comes Tom Stouffer. The 66 Galaxy 4-door. And the Chevelle in black with a black vinyl roof. That is Mike Pasecki, a 67 Chevelle. 1332 at 105 as the Galaxy goes 1511 at 93. Dodge Magnum. First and only one of these guys we've seen. They refuse to call it a station wagon. You know that?
I didn't know that.
They called it a sport touring car.
Oh, brother.
Yeah. And the Ricky Bobby themed Mercury Cougar of the Fox era of Mercury Cougars. And the Magnum goes 1528 at 89, and the Ricky Bobby Cougar goes 1678 at 80.
That reminds me of when they re-released the Camaro and refused to call it a muscle car. They called it a refined sports car for the Fergie generation. I remember that.
Worked out good for him. Worked out real good for him.
Exactly.
The Infiniti on the right side, like a G35, I believe. Monte Carlo on the left side. $14.83 at 91 as the Infiniti goes $15.27. The LS swapped Subaru Forester.
Yes.
Yes.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Let's go.
They would hate this thing in Vermont.
I don't know. Maybe you'd be king of the street.
Fairlane on the right side. Listen, man, you never met a Vermont.
Is it still all-wheel drive? That would be good.
We're about to find out. It is not. It'd be even better if it was all-wheel drive and they had the front runners on it. They were smoking like the Hearst Harry Oldsmobile. Oh my God! Look at this thing. An old handy van. They cut the back off.
Yeah.
1,109 for the LS swapped Subaru. 1361.1 at 98 miles per hour. Now another Ford Galaxy 500. The bright orange Mustang will be next to it. And after that, don't change the channel. The Galaxy, gear jamming its way through. That is a 1227.109. A 1463 for the Mustang. And this is, it's about to get weird, guys. It's about to get weird. So,
if you could have a vehicular representation of Brian and I in the booth.
Yes, you got it.
This would be it.
This is it. So, on the left, don't be fooled. That is not a factory pickup truck. That is actually an old Chevrolet handy van that they've hacked the back off of and made a cab out of it. And then the El Camino is sitting on what looks to be about a 3/4-ton truck chassis. And I, of course, am the van, the more creative and robustly performative vehicle on the track, if we're making a comparison between the two of us. The van/truck goes 1245. And the El Camino goes 1641 at 79. You get all the benefits of the van with none of the creepiness when you turn it into a truck.
Yeah, so much better.
Yeah.
Here is big news. We are about to port and polish the track. We're going to do track prep, and then we are going into the all-run session. So you're going to see a lot of our hot cars coming back after this couple of pair.
So the D lanes are closed. All-run lanes are open. D lanes are closed. All-run lanes are open. Get in while the getting's good. D lanes are closed. All-run lanes are open. 1245, 108 one side, 1450 at 94 across the drag strip.
Dude, Cleat is informing I remember this now. There was an NHRA edition Pontiac Trans Am.
When they were the official vehicle, probably, yeah.
Oldsmobile was the official vehicle.
Pontiac was for a long time.
Yeah. Also, I wonder if Olds
back
did anything
during the
like
We
that.
Drive excitement era of Pontiac, they were the official vehicle.
We build excitement.
We build excitement. There you go.
The mark of great cars. Speaking of which, is this one on track? No, that's a Camaro.
Hardcore looking rough and tumble Camaro one side, the Corvette on the other. And the Corvette off the starting line second, but goes 1190 at 115 as the Camaro goes 1430 at 98. The B-Gas Falcon with the Thunderbolt blister hood on it. So once again, lanes are open for the all-run session. Once we run out of our D cars, which we are getting to the end of, it appears, we will touch up the racetrack, and then it will be open season for the all-run session. For some, a chance of redemption. For others, desperation. 1242, 113 one side, 1475 the other. It's like the nicest four-door Nova in America. If you're going to do a four-door Nova, you got to do it like this guy just did. Beautiful car.
Well, Jeff Mall's out here with one. You know, that gold one that has a Pro Charger big block in it?
Greg Pierner is in this machine. Certainly not as fast as the other Mall car, but another just beautiful example of doing a sedan and doing it right. 1032, 132.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
I like it.
So the final car in this D group will be a Mustang.
It will be the Mustang of, as I look it up, Charlie Hickinson. The stick shift showdown is going to be enormous.
It's going to be the biggest class in the entire race. 1117, 126 on that left-hand side of the racetrack for Charles Hickinson. So, now that is locked up, we're going to prep the racetrack. For those of you in the live feed, don't go anywhere, and especially now share this because we want you all in here for this last session where the heavy iron will be coming out. As they're prepping the racetrack, we're going to go back down to the pits to take you into some of the neat stories, meet some of the neat drivers, and see the cool cars here at Drag Week.
Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, KJ here in the pits. This car right here, 1986 Eagle Wagon. This is OG right here. I actually rode in one of these. My friend back in elementary school, Raymond Klein, his mother had this car. So it's really cool. It's nostalgia for me, but check this out. This is a 4-liter Jeep engine that's been planted in this thing with a 72 millimeter turbo.
76 precision.
76 millimeter precision turbo. And your name?
Brian Moss. Brian,
where are you from?
Southampton, Pennsylvania.
And what brought this together, man? Is this a car that was in your family, or is this a car that you just found? What made you say, I want to build an Eagle Wagon?
I grew up around AMCs, and I saw one of these things. I was like, all right, I'm going to do something cool with one of them. So they were factory inline AMCs to begin with, so it's not much different than what the factory had.
And what was your choice of the Jeep 4-liter? What made that decision?
So Jeep 4-liter, AMC 4-liter, depending who you ask. Still the same motor that came with the car, essentially. So.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about it as far as what you had to do to make this, in a sense, a drag and drive car? I see your air conditioner, the compressor's brand new, so I assume the air conditioner works?
Yeah, AC, heat, power steering, power brakes, radio, everything's still there. Obviously, suspension changes, frame connectors for the roll cage, all that sort of thing. So.
And your transmission is like a Turbo 400?
Yeah, Turbo 400. Still a AMC Turbo 400, as weird as that is. So.
AMC through and through. And I see you got the plush leather seats still in there and everything. So how is this car like as a cruiser? I'm going to assume it's comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it drives like a muscle car, but it's still comfortable. Radio, turn the AC on. It's still a daily driver, essentially.
Right on, man. So one and done, you guys getting ready to hit the road, or are you going to make another lick?
No, we're getting out of here. So I ran a 971, I believe, and happy with that. So.
971 and a 1986 Eagle Wagon. This car is really, really cool. It's unique. It's one of those things. Drag Week, you don't always see just race cars and that formal looking stuff, and you know it's going to be fast. You see a brown 1986 Eagle Wagon that runs 971. Very unassuming, very sleeperish, and very cool here at Drag Week 2025.
The feeling of a car working is different than the feeling of a car going fast. We are running the Big Bubba ET Drag, and when we got it, we ran our best pass ever. But it's a shoebox 55 Chevy running 6-second times on a Mickey Thompson tire, and that's cool. When I think of Mickey Thompson, I think of legacy.
Take control of your engine with Terminator X Bluetooth module. Compatible with iOS and Android smartphones, this plug-and-play module connects wirelessly with Terminator X and Terminator X Max. With the Terminator X Bluetooth module, you'll have real-time monitoring and adjustments at your fingertips. Customize your live dash display, including vehicle speed via your phone's GPS. The built-in Terminator X EFI wizard makes tuning a breeze. Get yours today at Holley.com and take control.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
So KJ Jones is down in the pit area doing the yeoman's work down there. And I guess we're going down to KJ in the pits.
Thanks, Brian. From the pits, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. Just giving you a look at what's going on here in the start of the all-run session. Basically, all of the groups, A and B, C and D, have run through their allotted time in attempts to make the quickest run of the day, hopefully get on the road as soon as possible. There are some who haven't done that, and they need to make more runs. The all-run session basically closes the day at Drag.
Fuel station will be closing in 15 minutes.
Filled up right now with cars where racers are trying to get to the closest, lowest ET possible, especially in the index-type classes like Super Street Small Block Power Adder and 850. You have several of those cars lined up here, as well as the unlimited players, too. It's Dave Schroeder there with the Vet. Of course, Brian Goldstone with his new Vet, his project. And then down in the back is Nate Dunphy, who replaced a ring and pinion. We saw that a little bit earlier. But all kinds of other just cool cars where racers might not be at that low ET yet, and they want to take another stab at it, or maybe another 2 or 3 stabs at it again. It's as many runs as you can make in this time window to try to get that low ET, then get your map and get on the road. But we're just going to take a look at some of the cars that are in the lanes right now, and also kind of ear hustle, listen to some of the conversations going on, talking about laps, talking about the cars, etc. I know this car right here, this little Chevy 2, excuse me, is in a sense you could say, well, actually, let's look for it on the back. I don't see it, but you would think there might be a target here on the back of this Chevy 2 with Mike Finnegan's face on it. You know what I'm saying? Because I think this car in the B-gas category is really trying to get after it with Finnegan. Of course, Brian Acton over there in the Nova, we've seen him several times. Running really hard in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder class, 850. Randy Seward, another Super Street Small Block Power Adder contender. Very, very close to 850 perennially, almost every year here. And let's walk on through here, Josh. What's up, guys? This 33 Ford here, I don't know the people in the stands, if you've seen a 33 Ford, LS powered twin turbocharged, a beautiful piece right now. And the driver, you've probably seen him in another car that's been here at Drag Week many, many times. The Divco is usually your ride, correct?
Yep. Used to drive the Divco doing the wheelies and switch it up for a faster ride, so.
And this faster ride, for the people that are watching on our live feed and the people in the crowd there, what consists of this quicker ride?
Say it again?
What's it made of? What do you got?
It's a 427 LS with twin 80mm turbos and a turbo 400 in the trans. It's gone 729, so trying to improve from there.
And you seem kind of cozy in here. Are you ready to hit the road this cozy and go for several miles?
It's going to be tight. I got my daughter with me. She's my co-pilot this week, so yeah, it's tight, but at least I'll be hanging with her, so.
That's cool, man. One of the cool things about Drag Week is a lot of father and daughter, father and son teams out here where the daughters are doing some driving. Your daughter's not quite old enough to drive yet, but I'm sure she'll be in the seat at some point. But, Josh, take a look at this. When you look at this 33, right now you see the water chiller. It holds the ice in the water for the intercooler. That comes out, goes into the support trailer, and that's where bolt another seat in and the daughter gets to ride shotgun. So that's really cool innovation. And as you go along with Drag Week, if you're here, if you're at any of the stops, look in the cars. Look at some of the technologies that's in them. Look at some of the innovation and thought that goes behind them, because it's really, really, really cool stuff. Walk around through here a little bit more. Anybody in the live feed, if you see a car or a truck or a vehicle that you want to know more about, shoot a question to David and Brian, and they'll get down to me, and I can try to find the driver or the builder or somebody that can give us information about it. That's what this live feed is all about. It's kind of an interactive deal. So thanks, Mickey Thompson, for setting this up. We're coming up on the square body Chevy now by Felicia. These guys, they did a number on me last night. They ate real good.
We always eat good.
And then they let me know about it this morning. What's going on, Ben?
How are we doing, KJ?
Good, good. Tell me about your first lap. I see you're back here in the all run, so the first lap just didn't go well?
No, it didn't go well, unfortunately. We know there's more in it. We think it was a bad set of plugs. We wanted to put a fresh set in. It just got sidetracked and forgot. We had them with us, but they're in it now, and we're going to see what we can do.
That's it, and hit the road and be safe, of course. If I had $1 for everyone that said I think there's more in it, I'd be a very rich man. We're getting a lot of feedback. I think we're out of our range. Yep, I think we're out of our range. Sadly, we're kind of tethered to the tower area most of the drag strips we're at. So unfortunately, we can't roam live. But I will be walking around the pits at every racetrack, talking to racers, finding out about your cars, getting as much information as I can to get to Brian and David as they do the live feed and call the play-by-play on this. So stay tuned to the live feed. Again, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, thank you very much for bringing this to us, and we'll give you more from Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. David, Brian, back to you.
So you watch the starting line crew out there manipulating the rubber, and again, thanks to KJ Jones for getting us live into the pits down there. Always great to get the inside scoop, what's going on, who's in the staging lanes, where they are. And we got big names down there. We see Randy Seward sitting there among many others, including Mike Finnegan's cars down there. He's got a look at the starting line that the hardworking staff here has just touched up.
Finnegan told me that they wrecked the 2 front tires, but the rest of the car seems okay. And so they're going to run it again. Okay. I think we've only seen one 8.50.
Steinke was it.
Yeah, that was it.
He's got everybody by the throat right now.
Right, because I think the next quickest is 8.52, which sounds pretty close right now.
It's a yawning gap.
Exactly.
Yeah. Big thanks, everybody, for coming to hang out with us on this Monday at Maryland International Raceway. Big, busy facility. These guys have the World Cup finals are coming, one of their biggest races of the year. If you've never been down to the World Cup, it is like one of the wildest, craziest, most awesome races. Happens every fall, and it is bad fast here. Make sure you check out the schedule online because they still have a lot of drag racing to do here all season long. And again, next year, the NHRA Potomac Nationals will be contested here for the very first time. Have always loved coming to this racetrack from even back in the day. So the key mark of success of any day of Drag Week, specifically the first day, is the ability to have your stuff loaded into your car and out the gate before noontime or thereabouts. Who was able to do it? A bunch of people, and KJ talked to them.
KJ Jones in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2025 from Maryland International Raceway. This live feed is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, and we're checking out right now the transition. At Drag Week, the idea is to make your quickest pass, submit a time slip, and get on the highway. And in doing that, you're taking race tires off your car and putting street tires on your car. Some people pack everything in the car. Some people have these support trailers. The support trailer basically carries all your essentials to make it through Drag Week. Tools, tires, fuel, jacks, anything you need or you think you need. Some people are as elaborate as cylinder heads, camshafts, internal hard parts for an engine. This is, in a sense, one of the lifebloods of a Drag Week participant. And you see how they've got it designed so you strap the tires down. Everything is really logically thought out. And these rigs right here can be super elaborate. But as you see here now, the car is jacked up. They're putting the street tires on it, torque them down.
and then hit the road and get the miles under. I don't know if this is the type of car, just looking at it, I don't see a hood up or anything like that, so I don't know if there's any valve adjustments or anything that's changed in the engine. Sometimes it might be a matter of just getting on the laptop, and if this is a fuel-injected engine with Holley or Haltech or anything like that, they'll punch a few keys and put in a tune that's designed or set up for the street, for making miles. Maybe get some fuel economy, definitely not be as aggressive as a tune that would be for the track. So these guys are getting ready to hit the road. If you look over there, there's a fuel dump going on right there. So I'm assuming, this is definitely a guesstimation here, but maybe there's a methanol system in there, or they're running methanol now, and they flex fuel out and they put gas in it to run on the street. That's quite possible. Actually, we can walk up and ask. Let's do that. Got a quick question for you. You see you're getting ready. You're one and done, getting ready to get out of here. You're taking the fuel out of this thing. Is this methanol?
This is X85. Yeah, and I flex fuel car, so I run it on pump gas on the street and X85 at the track. So I got a quick release drain on the sump that gets it out nice and easy for us.
Okay, and for racing then, that's not even 2 gallons really.
I gotta drain a little more. I think there's about another 1.5 gallons in there. I started with 5 and it was not a great pass, so we go through about 1.5 gallons per pass.
Excellent. And you're going to put you're going to put pump gas in it, 93 octane fuel in it to run down the highway. Do you have a guesstimation on what kind of fuel economy you get with this whole setup?
On pump gas, it gets about 14 to 15, going about 50.
And what's the engine package?
It's got a built 5.3 LS, twin 72s on it.
Right on, man. Well, good safe trip. Thank you for your time, and that's what's going on at Drag Week. You transition out of track, you go into street. Sometimes it involves changing fuel and changing your tune. It definitely involves changing tires in most cases. There are some that just run on the same drag radials the whole way and don't change tires, but that's a look at what's going on as you make your lap, turn in your time slip, get your map, and then hit the road on Drag Week 2025.
Well, that's a bunch of happy stories from the first day of Drag Week, specifically in the morning when you're able to load up and leave. And we've seen a lot of traffic out the gate already. But a whole bunch of runs yet to be made this afternoon. Some runs just want to be improvements. As you mentioned, a couple of hundreds pickups around that 850, and some runs need to be massive improvements by multiple seconds.
Yeah, there's a bunch of fast cars that have not done representative runs that will be back right now.
You're watching this live streaming coverage of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2025 presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives via Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Great partnerships with these brands and companies and others like Summit Racing Equipment, VP Racing Fuels, and NOS help us to bring you this coverage and at this event, which is now in its 21st running against all odds.
Man, Summit picked sides. Did you see him wearing the shirts that say LS the World?
Yes, I saw those.
An actual Summit Racing brand shirt that says LS the World.
Super busy time of the year in the sport of drag racing right now. Everybody's got big events going on, and it's one of those that push through the fall is always an exciting time in this sport when the weather starts to cool off and a lot of different championships and big heavy-duty events get run, including this one. Been a staple for the last couple of decades in the scene. Water box wetted down. We're going to fire up these cars in the staging lanes and bring around the corner and get things kicked off for our all-run session. Lanes are open for all-run. Engines fired up, and the car is heading into the water box for the beginning of the all-run session. And here comes a 56 Chevy. You can see that big gaping hole in the hood. This thing definitely used to have like a Whipple blower on top of a big block of this car, but it's gone to different power adder choices.
Will Fair out here in Ultimate Iron.
he pedaled that car and went 200 miles an hour in it last time. Wasn't that correct? Or he ran within close to Glenn Hunter's class record pedaling it. And Dave Schroeder.
Glenn Hunter would be pro street. This is an Ultimate Iron car.
Ultimate Iron, I'm sorry, yes.
Get your chicken breath away from me.
Listen, man. I ate a cookie, too, so it helps. Look, Dave Schroeder here. Strategically, I think being first in the line here it cuts both ways. Yes, it gives you more time if you need to get back around and make another run. But, man, I might have wanted some cars to come out here and work some of this glue in the racetrack. It is going to be as tight as it can be out there right now, so we're going to find out if they're able to hook it up. Opposite side of the racetrack, the 56, he's our radials over there, so I can understand why he'd want to be first in line to get on the freshest, juiciest glue he can get is Big John Enns. Yes, that big giant guy does ride in the passenger seat of this car all week and has done so for many years. The two lifelong friends from north of the border running this Corvette and others over the course of their racing career. And Schroeder's car wads the tire up. The 56 trying to carry the front end at 330 feet. He's going to go through a 671. He shot the hood off the thing or something, went flying off to the right side of the racetrack. 210 miles an hour through the lights, and something exited stage left at a high rate of speed at a long distance.
Schroeder, 768, 197.
So Schroeder pedaled his way out of there. 109 short time. It was shaking the tires. It was pitched sideways. We're going to run down the racetrack to see what exactly that was. But something came off that 56, and it went a long way.
Well, you know, another advantage to running early, although you saw the problem just there with the tire shake, another advantage is if you did break it, you still need to make the drive.
Yes.
You now have more time to fix it, even if you don't try and come back and make another pass.
Yeah, time is your enemy in this entire event, not only against the clocks on the drag strip, but also during these long drives. And, you know, what would take you and your passenger car maybe 3-4 hours can be 8 to 10 hours in some of these things, depending on time, trouble, and traffic. The scooter squad down there grabbing parts and pieces and getting them over the fence. All right, all clear at the top end, which means Brian Acton will be coming up on the opposite side of the racetrack. Acton chasing an 850.
Brian Acton and Roger Levesque.
Levesque from South Carolina, the Corvette. And Acton. Really interesting parade of stuff coming along here. Just as the potpourri of Drag Week is definitely coming out here in this all-run session.
There's no shortage of variety.
All right, let's see how close Acton can get to that 850. He's going to try a few more swings at it if he needs to. He goes 854, 158 off the mark. Didn't have enough at the 8th mile and was a couple of hundreds behind at the big end. 1044, 126 for the Corvette of Levesque.
What do we usually look for at 660? About a 540 ends up adding up to an 850?
Yeah, he needs a couple of numbers. I mean, sometimes it depends on the car, right? Depending on how hard the thing can back half. But For that thing, I'd want to. Yeah, the 131 60-foot time is pretty safe too. You can find it anywhere, but I mean, to me, the 8th mile always needs to be somewhere in the low 540 bracket to be able to get there. Mid 540s are going to get you mid 50 in most of those style of cars.
Yeah, a lot of them leave soft and then put it down at the big end.
The turbocharged LS Power 34 Ford and the turbocharged Ford truck. It was a big wheel stand for the truck, and it was an early lift for the coupe.
He's all over the place still.
Coupe maybe having some fuel delivery problems or something over there. 858 at 139 miles an hour for the pickup truck. But, man, that coupe, when it wants to run, it really starts making tracks. But to me, it seems every time the boost starts to come up, it's cutting out.
And now we're back here looking at Dustin Trance in the Mustang. This is a player who should be able to lay down an 8.500, but he hadn't done it yet.
It was surprising how much they missed it by. Not that they missed it. Everybody's going to do that. But he was off by 5/600ths of a second in his first attempt. And that's a guy who we have seen lay down the virtually impossible perfect number before. Meanwhile, Rick Snike is like, running his fingers through his beard and laughing like an evil genius when he's halfway to Numidia. Cooking and booking. This is what it's supposed to look like. 850 side by side. We're going to see it. Better shot on the right than the left. He goes too quick. 50 or 43 at 159. So they picked the car up a tenth and a half. Meanwhile, at 854 at 156 for the Malibu. Looked like a bracket race by the 8th mile as they were both fender to fender, but it was Trance who leaned on the car a little harder, picked up a little too much. So they've overshot at 600 one way, slow. Now they overshot at 600 the other way, fast. So somewhere in the middle is perfect.
So Trance in that Mustang that just went down, and Rick Steinke in the 4-door 67 Chevelle are the only two people in class who have put down that perfect 8.500.
Ever, yeah.
Right.
And here comes the Corvette. We saw this Corvette 4 wheels off the ground earlier today. And the Mustang on the right leaves. Much nicer launch. They tied the nose of the Corvette down a ton. Running an all-motor small block. That Ed Ensner tuned car goes 836 at 157.58 miles an hour. Again, 836 157 all-motor small block run. Previous best was 864.7.
From Jason Tabscott in that silver second-gen Camaro.
Big trouble over there for the Chevy SS as it did the typical, we just broke the rear end apart in my car move. Meanwhile, on the right side, a 1045.6 at 118.
That never happens to those, except always.
Independent rear suspension strikes again. So we just saw the quickest naturally aspirated small block pass in drag week history by nearly 0.3 of a second out of the Corvette. Up comes the yellow Chevy pickup truck. Last time we saw the rig, it had jumped the tree, so it did not get any elapsed time. So the truck's going to make another hit at it. Big slicks on the back of the long bed truck, and it will be looking over at the Melting Pistons Dodge, which will once again be viewed from space as a rolling black cloud. Thankfully, the wind has shifted for the guys on the starting line. They got the worst of it earlier.
Thing looks like California when a power line falls.
And the soot-making machine runs down 11:59 next to an 11:92 at 110. The big tire yellow truck's moving along pretty good. Got to be a big block of that thing, cranking at 110 miles an hour. Blasphemy's around the corner, 3 or 4 pair back. If you're here to watch Finnegan, now's your time to tune in.
I think we'll be seeing the other 2 gassers as well, the blown Novas.
I'm surprised Randy left. One of them, we saw Randy pull out the rusty-looking one.
Really?
Yeah, he hauled out of here.
That's some confidence.
It is confidence. Chevette one side, we see this.
Oh, look at the wheel stand out of the Chevette.
I feel like that's got him in the past, too. I feel like wheel stands have plagued that little car.
Remember he had the weights on the front end for a while? 853, 143.
And that's exactly it. He had actually like barbell weights or plate weights hanging off the front of it to stop that from happening. The Mustang at 853.4 and street race small block power adder getting there. Comes the RX-7. That is Devin Shaw and the
Steve
Eaton driven Chevy Nova. Finnegan's back there watching the Chevette stand on its end going, oh man, I don't need any of that. RX-7 kind of dead hooked the tire and bogged its way off the starting line. Eaton, on the other hand, new trouble in the Nova. 1031, 128. The RX-7 goes 1177 at 121. The LS swapped GTO Judge on one side and then the New Edge Mustang GT on the other. And the Mustang, 1043, 129. The GOAT goes 1164 to 123. And here comes Finnegan.
If it wasn't self-evident to everybody watching, this thing is powered by a supercharged Chrysler 426-based Hemi. I think it's 526 cubic inches right now. You know, after number 8, you kind of forget, kind of lose track.
Well, it's like when a guy names all his sons the same name. You run out of Roman numerals after a while.
Oh, and he's way up.
Oh, man, that was worse. That was worse. And I think the front end of that car is busted up. It was acting very strangely when he landed. 11:13 at 125. And apparently the first one was just a warm-up act because that one was even more aggressive. I don't know how many sets of front runners Mickey Thompson brought with him this week, but they're going to be down another one after that.
That thing's got that independent front suspension in it that was so controversial last year.
It's now independent of the frame rails.
Right.
The first landing, and not even kidding around, but the first time he did it, it didn't land hard enough to throw sparks. That time it actually bottomed the thing out enough to throw sparks. And I don't know if you noticed it, when he kind of went to lean into the gas again, it made a very awkward move.
Yeah, he got back in it. Like we always used to say to each other, now we've got a show.
Yeah.
Makes good video.
And putting all 4 off is risky business as well. When the thing unloads a motor like that and runs the RPM up real quick, too. The whole thing's tough. Those of you watching at home, if you've ever wondered how the traction is here at Maryland International Raceway, we've given you plenty of reason to understand that it is very good.
Well, and if that thing didn't have the trailer hitch on the back, it would have shoved the trunk lid through the back window of it, too.
Yeah. And this just went from mildly entertaining to really crummy because now there's oil on the racetrack.
In the left lane where Finnegan landed twice.
This is most likely from the second time.
Yeah, but it landed twice the second time.
Yeah, it was hardcore. So we got the scrubber out here. We got the equipment. Roy's going to roll out there with the fellas and make sure we get the left lane turned around. But, yeah, be real interested to understand how and if the front end of that car has survived that twice. So one of the great names competing at Drag Week here in 2025 is that of Ron Rhodes out of Delaware, an incredible small tire racer, a guy who was actually on the very first Power Tour back in the day, making his first Drag Week. We caught up with him in the pits.
KJ Jones Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. We're in the pits with Ron Rhodes. Ron Rhodes, you might know the name just by hearing it. If you follow small tire drag racing, 275 drag, radial drag racing, this guy is one of the quote-unquote men in the space. Honestly, he's won just about everything you can win as far as the big money races, as far as the small races. He knows how to do it on 275s. He's got a 69 Camaro SS here. This is your first Drag Week.
Yes, sir. This is our first Drag Week, and we've had the car for probably 10 years. It's been finished for about 8 years, and we've been trying to figure out what to do with the car. It's just a good solid 9-second street car, and my son's like, man, we need to do something different. Let's take that thing on Drag Week. And I was like, you know what, that's a great idea. So we came here. So far, man, it's just been awesome just to get rid of that high pressure, high stress heads up racing. I mean, I love it. I live for it. I wouldn't change nothing for it. But man, this is like the roots, man. This is where the red car started. You drove them around, go race them and drive them, and, like full interior car, full exhaust car, pump gas, So it's been a blast getting it ready for it. Been a blast running it. And we're looking forward to the long drive today and the rest of the week.
Well, that's the thing, the long drive. Now, I know this car also cruises. You took it out on Power Tour. You and your wife did Power Tour in this car?
No, that was in the red car, actually.
In the red car. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. It was in the red car. But you've done the miles, basically. Forget about the car. You've done the miles.
Yes, sir. I know how to take these cars out and drive them on the street.
All right. Well, you heard him say it, and you had some fans. You had some fans on the internet shouting you out, and I recognize that you are the man. But this is a different animal, man. You're driving this car on the street, but then you're making your quickest passes possible to get that average at the end of the day. So understand something, man. This is a real big war of attrition in Drag Week. Wishing you all the best, of course, and of course be safe. But by the time we'll touch base again at the end of the week, and I'll get your thoughts on Drag Week. But the most important thing is have fun, have a good time, man. This, for me, I've done it 3 times, and it's probably the most challenging but fun thing I've done in motorsports and all of the career of motorsports that I've had.
Right, and I agree 100%. And it's I spend more time with my son than anybody. We work together, we race together, and I just thought, man, what a great opportunity for him and I go do something that's, I say fun. Heads up racing's fun, don't get me wrong, but this is like a relaxing kind of fun, and no stress at the shop, no stress at the racetrack. The only real stress we have is making it to the next event.
Well, finishing is winning, Ron.
Yes, I agree 100%, and that's, for our first one, obviously that's our main goal. We can finish it, I'm tickled to death.
Definitely. And Ronnie, you're up next. You got Frank Matthews coming up on Saturday, right? You're going to be jockeying Frank Matthews up at Cecil?
Yep. We'll be at Bridge Wars this weekend, so I got to hurry up and finish this deal and then head up there for Bridge Wars.
Right on, man. Well, thank you for your time. Good luck. Welcome to Drag Week. We're really glad to have you here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
And we are back at it on the racetrack. Big thanks to the always courageous, exceptional leadership of Warren Evans on our production side here. Leads us fearlessly day to day in live streaming operations across this great nation. Big ups to the staff here at Maryland International Raceway. These guys have been all over it all day long. When they've been pressed into service, they have dove right into it. Great equipment, great turnaround. They got that left lane happening.
Doven?
I stopped myself and said dove. 10-13, 417 miles an hour, 1179, 117 on the Camaro. Here comes Randy on the right side, the Pony Express Mustang. Randy Seward.
It's Pack of Six down here doing the selfie, making sure to get that deal on TikTok stat.
Got to happen.
Randy should be a player here. 8-5-0, let's go.
Okay, leaning into it now. Across the 8th mile at 5:49. Seems a little soft there. Goes 8:53, 160. Needs to pick it up just a little more. Randy's car makes pretty good mile an hour up there. So, man, if he can tick off a couple of numbers in the 8th mile, he's going to be very, very close.
And chances are good he's lining directly back up.
To his credit, 006 green light start. Doesn't affect anything else other than impress us, but it's a nice shot at the Christmas tree. Challenger coming up with the Holly High Ram on it.
Don Probst. Did you actually accuse him of having an LS in that deal?
Nope. I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't.
I thought
there
you
was
did.
another guy I did. I didn't accuse him of it. I intimated it, but I didn't make the full accusation. 905, 149. Man.
I take it back. It's got an LS in it.
969 on the right side of the racetrack.
How to make friends and influence people with Freiburger.
Nitrous injected Z06 Corvette coming up on the right side. Driver of that is Zach Moji. Dan Dinan. And that refrigerator white Malibu from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on the left side. Oh, man, Dinan.
Annihilating
blowing
it.
the tires off. $10.87, $127 for the Corvette as Dinan will slowly run down to $14.72 and get ready to come back around again.
Thing looked like a top fuel car in 64.
It really did.
Immediate tire smoke.
LSX swapped, flat black, DP90 sprayed Nova the right side. And Mike Franks on the left in the S10. Man, the Nova's a gear jammer too. 939, 158 hustling. 1190, 108 for the S10 truck.
You'll start to see a big disparity among ETs here
Yeah.
as this is all run, and so you're going to have some of the
Ned Dunphy.
Yeah, Ned Dunphy.
Speaking
coming
of
up.
that.
yeah, yeah.
This Nova is like the same, close to the same shade as your Charger, right?
71 Roadrunner,
Roadrunner.
72, yeah. Chestnut metallic to you.
Heathen. And the Nova, 873.7, 149, 10-12-7 at 135 as Ned Dunphy will come up to make his second attempt with a fresh ring and pinion in the back of this Viper.
And again, the thing just tire shook so bad that
Yep.
it knocked out something in that center section.
Yeah.
Probably a ring and pinion or a bearing real bad.
And so Dunphy making his way back. This car still, to me, is just one of the most beautiful that we've seen in this unlimited style of drag racing and drag and drive style competition. It's just so well done. Wheelie bar height being adjusted. Earlier in the day, we saw Jamie Miller was out here with the car. I think Jamie's had to leave the property, so the fellows are competent and skilled that they are, working on their own. So Dunphy on a solo run here. 628's low ET of the event today so far. And that's not been out of an unlimited car.
And it's out of a car that dropped a valve.
Yeah, it was an expensive 628. Yeah. All right, Ned, let's see what you got. He's got enough. He's through the 8th mile. Dunphy at 191. Ned Dunphy goes 617 at 247 miles an hour. So Ned Dunphy, low ET of the race, and he now leads unlimited.
I thought I heard it start to be on the decline at about 900 feet. You agreeing with that?
I'm not saying no, but I mean the thing made 58 miles an hour across the back half of the racetrack. I mean it was making it at 617.8. This obviously the speed is way up for the ET per se, but to make that much speed in the back half of the racetrack, it was making some steam. No smoke or anything coming out of it.
I thought I heard it.
It may well have.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We got a smoker.
1076 for the Camaro and 1180 at 115 for the Mosquito Fog and Chevrolet on the right side.
Brad Snedden. Just want to make sure that credit is given where credit is due on that 50 Chevy.
So 617, 247 for Ned Dunphy. Which, if he leaves it, I'm suspecting he will.
Yeah.
Is one step closer to maybe resetting a quickest average of all time. Puts him underneath it to start with.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good place to be, not having to catch up, but laying down a number to begin with that's actually below the record of quickest ever. It's always good to have some in the bag instead of be chasing it. I'll remind you that you can see all of the results from the racing here today on hotrod.com tonight. It'll probably be posted earlier than tonight, sometimes late afternoon. Lanes will close at 2 o'clock. We're making the call. 2 o'clock. That is half an hour from now. Lanes will close at 2 o'clock.
Anybody in the lanes will be able to run. If your car is in the lanes by 2 p.m., you will get another opportunity at the racetrack.
As long as you're not, putting a sleeve in the thing in the lanes.
There is that, yeah.
Just to belabor this, because we don't want anybody being surprised, lanes close at 2. You need to be in the lanes by 2 o'clock if you expect to get another run today. Boy, that's going to be a tough deal, Brian, when you think of all of the cars out there that have not run 8.50 and that are not going to be able to hot lap like they do some days, and some of the cars who have not yet laid down a number. It's going to be a thrash here for the last 25 minutes.
Mike Finnegan thrashing to make the 2 p.m. lane call.
Okay.
He is not done yet. He has not yet ceased to fight. So Mike Finnegan is thrashing to make the 2 p.m. call to the staging lanes.
With 7,800 people watching worldwide on the MotorTrend YouTube channel.
And as we know, the fortunes can change very quickly at this event. You know, as good as you look one day, it can all kind of slide out of your grasp the next. So if you're somebody that hasn't been able to run the 50 that you wanted, you can only hope that you can make up some ground and capitalize on a potential mistake by your rival.
I handle that by looking good every day, regardless.
You do. The medication certainly helps you perceive that. 11-12 at 92 miles an hour.
Didn't land.
11-92 at 100 miles an hour across the racetrack. Greg Dukopolsky coming up next. His Chevelle. And the white S10 truck of John Powell across the drag strip. Jeff looking to step on a little harder, apparently, trying to get deeper into the ranks of Street Machine Eliminator. 10:21.128 for Dukopolsky. Very nice lick there. 13:53 at 90 for the truck.
If you do want to watch the agony of defeat of the Finnegan twin wheel stands, you will be able to see those on hotrod.com later. I'm getting news that the Hot Rod photographers nailed it.
Nailed it. Bob Ruppel coming back up. Ruppel in the Winto Green nitrous-infected Nova. Did not complete his run earlier. Was off to a good solid start, but did not finish the way they wanted to. Dave and Allie Hertz splitting the driving duties in this rig. Dave went first. Here comes Allie. And Ruppel again has trouble. The top of what appeared to be second gear, the car backfiring, and now it's big smoke at the top end for Ruppel. And we're talking big smoke, 10:33.5 at 1:38. And look like the right side of the engine has ceased to function. And you can see the safety response down there as Ruppel's car was showing some signs of smoke and fire under the hood. Safety folks are already on the scene on top of the vehicle. Our top-end crew is there instantly. The good news is there are no giant plumes of black smoke emitting from the hood, cockpit area of the hood of the car, meaning that the thing is not completely enveloped and they're able to get onto it very quickly. We're going to have to judge what the cleanup is. It looked like the real trouble started right at the finish line.
And we're getting word the driver's out. Lanes will still close at 2 o'clock. You do have an opportunity to get in lanes, and we will run out the cars that are in lanes.
So what I believe I've heard via the radio chatter is that the racing surface itself did not take a hit here, but during the shutdown area, and look, a lot of times at that juncture of the racetrack, as you all know, David, a guy lifts at the top end, and that's when connecting rods can. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but a lot of times when rods break, it's when you take your foot off the gas and the thing decides to turn into a piece of taffy. But Bob got it stopped. Again, no major damage, it appears, outwardly to the car. And we heard there was a fire under the hood down there. And sometimes when you watch that happen and you start to see that column of black smoke, you know it's getting real bad. We never saw that develop because our crew was on the scene very quickly. So we are going to be here for a minute. And we have staging lanes closing now in about 20 minutes.
You do want to stick with the live feed because we still are going to run a bunch of fast cars. We do know that Mike Finnegan's trying to come back after 2 enormous wheel stands.
So Graham Hayes, as we talked about, that car went 628 earlier, great run, and sucked a valve in the process. Well, we talked a little bit about how bad it was. We have video of how bad it was. Those guys are thrashing right now in the pits.
Hey, KJ Jones here, Hot Rod Drag Week 2025. We're in the pits. This pit broadcast is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. At Graham Hayes' pit, 67 Chevy Nova, Chevy 2 Nova. Little problem. We talked about Drag Week and the kind of anything can happen mechanically, damage and such. What you have to fight against is trying to go as quick as you can in the quarter mile, then get on the road and do the miles, but you'll also have to be concerned about this. Attrition happening right at the drag strip, not necessarily on the road. This is an intake valve, drop valve. Basically the valve is broken, as you see right here. The valve is broken and it's actually sideways in the valve seat there, and when that happens, typically a piston will suffer some damage as well. So what Graham and his crew guy are taking this engine apart. They're going to knock a new sleeve in it. I don't know if you're going to have to sleeve it or just
Going to be all right. Just looks like we'll put a piston and rod in and some new bearings, and we got a machine shop lined up, so we're gonna our guy that's with us, he's racing too. He said he would run and drop it off for us, and yeah, we'll just get it fixed and try to get it back together and get on the road.
Well, Graham, you're familiar, unfortunately, with this type of thing happening on Drag Week, so it's not something that you can't overcome. You've overcome it in the past.
Yeah, correct. I mean, this is unfortunately, when you try to race at this kind of level, anything can happen. So we try to bring as much stuff to get the job done, and we'll give it a shot. We'll run it to the end, you know?
That's it. Well, finishing is winning, man. Good luck. We're going to let you get back to it. But that's what it is, man. Here at Drag Week, it's not always just fun and games and going down the drag strip. You can suffer major catastrophic damage like this and fix it and get back out there and finish. So that's it from Graham Hayes' pit. More later.
And so we are finishing up the cleanup at the top end. You can see we got the blowers and stuff down there, and none of the racing surface was touched. It was all post-quarter-mile finish line, which does make the cleanup an easier job for us and a quicker job for us. Staging lanes will be closing in effectively 15 minutes. Lonnie Grimm will alert Freiberger and I the moment that happens, so we can pass the word on to you. For those of you who've never been to Midi Dragway, neat place we're going tomorrow. Neat track. And it's neat because, for the most part, because we've never been there before with Drag Week. Have you ever been to Numidia, David? Are you adding this to your list?
That is correct. I have never been there.
Nice. Cool.
Of course, I thought I'd never been to Maryland, and somebody revised me and said, yeah, you actually have been in 2019.
Yeah, when you signed that wall.
When I signed that wall. No, I had done an episode of Roadkill that was all about, I got to hit the last 5 states that I've never been to, and we got to Maryland. I was like, woohoo! And literally a guy posted to me, you were there in 2019. Oh, huh, yeah. That is where Maryland International Raceway is. We, during the Put Up or Shut Up show days, we came here and shot 2 episodes in one day. We shot an episode with side-by-side hot-rodded big rigs, drag racing, and then the second episode was an X275 shootout. Mm-hmm. And we tested Royce's patience to the nth because it was like 2:45 in the morning. Yeah.
And the guys are like, okay, we just want to get one more interior. And I look over and I'm like, guys, we're done. We got to get out of here. Yeah. Mike Finnegan in the staging lanes. He is coming back for one more shot, climbing out of the car. He is in the lanes. Schroeder's going to make a shot in there. Brian Goldstone, just a couple of pair back from the starting line.
That yellow S10 reminds me of Mike Thompson. Remember from the very early years of this deal?
Yes, Mike Thompson's truck, yeah. The big Impala SS in the staging lanes as well. So plenty of fun yet to be had.
The Lucid.
12 minutes before we close the lanes. By my watch, Lonnie's may vary by a minute or so. So let's take a look at the thrash that has been going on, leading Mike Finnegan back into the staging lanes. Here's what it looked like just a few minutes ago.
Hot Rod Drag Week 2025, KJ Jones in the pits with Mike Finnegan and Blasphemy. This last lap, Mike Finnegan for the second time stood the car up on the bumper through 2 gears, up and down and then up and down again, and crashed real hard down. They're changing tires because they believe there might be a tire problem now. Mike has just changed the supercharger pulley, maybe try to slow it up a little bit, not have the supercharger spin as hard and make as much boost. And there was discussion about maybe dropping the launch RPM a little bit to try to keep this car calmed down. He's letting the clutch out and is basically climbing the ring gear and going straight up on the bumper. That could be, not confirmed, but that could be because of the counterweight in the clutch. Mike uses a clutch that goes off base pressure, and then they add counterweight, little tiny weights to the clutch, and that's really an off and on switch. It's going to be right there or you're not going to have anything. So trying to find a sweet spot on the clutch is something that they can't do right now, so they're going to drop the launch RPM, try to make another hit, hustle back to the lanes and get another hit in there.
And Sue, more equipment coming up this end of the racetrack is a good thing. Still a lot of activity down there in that final cleanup area, but a couple of swipes with the flat drag here to keep this part of the racetrack fresh before we send all the rest of the trucks and tractors off the top end. And you can see all the trucks and tractors dispersing right now. That is a good sign, especially when we start parking that equipment, making the various turnouts at the top end. And that black dust being blown off, of course, that is the oil absorbent used down there in the cleanup, and just making a couple more passes with that PTO-driven blower to get it all cleaned off so it's not clinging on anybody's race car as they go flying through it, shutdown area. Eight minutes by my watch, now 7, until the staging lanes are closed. So a couple of things here. Tomorrow during our event, for those of you competing and those of you coming out to watch, we will be running through the groups in that same order. Just talked to Lonnie Grimm about that. The other thing I'm going to say is this. When you're in the pits and you're waiting for your run group to be called, we do not want you kind of queuing up behind the staging lanes, trying to jump the line like you're boarding an airplane. That's going to make a big mess out of things tomorrow. It's annoying when a guy does it at the airport, and he's just himself, not without a full-size car. So you're going to have to wait for your run groups. Then when we make the call, we'll call you in. But the way the layout is at Numidia, if we got people starting to do that, it's going to make traffic control a real mess for us in the pit area. So please do not do that. We'll call you in, we'll get you in, and we'll give you plenty of time, as we always do.
People waiting for the action to begin. It's going to happen. We got some good cars. You're looking at Goldstone's Corvette right now. You'll see that making a pass. You'll see Mike Finnegan.
Yeah, he's in the back there. He's right there. He's about, let's call it 4 or 5 pair back.
People are asking about Jeff Lutz. Jeff Lutz is out.
Schroeder's in the lanes.
Devastatingly to us, there's no Lutz.
Yeah, devastating for Jeff to be knocked out so quickly, and certainly the last thing we expected coming into the day.
I do see Dave Schroeder back there. So, yeah, don't miss it. Don't tune out. As a matter of fact, you should probably share the link with your friends and say, you got to see this, because you never know what's going to happen. And boom, just like that, Brian, we picked up 100 more followers, more viewers.
Going back and forth with my son Jack, who's watching the coverage. Sent him a still photo of Mike Finnegan's car standing up, and he has acquired my depth of field of language and descriptive nature. Rough-ass landing is what he wrote back. I said, yeah, that's accurate.
Okay.
He distilled it down to its very essence.
Yeah. Sign him up.
Sign him up.
And Jack, what did we say out of the Marauder?
Oh, 10, I said it. He's all about that
1040?
thing.
Is that what that thing
He
ran?
said that thing was scooting.
There you go. I see a Whipple under the tree at Christmas.
yeah. I see a waffle iron. you say tomato, I say tomato.
You know, now that Tom's out of the house, I figure you got plenty of free income.
We got all that stuff just flowing around. Yeah. Yeah. This college keeps sending bills. I don't even know if that's...
You don't have to work on the Mercedes anymore. I think I know who the preferred son is at this point.
Fox Body goes down to the top end, 1273 at 94, 13027 at 105. Brian Goldstone.
Here we go, 7,800 people.
History is a guy at these moments when we get somebody in this situation when it's at the very last kind of second, almost a go, no-go scenario. It's 1:57 p.m. right now. If he comes out here and immediately shakes the tires and maybe doesn't have to throw the chutes out of it and drives it straight back in the lanes, maybe he gets another shot at it, but chances are by the time he stages and lets go of the button, the meter's going to run out on time.
Lanes close in 2 minutes, Brian.
In 2 minutes. Brian Robbins out there in front of the car, his co-pilot. Brilliant mechanic, brilliant tuner, setting the wheelie bar height. A bold opportunity, a bold move here for Goldstone to effectively debut this car in competition at Drag Week. No-nonsense guy. Very, very highly motivated competitor. A guy who was one of our stops last year in Drag Week. At his repair shop.
That was great.
Yeah, we got to meet the local police and everything.
And by the way, we will be on the route for the rest of the week, finding all the great action from the road. Here he goes.
Nice move. It made it through low gear. Made it through mid-course at 162. A little blow-by. Goes 675 at only 194 miles an hour.
That's a placeholder.
Yeah, it's a placeholder, and you saw some kind of fog coming out of the puke tube there. Man, the 105.60 foot time, though, I thought when we saw the 105.60 foot time, I thought he was off to the races and definitely was modulating the throttle in the mid part of that run. T-minus 1 minute to staging lanes closure. And you can follow the Drag Week route on HotRod.com, 1058.5, 132 right side. Mustang in the left jumped the tree, got no data. You can go to HotRod.com. The route is listed on the website, so if you're somebody that wants to hang out and see us as we cruise through town, make sure you get a look at it. You can do that. The disorderly conduct, gasser.
This guy can either really hurt Finnegan's feelings right now, or he could trample his genitalia with track shoes on.
Michael Mayone is trying to go full Carl Lewis
Carlton Fisk
/ Fred Astaire. Wow. Clean launch. I don't know if it's aggressive enough, though. Eighth mile at 6:02. He's going to run somewhere in the 9s or lower. Goes 9:27, 150.
Yeah, look at the mile an hour.
Yeah. Andy Savakinis is looking for parts for a 4L80E, a transpan gasket, a trans filter, an ATF located near the entrance of the staging lanes. That is the SRT-10 Dodge truck.
The red one.
The red one. Transpan gasket, a trans filter, an ATF for a 4L80E slush box. Gen 3 Hemi getting the stick shift workout, goes 993, 150.
8,100 people watching live.
8,100 of our closest friends and several hundred of our most vehement enemies.
I don't know if our closest friends would be saying these things about us.
Those are the
reading.
enemies. Those are the ops. The
right.
ops, as the kids call them. 12-14, 114. Big bite there as the Monte Carlo almost jumped all the way through. The good news is it didn't go all the way through. It definitely deep staged enough that it's going to kill some ET, but he's going to get a full pull out of it. And in the Monte Carlo, running 1040, that is Jim Weiser. 11:48.5, 129 left side.
This guy's upset because he's at work literally down the street and he wishes he was here. Did they not have the flu in Maryland?
Right. I mean, what's going on, man? We're not asking you to be some sort of a criminal genius here. You just need to, it's called an excuse.
Tony, what's up? Not running again? Tony Angelo, pizza team, stay tuned guy, oblivious guy. Tony couldn't hear me over the violence of this truck that's going down right now.
Or the radiance of the BMW wagon. 932.9, 147 for the truck, and the wagon goes 1263, 117 with, I believe, a very mild turbocharged LS motor in it. The GLHS, or I think it says contraption across the back. It says contraption on the hatchback. The turbocharged Dodge Omni with the mini light style wheels on the back. Mustang was looking like it was going to run away, but now, the little turbo car pitched a belt off it at the 8th mile, 11:24, 131. You got a belt, the 8th mile just came off that thing, guys. So we're going to run on the racetrack and grab what I believe looked like a belt came off of the little Dodge out there. That's why we got our scooters queued up right at the start line for a fast response. Staging lanes are closed. And if you were driving that little blue Omni that just pitched the belt off, it will have it for you at the starting line. There you have it. So the Malibu left side and the S10 pickup truck on the right. Factory-style hubcaps on the front of the Malibu. Good look. Pickup truck rolls the beams. We'll be able to restage because, as we mentioned, many of the rules of drag racing are but a mere suggestion here at Drag Week. 10:31 Ford, 128 miles an hour.
Or completely unknown.
Or none, yes. Unexplored.
We might as well say this, though. You cross the center line, you're not going to be able to hand in that time.
Correct.
But stuff like rolling the beam and backing out of it, it can happen.
That really cool short bed black Silverado that came up here and had that weird kind of jerky launch we thought might have broken some of the driveline, already on the trailer heading home. That's a tough break.
Speaking of weird kind of jerky, you're going to be back for the rest of the week except Friday, right?
I'm considering it. I'm considering it by the moment. My opinion on the my decision may vary, but yes, I will be here with you and all of our cast of characters until the conclusion of action at Cecil County Dragway on Thursday.
And then KJ and I will be here on Friday for the stick shift shootout, Street Machine Eliminator bracket race. You want to come back, be in the grandstands, or of course, tune in to the MotorTrend channel YouTube on the Mickey Thompson Tires live feed.
1231.5, 117, left-hand side, 1235 on 110 over on the right between the two Mustangs. Almost a little bit of a grudge match there. And look, if you're the guy that wasn't smart enough to figure out how to get Monday off, surely you can come up with some sort of an elaborate ruse to get out of work on Friday.
Yeah, I have 3 more days to figure it out.
Yes, go full just Al Capone on it. Another one of the It's a GMW cars and the Pontiac Ventura left side. I wonder how close those 4 models are in weight, like the Nova to the Pontiac to the Buick to the Oldsmobile.
Let's just go with identical.
Chevrolet was inherently probably lighter, just because the small block in those things would have been lighter than a Pontiac engine or a Buick engine, right?
Nah, the Buick is
pretty
claimed to be pretty light in particular, but I would bet you that they put more sound deadening in a Pontiac or a Buick or an Olds.
Little father-daughter matchup here side by side.
Jenks a pair.
Yes. Neil on one side. Neil is the one in the dart that is running away from his daughter. And Neil taking no quarter on the Charger, 1187, and the Charger runs 1395 at 98 miles an hour. Always great to have the families out here competing, especially when they're in their own cars.
Allison Jenks, the daughter.
Allison Jenks in the Charger. So the driver of the S10 was looking for a radiator stop leak just a little while ago, and he must have found some.
Well, that's good because his S10 is the color of dirty coolant.
It really is. There is an irony in this scenario, and it is the color of the thing.
$8,300 watching right now.
It's awesome. They know that there may be a third rendition of the ghost of Bill Maverick Golden enhancing Mike Finnegan's persona. Bob Riggle may be wriggling his way into the driver's seat of the blasphemy car again. Perhaps Bill Shrewsbury, Richard Schroeder, Ken Nelson. How many wheel standard drivers should we all name? Louis Force.
Maybe he could get Leno to come riding with him.
It's historically not been the best idea. 1164 at 84 miles an hour, so off the throttle at the top end. I'm wondering if that thing was starting to get hot or getting weird down there. Hopefully nothing too terminally wrong with that truck, but clearly not the run that he was looking to make.
Okay, brain dead for a moment. Who's the first driver of the Little Red Wagon?
Jay Howell.
Jay Howell, who ran the chassis shop.
Yep.
Yeah. Lanes are closed, as a reminder.
Yes.
Lanes are closed. Make sure to hand in your time slip before you go. That's a critical element.
There's your yellow S10 running 1142 at 116, and the Impala SS on that long-running B-body chassis of General Motors goes 1726 at just 68.
You know, Brian, I changed my mind. You were actually just like the Lucid.
Oh, boy.
Because no one wants to see it.
Man, you were having a nice chat with this guy at the breakfast nook at the hotel this morning, and I just went out there and just buzzsawed him. It was all going so well. I thought you had reached a détente, had made peace.
Hey, you know what? He was collateral damage. That's what that was.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. You got caught up. An attack on me has become an attack on you and everything that you embody as well. But look at this Lucid. Running down the Mustang. He taps the brakes. Oh, he still ran too quick. So he's got 2 time slips he can't hand in.
He can still run the rest of the week, but he's out. At this point, you might as well let it all hang out.
At this point, it's game over. But, yeah, he fanned the brakes, goes 98, needed to go 10 flat. I believe he ran 990 or something the last time.
Yeah, he did. 993 on his last run.
Running down about the last 20 cars of the day. Good pull by Jeff Moores, the Ed the Outlaw Jones, the driver of the Jolly Rancher, and then Jelly Belly, stagecoach wheel stander.
Now retired, tragically.
Not for him.
Not for him.
1076, 131. 1273, 8 at 111. To the sadness of your inner child, tragic. But for Ed, he earned it.
He was legit one of the guys who inspired me to be a gearhead when I was a little kid.
Yeah, thing was great. He would talk to every single person that ever came over there, and
yep.
Yeah.
And I remember him pulling me and a bunch of other kids around in the little miniature wagon
Yeah.
that they had. That was cool.
The Mercury Cougar XR7 on the right side, the turbine-style wheels you'd find on a Mustang. It's a Fox platform rig. And, of course, it has the Ricky Bobby theming on it. Need someone to fix a slipping 4L80. It's just been gone through. Jim Weiser.
That's 2 4L80s down
Yeah.
today. Probably more.
'84 Monte Carlo, the white '84 Monte Carlo SS. That is Jim Weiser's car. Has a 4L80 that is slipping and needs a guy who knows transmission stuff to lend some aid over there. Once again, the '84 Monte Carlo SS. If you come to the tower, we'll get you Jim's number. Otherwise, find him in the pits.
If you have situations like that with your transmission, you can also go by gear vendors.
Yes.
They can help you out with local folks.
Yeah, Rick Johnson knows the drill and he knows the people. .1170 at 97 miles an hour at 1393. Brian Acton and Dustin Trace both got in line, or Trans both got in line for one more shot. Acton's got to have his final attempt on the left-hand side. Got to imagine Steinke has the feet up right now, trying to see if he's going to escape this day as a very fortunate class leader in what could be a very, very big position. Mustang rocked so hard it was triggering and letting go of the beam out there. Acton. Okay, he picked it up 400ths in the 8th mile, and Acton goes 852 at 159. Not close enough. 1136 at 100 for the Mustang with a haze behind it.
Your friend of mine, Kevin McKenna, has texted me something that is clever and that should happen. Why can't Lucid Guy go to unlimited? So that way he can just continue to run 9.0s.
He could. That would be his only. I mean, yeah, that would be his only shot to not be an exhibition guy effectively the rest of the week.
Right. So he probably doesn't realize he can change classes today. So he might want to get with Keith Turk and go make that happen. Thank you, K-Mac. Hey, Tony Angelo.
All right, track has a clean bill of health. Trance is going to get his last shot at running 850.
And if there's anybody who has a shot, it's Trance.
Remember, his first hit, he was 600s too slow. His second hit, he was 600s too quick. We'll find out if he's been able to range his way right back into where he needs to be. Promising launch. Very promising 8th mile at 5:40 with a 1. 8:49.6. He just missed it.
Too quick.
Oh.
At this point, he has to count on Steinke braking.
4 thousandths off the target. Wow. Randy Seward in the water box. Meanwhile, these two rippers get down there at 10:16, 134 in the Mustang. Right-hand side, 10:24, 112.
Betty White, the modified power adder. Malibu on the right-hand side. The left-hand side is Randy Seward. This is another car who's looking to run a perfect 8.500. Usually he makes a ton of laps every day to make that happen. Today has not afforded that opportunity.
Malibu that really smoked the tires hard last time got a hold of the racetrack. Black track to 330 feet, and the Malibu goes 870. Oh, yeah.
8.507 at 160 for Seward.
Seward now has become the second player in the game. 8.507. That is a good thing. You want to have a battle. I'm not rooting against anybody, Rick. I'd love for you to win it too, but I want somebody to make you work for it, and now you got it.
But whose T-shirt will you be wearing tomorrow?
Well, this uniform shirt that I've been so graciously provided by the people at MotorTrend.
I see.
But, boy, when it comes to the racetrack on Friday at the drag strip at the national event, I'll be rocking that one.
Wow, that's great. So what did Rick run? 5.06?
I think it's only a thou separation.
That's a thou difference between the top two leaders in that class at this point. And then a couple of 52s, and then Dustin Trance, 56.
Dave Schroeder and Mike Finnegan just a pair behind the one rolling in. The two trucks, 11:44 one side, 11:64 on the other. The SRT4 Dodge goes 11:58, 112, and the S10 or the Ranger truck appears to be slowing to a broken stop at the quarter mile.
Yeah,
as Mike Finnegan rolls through the water box, I think he's going to run a solo, and we're going to send the quad down there. Well, we have just a minute, and we're down to the last few cars. We once again have to thank Gear Vendors Overdrives, the primary sponsor, the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2025, and the longest-standing supporter of drag and drive competitions around the country. Massive presence. Rick Johnson doesn't just talk the talk. He walks the walk. He's at the events. He's helping competitors, talking about the benefits of the product and helping them with their own issues regarding transmissions and other stuff. We also have to thank Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. They sponsor the live streaming action. That's why you get to watch all this stuff happen as it happens as we talk about it. Then we have to thank NOS, which is the official nitrous oxide of Drag Week. We also have to thank Summit Racing Equipment. They are here on the grounds, will be all week long. Make sure if you're a racer, you can register to win that $500 in Summit bucks. A great, great thing. And VP Racing Fuels for stepping up big time. Thank you, VP, as being the race fuel of Drag Week.
This is a last shot for Blasphemy right now. You've seen two enormous wheel stands early in the day, completely non-representative ETs. We already know that there's a couple of Novas in his class that have run in the 880s. So he's got to do better than that right now to walk out of here in the lead in A gas.
Not sure if they've adjusted launch RPM, if they've made suspension adjustments, or if they're just going to try to wing it. But the last 2 runs have been nothing short of destructive for Mike Finnegan. Here we go again.
That one is as well.
And so 3 times up and then 3 times up, Finnegan is going to roll across the quarter-mile stripe at 13:31 at just 50 miles per hour.
And here comes Dave Schroeder.
Schroeder said, you know what? The traction looks pretty good on the right side.
Yeah. Well, he's one that needs to pick up some wheel speed, too. Although, he's the one, he's spun really hard.
Yeah, he's gone both ways with it.
Right. He shook once, then he spun him the next time.
That is the best burnout he's done the last couple of runs, and these are brand new tires. And you really, they'll tell you, like, we ever see people out on tour when you get a new set of slicks on, they burn them halfway to the ground. So that was maybe a little bit of I might have done that burnout in the next gear up than he normally does, but real nice heavy smoke off those tires.
See KJ Jones out there.
I would
behind the car.
I would say this is the best possible condition that Schroeder has seen the track in today, meaning that it has not just been sprayed. I think it does have a little bit more. It has some of the glue knocked off the top of it. We can see a little less shine, a little less sheen than we normally see over the first couple of 100 feet, and that's exactly what he needs.
Just a little bit of wheel speed.
That's it. 1 pair of cars remain behind Dave Schroeder on day 1 of Drag Week 2025.
That's 8,600 people are watching.
Oh, boy.
Way out of shape.
Got up on the wheelie bar, and it got up on the wheelie bar slightly uneven, and when that happens, it's going to load one tire, unload the other, and in a locked rear end, it is going to send it whichever direction has more traction. So Dave Schroeder will go 17:38 at 44 miles per hour. And this will be the final pair of day 1 at Drag Week. The Mustang of Mike Mayone and the Camaro of Azim Sheikh. And Mayone, 887, 151. And Sheik will go through a 1292 at 87 miles per hour. Important notice for our racers. You now have 30 minutes. You're on a 30-minute clock to get your time slips turned in by the end of the day. You have 30 minutes from this point to get up to the timing tower, get your slips turned in, and then pack your stuff up and move on down the line. But we are closing the slips in 30 minutes. Get them in by then, or you don't get in, and that's a big problem for everybody. And there were some big problems for everybody today.
Yeah, it was really a come-and-go kind of day. Some real trouble with cars heading out of here. But, man, Ned Dunphy, the Viper, leading the program right now.
By a bunch.
And did you see what went down in small block power outer?
I heard what went down. I heard that Randy Seward came around and nailed a 50, huh?
Yes, he did.
A 50 with a 7
so he's
to Steinke's 50 with a 6.
Right behind the 6. So that's the thing with Super Street Small Block Power Adder, man. That class is so competitive, and 49 cars. They might have had some attrition. We don't know who's out yet, but that is a car of players. That's a class of players all the way through.
So you were down there when they were trying to get Finnegan's car turned around for that last run, which you were down there in the starting line to watch it. I mean, it's the thing. They could not keep the nose of the car on the ground at any point.
The nose keeps climbing. Yeah, Brian. The nose keeps coming up. I don't want to speculate anything. It is a clutch car.
Yeah.
It could be involved. There could be clutch possibilities there. Plenty of traction on that drag strip.
Yeah.
So it might be a matter of just trying to figure out a way to calm the car down versus tightening it down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just calm the engine package down enough so it'll get out there. Maybe ramp some timing out, let it run out a little farther. I don't know, but they're definitely fighting it now.
Yeah, I think attrition is going to be his aid if some of the other cars break down. We were thinking he might make the move of just driving the car out of the hole and getting it to go down just to get a number. But it'll be interesting to look at the results of that class, which you can do on hotrod.com later on this afternoon and evening. You can see what all of these cars did here today and what your class leaders are, where they are.
So we're going to pack all this gear up, pack all our stuff up, and head to Numidia Dragway. You can go to hotrod.com to check out the route. We want to thank, once again, Gear Vendors Overdrives. We want to thank Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, VP Racing Fuel, Summit Racing Equipment, and, of course, the great people at NOS, the official nitrous of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. I'm Brian Lones. He's KJ Jones. That's Freiberger. On behalf of all of us here with this production, Warren and Jay included, and even Mike Galimi will throw him in there. We'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early at Numidia Dragway for Day 2 of Drag Week 2025.